Another beautiful day on this flat earth.
Buenos dias, señores.
Bom dia.
Doing?
You having a nice time on this beautiful flat earth?
What'd you say?
I said, are you having a nice time on this beautiful flat earth?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just getting rolling, man. Just getting started. What about you?
Yeah. Just, just chilling at 0 miles an hour through the cosmos,
I thought you were going to say through the London traffic, but yeah.
Well, that too.
Stationary regardless, right?
I mean, like London traffic moves faster than the earth, so that's why I can feel the London traffic and not the earth.
So you're saying it moves?
London traffic?
Yeah.
Barely. But yes, it does.
I feel like London traffic's not that bad compared to some other cities, right? Major cities. You got.
I mean, I can't. I can't say that I've driven in like New York City or whatever, but the traffic's pretty fucking bad.
Yeah. I just feel like you have a lot more people using public transit there than we typically do in the U.S. So there seems to be a little bit better flow of traffic.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I remember when I went to Auckland a few years ago. I went to New Zealand. My mate was complaining about traffic, and we were in traffic for like 10 minutes. And I was like, "You call that traffic?" He was like, "Yeah, it was bad." I was like, "Nope."
I mean, I don't really have much experience. I've only been to London once, and that was as a tourist, so totally different.
Yeah. No, it's a nice city in many ways, but I hate the traffic and I hate the weather. But everything else is fine.
You know, the biggest thing that blew me away in London was the lack of like public bathrooms. Like you didn't have to pay to use the bathroom. That was like unheard of. For some reason, you guys feel the need to charge people to use a public restroom or just not provide one.
That's a tourist thing. So that's like in the major kind of train stations, and they'll charge you like 20p or something to use them. But that's not really the rest of London.
Gotcha.
So you got touristed.
So that's the way you tax the tourists. Literally tax the piss out of them.
Literally, yeah. Literally taking the piss. So napalm, I don't know if you know that something can accelerate without moving.
Interesting. I'm sure that's perfectly normal in a global world.
Yeah. It's funny because I said that the other day, and Bacon started like going, "No, hold on." He started like challenging me on it. I'm like, "What?" Like they all buy into this nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, if the Google's tells them so, right?
It's like you used to debate Google, and now we debate ChatGPT. It's like it's the next global, I don't know, thing.
Is this things accelerate without moving? Like a free fall thing? Is that?
Well, it's okay. So I come up with this kind of thought experiment like years ago, but I didn't really push it because I was kind of trying to get creative with new arguments because I felt like at the time I felt like I was I was a bit limited on what I'd created myself, so I was kind of using other people's arguments. So anyway, I came up with this idea that you've got like two apples, one's on one side of the earth and one's on the other side of the earth. You drop them both. Well, if the earth is said to rise up to both apples, then it has to be moving in both directions, right? Simultaneously. To which obviously the globe cope was all over the place. But they seem to have settled on this. It can accelerate without moving. Complete nonsense. Although before, what they did say was the forces balance, right? Which doesn't obviously make any sense, because if the forces are balanced, then nothing moves, so the apples wouldn't drop. But yeah, whatever.
Yeah, this is the whole. That's kind of a Xanic argument. I feel like the ground is accelerating upward, but it's not. But you can think of it as it is, kind of.
Right, yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically say whatever you have to in order to make the Earth still a globe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Unless you have to be a globe, just whatever.
Like, to me, relativity is such a. Like, I get it. I understand what is being put forth, but at some point you have to be able to measure things within the reality of where they're existing. And I feel like lots of times relativity can be used as an excuse to not do so.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. Well, what's really going on is that they do this a lot, and maybe they realize they're doing it, maybe they're not, but they basically say, here's a complicated idea. I understand the complicated idea, and therefore the complicated idea is true. Right. Well, there's no reason to think that it's true just because it's complicated and you understand it. I mean, that's ego talking about.
Yeah. And I don't know, sometimes the tactics, the rhetoric, whatever you want to call it, in here can be a little too much, just a little too frustrating, when it's like you can clearly state something in a way that shows that you obviously understand it, and the person responding can respond with well, since you obviously don't understand, let me go ahead and explain it to you. Let me go ahead and teach you, you peon.
Yeah, and then they give you like the explanation for it, which is the thing that you're challenging in the first place.
Right, exactly.
I think that by just explaining it again, then now you'll accept it.
Yeah, it's just like let me restate it over again since you don't understand. It's like, no, I get it. I'm not in agreement with it. That's the contention.
Yeah. Well, I like to use the kind of axiom, not axiom, like the illogical statement: goblins are green, therefore grass is green. And you're saying, hold on, I know grass is green, but I don't think it's because goblins are green, right? And then they're coming back to you and saying, well, you obviously don't understand the goblins are green. It's like, what?
What the fuck are you talking about?
They're saying in the chat that this is an echo chamber, and I'm disagreeing with them. Clearly isn't, is it?
Right.
Yeah. That's just a standard, like, low IQ, and I hate to use that term, but it's a standard low IQ response to if they can't substantiate an argument or something. I'm not looking at the chat, but I'm sure it's like, well, this is just an echo chamber, and if you didn't have people blah blah blah. No, actually, a lot of the people in the room are just here to deflect, distract, and completely shut down conversation. So it's not like they're helping it not be an echo chamber. They're just continuing it to be the same echo chamber over and over again, even though there's two sides of the argument lots of times.
Do you want the example? So Dimitri the twin said it's an echo chamber because one time his friend got timed out for saying gravity is real in here.
Which is obviously complete bullshit.
Yeah.
His friend was probably like, gravity is real, you fucking stupid idiot, gay,
Yeah.
CUNT flat earther, right?
It's like timed out. Oh, I only said gravity was real.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what's funny though? Just going along with the low IQ kind of criticisms of like echo chamber. Obviously, we know why that's like stupid. But the other one that I find hilarious is the Dunning-Kruger insult. Right? I don't know if you've heard my rant on the Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah, I know you're going to say it.
Yeah.
I'll let you say it.
Right. Napalm, have you heard me say this?
No, I don't know if I've heard your explanation of it, but go ahead.
Okay. So when someone uses Dunning-Kruger as an insult, then it actually proves that they are suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect. And here's how. The Dunning-Kruger effect is an effect that effectively states that someone relative to the mean of their understanding or ability will tend to either overestimate or underestimate that ability, right? So if they are below that mean, they'll tend to overestimate that ability. And if they are above the mean, they'll tend to underestimate the ability. Now, if you're using the Dunning-Kruger effect as an insult, you don't fully understand the Dunning-Kruger effect, which means that you are overestimating your ability to understand the effect relative to the mean.
That's hilarious. Because that's true. That is true. That's funny.
So if anyone ever uses it as a pure insult, then it's like, yeah, you just played yourself, bro. Well done.
Right. That's one of my favorites. The Dunning-Kruger. It's like that, right? So somebody saying, "Oh, it's just Dunning-Kruger," or word salad, or like Bob's favorite insult. That's just a bunch of derp.
Right.
Like, okay, if it's word salad, if it's derp, or if it's Dunning-Kruger, can you not address any portions of the argument or any of the words that were said? Like,
Well, this is the thing as well. It's like another one of Bob's favorites is endlessly bleating about tobacco scripts. But of course, he has his own, which is what he refers to all the time. So again, it's just projection. He's got a nice little script that he likes to repeat ad nauseum, and he's projecting that onto us.
Yep. And that echo chamber one's funny because lots of times when there aren't Globers around, we'll start to get into conversations where we're trying to figure some things out or trying to spitball or trying to, move forward the conversation. And that's all it takes for somebody to catch wind of it and come in and derail the conversation and take it back to the meaningless dribble that's been going on for years.
Yeah. Yeah, they have to come in and damage control sooner or later. Anyway, Flatty, good to hear from you. Hope you're doing well, mate.
You're talking to Flatty, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, dude. My wife walked in. I was talking to her. I missed all that.
Oh, no, I just said good to hear from you.
Yeah, cool, man. Yeah, you too. You work last night, Crypto?
So what? Sorry.
Did you work last night?
No, I had a rare Friday off, which was nice.
Nice.
Chilled out at home. Couldn't be asked to go anywhere. Had an early night, so it was good. What about you?
Nah, I did absolutely nothing, man.
Sweet.
I finished watching. Have you seen that? Do you watch TV much? Happy Valley, it's like a pop kind of show on BBC.
I don't really do TV, sorry.
Yeah, I don't normally, but it was pretty good. It was recommended. It's pretty good as far as the British TV cop shows go.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I basically, whenever I watch TV, I'm just like, all of the propaganda just slaps me in the face. It's like, oh, right, okay, yep, they're still pushing all of this shit. Okay. And then I just switch it off again.
Yeah, it's everywhere in it, man. It's fucking terrible.
I was watching that, I got forced to watch an episode of Euphoria about maybe a month ago because a couple of mates wanted to watch it. And fuck me, that is the shittest program I have watched in a long time.
I haven't seen it, man.
It's just awful. It's just literally like a bunch of degenerates. It's just like let's have a show about a bunch of degenerates. There's a tranny in there, of course. You know, there's everyone's having sex with everyone, and everyone's on drugs, and it's just like this is the worst show ever. Was basically what I was thinking.
It all shows are like that these days, and I feel like they have to show infidelity, right? Like every single show has to show some form of infidelity, and a lot of it.
Yep,
it's ridiculous.
Yeah, and you got to make sure you're pushing all sorts of things. So you got to make sure you're pushing the race mixing. You got to be pushing the trans stuff. You got to be pushing the drugs. You got to make sure that everyone sleeps with everyone. It's like all of the left-wing virtues have to be pushed hard in these shows.
Yeah,
right? All of them. And that's the reason I don't bother with it anymore. So there's always a globe reference, like even though it's got nothing to do with the globe, it's like there's always a globe on a desk somewhere. Do you know what I mean? It's like anyway.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Flatty, do you know the band Sam I Am? Does that ring a bell?
Dude. Yeah, I don't know them. I've heard the name. So
yeah, like early '90s, like skate punk.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just came out with a new album. My buddy sent me a link because their pre-sales to the new album are, I think it's all just vinyl. There may be maybe a CD, but he knows that I collect vinyl, so he's like, dude, Sam I Am, because we saw them back when, I don't know, I think it was like 93, 94, something like that. I was like 13, 14 years old.
Yeah, I think they've been in a few skate films and that,
yeah,
on some people's parts. Yeah.
Pretty good band. But they're coming out with a new album, so they're going on tour. So my buddy was looking it up, and he was looking at it, and my buddy still lives in St. Louis, which is about 14 hours from where I live here in Florida.
Yeah,
and it's like, oh, they're actually going on tour. They're going on tour with Bouncing Souls. I was like, cool, I like Bouncing Souls. Maybe we'll do that. And he's like, well, there's a show up here. And I looked at it and I was like, well, shit, there's a show down here 5 days later. I was like, maybe I'll drive up. We'll meet up. We'll drive back. He's got a couple of vacation homes that he owns on the way back down here. So we're starting to plan this whole road trip. He's like, dude, we got to hit up a bunch of skate parks because he's my buddy who skates. So we started planning this like road trip, and then he realized, he's like, oh shit, my daughter's graduating high school, so her graduation party's like right there.
Oh, no.
Oh, fuck. Because we were going to hit
the one near you.
Both shows. Yeah, it was Bouncing Souls, Sam I Am, and Swinging Utters, and somebody else. Yeah. And we were trying to plan some sort of, old guys in their 40s epic fucking skate park road trip. Didn't quite work out.
Well, it would have been good if you pulled it off.
I know. It was a good idea. Maybe some other time.
I'm back in 5.
And I think my buddy can actually still kind of rip pretty well. Me not as much anymore.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Some of the boys are just still awesome. You know, some are even into their 50s, still ripping.
Yeah.
I had a back injury, and it's just kind of put me out of the game, really. It's my excuse.
After I broke my leg, I just haven't been doing it as much. Just haven't been into it. Tougher for me to get out these days. I have so much shit going on.
I got a friend he'd be 50 this year, and he hadn't skated for, I don't know, 5 years. He's been surfing, like touring the world surfing. And he came home, he's like, I can start skating again. And he went on his first day, broke his femur. Put him out forever, I think. A nightmare.
Yeah, I need to start doing some more surfing too, actually. Unfortunately, I'm on the west coast of Florida, so we don't get as much consistency in our waves as the East Coast does, and the East Coast doesn't get as consistent as a lot of other places. So
Whereabouts is Cocoa Beach?
that's the East Coast. So I'm not. It's a little under 2 hours for me to shoot over to Cocoa.
Okay.
So it's not bad. I've made that drive quite often, but that's back when I had like a surf buddy, and when you don't have a surf buddy, taking that trip by yourself isn't always as not as motivating.
Yeah. At least you don't have to wear wetsuits all year round, like we do.
Yeah, no, not at all. Only in the wintertime here. And even then, like guys from like the West Coast or whatever, if somebody's here from California or whatever and they decide they want to surf even in the wintertime, usually like most of the time they'll even be able to go without a wetsuit or certainly with just a spring suit. Whereas native Floridians will be like 100% bundled up. Because we're like, oh, the water temp's below 88. Yeah, I'm contemplating a spring suit.
Yeah, man. I know what you mean. We occasionally get board shorts weather here. Not often. It has to be a really warm summer.
And even then, your water temps are probably still in the 70s?
Yeah.
60s?
Yeah, it's not, you can do an hour, I'd say, before you kind of start feeling numb.
Yeah. I always judge it like based on usually my pool, because I don't have a heater on my pool, so my pool usually trends with about what the golf is, like the golf temp. And it's like once I know my pool's getting below 85.
You know the WCT, the World Championship Tour.
Uh-huh.
And then there's the qualifiers tour. So there's like another kind of in slightly different places, the kind of people who are getting into the bottom. And a couple of years ago, they had a competition in like the Hebrides Islands in Scotland, and that's probably colder than I've ever been. I didn't go up, but only the Brits kind of qualified because none of the Americans or Brazilians, Australians can handle the cold. Like they're in 6 mil wetsuits, It was
with hoods and booties.
And they just couldn't do it. Like it's mad.
Yeah, there's a lot to be said for that. I mean, when you're not used to it, it takes a toll on your body. Your body has to be able to get used to it, and it's like me. I'm down here at sea level. I think the average height above sea level in this state is like maybe 15 feet, and I when I go hiking or whatever, the guys I'm meeting up with that are, at all various elevations throughout the country, like I struggle when we're hiking at elevation way more than everybody else, just because I'm so used to breathing 14.7 psi of atmosphere, that once it starts getting thinner,
Yeah.
I wear out a lot quicker than the guys that are
Yeah.
even, used to being at a couple 100 feet, if not 1,000. So
Yeah, I'm the same. Been at sea level forever.
yeah, I gotta get running here. Just getting my stuff together. Got to go do some shit today.
Some lawns to cut.
What's that?
Got your side hustle today, your lawns?
No. I have to take my wife's car over across the bay to get serviced. My parents are over there. They winter down here, so meet up with them. And my uncle's coming up from Miami, so we're gonna go meet up with them. My uncle that I've met maybe 3 times in my whole entire life. So
That's a whole thing then, man.
yeah. So go meet up with them, and then I have a hockey game later this evening that we have to get back over here for. So I got to get all my hockey shit together beforehand. So
Cool. Have a good one, man.
yeah. Good talking with you, boys.
See you later.
See you later.
See ya.
Funny, Flatty, that like the words or the phrase, sorry, side hustle kind of like glorifies effectively just having a second job.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
It's like you're hustling. Well, why
You've
is
got a
everyone
bunch of side hustles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, why is everyone hustling? Because no one's got any fucking money. Great. These jobs don't pay well enough. Great. To be fair, my entire income is just made up of side hustles. But like, I feel sorry for people who have like they've got a 50-hour work week and then they go and work Saturdays because the 50-hour work week doesn't pay the rent and bills.
Yeah,
Like,
that's struggling, man, isn't it? That's no time for yourself ever.
there's so many people who live like that as well. It's really awful. I just feel really sorry for people like that, but unfortunately, the financial system is designed to do that. So we can't,
Yeah, there's like a level above like claiming benefits and below kind of middle class, whatever, doing well. There's that in between bit in it where it's just like you're paying full tax. You're kind of, you haven't got any spare money. And it's hard to get out of.
Well, you have to make some sacrifices or some difficult choices, don't you? And I think that it's one of those strange things, isn't it? Like people will say, "Oh yeah, our slavery was really bad because you'd work all these hours and you wouldn't have any money and you wouldn't own anything." It's like, well, okay, how is that different from the average person today? It's actually worse in some ways, because let's just say that you've got some dead end job in Burger King or whatever. Like if you were a slave, that they still have to feed you and house you. Whereas if you work for Burger King and they fire you, well, now you can't afford your rent. You are literally homeless. So I'm not saying it's like generally. I'm just saying in some ways it is. There's a level of security that came with it. As bad as it was. Nowadays, everyone's like, "Oh yeah, just have your shit job in Burger King and then have a side hustle so that you can actually, have any money at all." Like, brilliant. Do you know what the real joke of it is?
What's that, man?
Rich people don't have jobs.
Yeah.
So
And don't pay tax.
don't pay that. So like you're being told, oh yeah, if you just work harder, you'll become rich. And you know, I'm looking around at all these rich guys thinking, well, none of them work. So you know, that advice clearly isn't the correct advice.
Yeah, but they use their family's money. They worked hard for what they've got. They used daddy's money to get where they are.
Yeah, Daddy obviously had a full-time job, didn't he? No. But the obvious thing is that money comes from assets. And if you're not acquiring assets, you'll never be rich. It really is that simple.
You did say assets and not ass sex, yeah.
I mean, it depends who your agent is. But yeah, I did say assets. What are we talking about? Jeremy, did you move to the Sphere yet?
Jeremy has always been a baller.
That's a serious allegation there, Tim.
Well, I guess the bait didn't work.
As I like to call him, Spheremy.
Well, I do enjoy that he's at times playing devil's advocate. Might seem tedious to some people, I guess, but it is good to be challenged at times. Like,
yeah, I think it's fun.
If you cannot challenge what you think you know, are you really pursuing truth?
Well, the frustration for me is that a lot of the things that I really like to discuss, other people don't want to engage with me on. You know what I mean? It's just like, I want to be challenged because there might be issues there, but no one wants to fucking talk about it. Luckily, the flat Earth isn't one of them. But
yeah, I know. There is some topics that I also wish that that was more up there.
Right. They tend to be the obvious censored topics that you're already aware of.
Yeah, like I mean, I also wanted like maybe the positive discussion, like what kind of solutions, what kind of new society, what kind of new monetary system, what kind of these kind of ideas, like really explore. Like, let's say that we bring down this evil cabal that is controlling the world. What then? Because then we're having the ruins of the quote unquote old world. How do we build it up again? How do we get this good infrastructure? What is a good system for everyone?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, so it's almost like you're saying, well, if this kind of control system is going to come in, how can we point it in the right direction and maybe have it so that it's like beneficial in some way?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And I've thought about this. Is like with if digital money replaces kind of like fiat currency, it could be a good thing if it was implemented by moral actors.
Yeah, so, by the people, for the people.
Yeah, exactly. So, for instance, if you were to say, like, I don't know, you might say, we're going to be more generous with the benefit system, but the coin is coded so that it can only be accepted by small businesses, right? So all of the money that goes in benefits to kind of, the working class or whatever is then given to small businesses and not to large conglomerates. So then that stays in the local community and helps local communities to make something of themselves, right? Yeah. That would be a fantastic use of, say, a digital coin. But what's really going to happen is that they're just going to say, right, your money expires now, so you've got a year to spend it, so you can't amass it. That's what's actually going to happen.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I feel you. I mean, there's this Danish dude. He is an ex-Goldman Sachs investment banker, and he got fired because he started to ask questions like, every time we move into a country, that country always end up in insane debt and stuff like that. So he got fired because asking these kind of questions, and that's kind of his intro to seeking truth and all that kind of stuff. And he has this idea that we could actually eliminate all income tax, like taxing of living humans is not necessary to actually have a richer society. And all it would take is a 1% transfer tax. So if you spend money, like, you will have to pay that 1%. But that also means that there is no tax haven in the country where this is implemented in. So Nike that is buying, shoes from Thailand for like 33 cents and maybe some transport and stuff like that, and selling them for $200 here in Denmark, they pay 1% of that. Yeah, that is more than if they had the tax haven, but it would also result in that the population in Denmark would be richer overall and would have money to buy more Nike shoes, for example.
Right. And, yes. Yeah, but the issue with that, of course, isn't the fact that it wouldn't work. It's the fact that income. So how we talk about lefties love to talk about taxing the rich, right?
Yeah.
But of course, the rich don't pay any tax. Well, they don't pay a lot of tax because the ultra wealthy have teams of accountants to help them pay as little tax as possible. So really, what tax the rich actually means is tax the people who are making like 120k a year, right? Or whatever. So effectively, what you're actually doing is you're taxing the middle class. So you're saying the poor are too broke to pay any tax. The middle class are going to get taxed through the arsehole. Have got too many accountants and lawyers to pay any tax.
Yeah,
So really, but it's deliberately set up that way so that you as a middle class person making a decent living can't become them easily.
yeah, I get that. That's pretty much how the system is now. But with this 1% transfer tax, that would also mean that every time these super rich they are doing any business like transferring any kind of money, they are also paying this kind of tax. And since there is no income tax at that point, then the middle class, the CEOs, and all the way down to the cleaning ladies, like they will not have any income tax at all. So in fact, this 1% transfer tax would actually only be bad for the ultra rich. Everyone else would become wealthier.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would work, but it wouldn't be allowed to work.
Oh, for sure. Well, in this scenario, we of course have control over the money creation. The evil cabal has been put on trial or whatever. People would know, like,
Right.
and we the idea would be that we are moving towards something that is beneficial for the majority. But yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be allowed to work as the world is right now, but it could work. That's the point. Like it would be a positive change if things were changing in the direction of the people.
And I suppose if you had like a digital coin, then you could just have that automatically go to, like you could have it automatically go wherever it needs to go. So you wouldn't even need to kind of administrate that.
Yeah, I mean, digital. Yeah, as you say, like a digital currency isn't the worst thing in the world. Depends who is in control of it in the top. You know?
But I think you're inevitably going to have immoral actors in control of it, and that's why it's so worrisome.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, history is a great tell sign there. No matter how good a society have ever been, it has always end up with some corrupt institutions in the power in the top in the end.
Yeah. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, yeah, we'll see.
Maybe it's something we cannot hide from, and we just have to get the best out of it, I guess. And maybe it is like Mimir says, that we are built to build stuff up, and it has to crumble and be built up again, like an eternal cycle of society, pretty much.
Yeah, well, the issue would be is if you build something you can't destroy.
Yeah, kind of like what they're aiming for.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, we really are fucked. If the singularity comes in, if that actually comes to pass, yeah, we're all fucked. Even the globe government cucks will have a hard time with that.
Well, we are moving in that direction. If you're looking at this in the great picture, like in geopolitics and stuff like that, we have Russia, China, and was it Brazil and Iran or whatever, like some upcoming countries that is all in this BRIC thing where they have started to make. They have. I don't know if they already have it, but they have at least proposed an internal currency between those countries. So, and if they become stronger, while we are breeding less engineers and stuff like that over a year span of, let's say, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, we will have less engineers, but those countries have been built up in that time and maybe have motivated their youth to become the best they can, whereas our youth is being, TikTok dog trained. If you know what I mean or what I'm saying, I might have butchered it completely, but like leveling the curve while these countries is getting stronger. Ours is deteriorating from the inside because of, let's say, reasons like TikTok and worse education, stuff like that. I just see over a year span, if we are moving in the same direction, even without any big events, the flattening of the curve is going to happen, not naturally, but because of these institutions is in play. So the West will become, or the East will become more like the West, or the West will become more like the East, and the entire world would just be like the same status or the same class.
Hey guys, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing fine. I guess I was talking to Crypto, but he left. I don't know when he left.
I was listening to him.
Today's topic about?
We were talking a little bit about some potential. Let's say that we are getting the cabal shut down, and we have to build up a new system that actually works to the benefit for the masses, and not so much about the 0.01% that is earning money from doing nothing and looting the people.
Who's earning money from doing nothing?
Like the super wealthy rich.
How are they earning money without doing nothing?
Interest rates, and pretty much just like transferring money from one place to another place.
Oh, and you can't do that?
Erosion.
Well, I don't have that kind of funds.
Right, but anybody can retire a millionaire in this country, dude. In the United States. I don't know if you are there. Here.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm in a country where we pay 50% taxes.
50% taxes.
If we calculate everything up, yeah, approximately 39% income tax plus like 10% of various taxes.
That sucks, man.
Yeah,
I would
it's what it
hate
is.
to live there.
Well, our wages is also a bit higher, so it feels like we are getting approximately the same, but we are also getting free healthcare and school and stuff like that on top of that.
So it sounds like it's a Western country.
It's Denmark, so Scandinavia.
Okay, then I would think that you would have some sort of index fund that you can invest in to earn high interest rates as well.
I mean,
Yeah.
it's not impossible, but there is still a power structure that has been going on for hundreds of years. And sure, you can break out of the matrix and become rich on your own, but the route is long and hard.
I mean, I guess I don't understand what it has to do with other people.
Well, it was more in the grand scheme of things how the world is run right now and how it could be run in a better way. For example, remove income tax completely and implement a 1% transfer tax. That means that living people are not being taxed, but they are. When you're spending $100 anywhere, $1 of that will go into taxes. If a big multinational company is selling for $10 million or $100 million of shoes in that country, and they have to transfer those money out, 1% will go into taxes and stuff like that.
Right, but I would still think you have like something like a fund that you can invest in. Like I have a hard time believing that people can't save money for retirement, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
again, I don't know if it's the same.
It wasn't really what we were talking about. Sure, there is funds. Sure, there is ways to do better for yourself. But that was not really what we were talking about. It was more like if this system were to crumble and we had to build something better up that was designed in a better way than to benefit the few. Nice, you fixed it.
Oh, the cube. It's pretty easy. It's just memorizing algorithms. It has nothing to do with. Like, did you know? I mean, I keep coming back to this. I know that this isn't necessarily what you were talking about, but I think it's an interesting point to make. But did you know that in the United States, at least, again, I don't know if it's the case in other places, you will retire a millionaire if all you do is save $100 a month from the time you're 20 to the time you're 40, and put them in like a high yield index fund or a mutual savings account, and you'll have over $1 million by the time you retire, right? And I think that almost everybody in this country. What's up?
Starting at what age?
For 40 years, right? It doesn't really matter what age you start. So it could be from the time you're 20 to the time you're 60.
Got it.
And if you start later, all you have to do is save a little more, right?
If you do,
Well, bro, I'm 40, so it looks like I got 20 years is real saving tight there. No, I'm just kidding.
if you do about $500 a month, which is, I know it's tight for some people, but if you do $500 a month, you'll be a millionaire by the time you're 40 if you start at 20.
Oh yeah, for sure. Actually, let me do the calculator. Compound interest calculator. If you start from zero and you save $500 a month,
yeah,
for 20 years, let's say an interest rate of 10%. At 10%, it would be $343,000. But let's make it a bit better interest rate. Yeah, it's about $500,000, actually. I don't think it's quite $1 million.
I'm just trying to think about I guess it was more than 500. It's like more than 500 compounding and increasing that to more like 1,000 a month or so. What's 1,000 a month for 10 years?
1,000 a month for 10 years at what interest rate?
10. Well, I would probably, let's do 11 and
11?
11 and a half is
11.5 interest rate?
Yeah, is the average, yeah.
That's only about $200K in 10 years.
And then, so if you get and then if you compound that the first 10 years, so yeah, I guess it doesn't.
The amount of the 10 years is pretty low. That really fucks you. If you make that like 20 years, that goes up to almost $1 million.
You're talking about saving and investing in this fucking system that's already happening. What Tim was talking about.
What Tim was
talking about. Yeah, but what Tim was talking about was like completely redoing it.
No, I know. I know that this has nothing to do with what he was talking about. I just came into the conversation.
I stepped out for a second, so I didn't know.
Yeah, no, I was just mentioning that I think most people don't know about like these funds where you can put in your money and it'll just grow.
Yeah, that's a problem as well. We don't get educated on how to save, and it's a kept secret by the people that do it. If you don't know, you don't know.
That's pretty tame in here.
Yeah.
I actually have a question. Have you guys seen that documentary Behind the Curve? That's the
one from Netflix, right?
That's right. There's an experiment in that film where they measure the rotation of the Earth, right? Like flat earthers say, oh, there should be no rotation, and they measure a rotation of something like 15 degrees an hour. What is a canonical explanation for that?
I'm not 100% sure. I don't think I watched it actually, but if it is what I think it is, it's Bob from Globebusters or something like that was doing the experiment, and it did show a 15-degree drift an hour or something like that. But they did some further tests after the video was done with different altitudes and longitudes and latitudes, and they got different results or something like that. So I think the conclusion was a bit different. I cannot recite it 100%, but maybe there is other people here who knows this a little better than me.
I've got I can point you to the direction of Bob and Odell talking about how they done him dirty. Oh, let me find the link to that.
Yeah, I knew there was something like that.
Yeah, I think he was the guy who did the experiment, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it's not the first time that some producers have done Flat Earthers dirty. There is the Net Geo show that also clipped and cherry picked and left things out some years back. I can't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, they like to do Flatties dirty.
Yeah, one I had a link to has disappeared. Not available. Let me find another one.
But yeah, in short, as I said before, it was like after the show, they went out with the same apparatus and they tested it on different longitudes and latitudes, and they got different readings as far as I know. So it didn't give the same drift per hour, and the conclusion was that it was something about that. I can't remember it. I don't want to say anymore because I'm probably just gonna fuck it up.
Was there another Chinese balloon spotted near Hawaii shooting lasers or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that about?
I
Was
don't
it
know.
that?
I just saw a headline about it, but I do know that it was there.
you know, what they call it Never Never Land. They ain't never gonna be a globe, baby. What y'all doing this morning? But rich and compelling. Riveting story, absolutely. No, I'll talk at once. Yeah, so I guess people like to keep serious enough over here. So, um, I want to know what people were thinking. I don't think many are talking about it now, but I want to know what people were thinking when they started to say that you could measure things in reality with pixels from a screen. So you're looking through a screen at something in reality, and you can use pixels to physically measure, determine left, right, up, down, height, width, depth of something in frame. Is that true? People think you can use pixels to measure now? I don't know. Strange world we live in, kids. the new class of anti-flat earther has developed that nobody really wants to talk about. Nobody wants to try to categorize it. But so you got three classes of the globe believer that we talked to. You got the glober, regular guy, nothing bad, nothing good, just regular glober. You got an anti-flat earther who's a big piece of shit. But they've looked into it, and they're still choosing to be, wrong. And they come at us and they bitch and they cry and they whine. But they might actually be learning something. Then you've got the people who come here to come against us as people. Those are called scumbags. Thanks.
Yeah, don't even look at the population as like globers or flat earthers. Most people are just people. And then you have anti-flat earthers or globers, people that defend a model that makes absolutely no sense for no reason really, except because I think they're terrified, that, oh my goodness, they're in a special position. There must be a creator. I got to stop watching porn now. So I think that got to be it, man. Because when I talk to people in the world about this stuff, it's just normal conversation. We just start talking about it and they're like, man, now that it's 2023, we have so much information to the point anyone that hears you out and listens to what you have to say, it's hard to refute.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. You know what they do, and I fall victim to it every day, is instead of talking to people out in the world as we go out about our lives, we spend a lot of our free time yelling at people who are there specifically to make sure we're not out on the streets spreading truth. So that's, like I said, I fall victim to it all the time. It's an addiction of mine. I'm not going to lie about that because I know I'm on the righteous side of genuine truth. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't, wouldn't care.
Yeah, true that. I hear it. I think, it's like what happens at first is you just need to obtain the information. So that way you can, you have the right tools to fight the battle, right? We have our, all the different pieces of the armor, everything that we need to be on the side of truth. And then, eventually it becomes like, oh man, this is kind of addicting. Like, just, being in these things, and it does hinder you from getting out into the world and talking about it. But I think that was like one of the big things with 2023. I'm like, all right, it's time that we just, time to get this word out there and share it, regardless of, how I might have felt before. And I've never, you should never really care what another person thinks of you based on some kind of belief like that. But it does get a little difficult when people keep harping and being that. It's not like we want to be a flat earther. It's just that we know truth and we follow truth. And that's it.
Absolutely right. 100%. My boss knows that I'm a flat earther. We talk about it a lot. It's the first thing he said when he hired me, because my wife's a flat earther too, and we both met him, my boss, at the same time. And he just got to talking about stuff because he didn't take the juices and all that stuff, and he's a critical thinker. He's kind of an upright citizen. He knows what the hell he's talking about, what he's doing in his life. And so he got to talking about all that kind of stuff, and then I said, he goes, what's the craziest conspiracy that he said that you believe in? I said, well, it's not really a belief. And he goes, oh shit. I'm like, yeah, you know what I'm about to say. And he goes, you're a flat earther, aren't you? And I said, yeah, we both are. And he goes, I knew I was going to meet one of you motherfuckers someday. He started laughing and just like cutting it up with me about it, right? It's not judgmental at all. He's like, fuck, they lied to us about everything else. They might as well lie to us about that as well. My boss is fucking down the clown, man. He's a good guy. But anyway, yeah. Like you got to tell, like, I'm not going to talk to customers about flat Earth unless it goes there. And then if they go there, I'll be like, well, hey, hang on a sec now. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of, you got to ease it in there to people. And yeah, you're right. Most people are receptive to it just because it's something they don't even think about, right? They're they're what's the word? They're intrigued to be able to think about something other than their daily grind, other than their daily what they receive from YouTube and mainstream and this, that, and the other, and their parents and their grandparents, right? Tradition and all this shit. You got to escape all that somehow, and it's nice to provide people with a thought avenue down which they can explore, and perhaps for the rest of that day too, if you it's just about playing seeds, really.
Yeah. I mean, people think already that there's something wrong, and when you present this as the thing that's wrong, it's like, oh, no wonder it feels like everything's wrong. If we don't even know what we stand on, if you don't know the ground you stand on, you can't hold your ground.
That's right. I think there's a quote that goes, if something about standing for nothing, I don't know. If you don't stand for something, you stand for nothing, or fuck. I don't know what
Yeah.
it's called. I need my
Yeah.
coffee. But
Yeah. No, it's huge. It's a
no,
really,
no.
it's
Here it is. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. I think it's something like that. I don't know.
yep.
Someone will look that up. Yeah.
Yep, I've heard that for sure. Yeah, I think that's true too. That's a huge ordeal. I just find it crazy. It's the same way around my life too. I go to like a bait shop a lot of days because I like to fish a lot. So, and all these guys at the bait shop, you become friends, and they all know after a while that I'm a flat earther or whatever. I never get pushed back. What I end up getting is, poked at a little fun, but then they bring questions, and then when I answer them with an actual answer that explains their phenomena they're trying to figure out, you could see their eyes like kind of light up a little, and
Yep.
the next day they'll make fun of me again, but it's just like, I know it's okay. I know one day you're gonna come to me with the real questions.
Yeah, dude. Absolutely. The bully makes fun of something he doesn't understand. So
That's right.
That's the bottom line.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, this has been a really great short talk. Who is this, by the way? Because I got to head into work, but I want to know who I was talking to.
Yeah, man. My name's Matt. I'm Torah for Ya on here.
Or for ya. Right on, brother.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll talk to you a little bit later. You have a good day, all right?
All right, brother. I'll see you later.
All right, peace.
Bye.
So has anybody seen Rumpus's 5 Laws of Globe yet?
Jeremy's been over at Bev's a lot. He might have seen it. I saw it for like 2 seconds. But how'd that go?
I'll repost them.
Well, I mean, I guess you're mentioning it if anybody's watched it, so you could discuss it. I watched. What part did I watch? I watched where Bev was pointing out that Rumpus was creating points and different horizontals anywhere while extending the globe radius as needed to curve to then just make horizontal a point that seems to curve if you connect the dots. That's about all I saw.
Good observation. That's exactly it. Right now, we've relegated them to what I call single point geometry, single point horizontal. So to them, horizontal is a single point. Totally ludicrous.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be. It has to be. I mean, yeah, for them, it has to be. It's more interesting how they get to that point where, the model affliction, meaning horizontal. Now it has to be because they're using horizontal, to measure drop. And then when they're, I don't want to get into that. But what were some other 5 point? So it's called the 5 points.
So 5 points. So the first one is Earth is a globe. What a way to start, huh?
Yeah.
Earth is a globe, and the globe is spherical.
Huh.
And we got down is towards the center of the Earth.
Yep, I saw that. That's how you get your. That's how then you connect the two lines. You have the one line going through the center of Earth on one side and another side, and then wherever you make those points, you connect these dots, and that's the horizontal line, which is increasing the radius.
That's assuming that the Earth has a center.
Yeah. That's assuming the Earth has the center. Correct, Silent. And what else funny about that one? Down is towards the center of the Earth. What other implications does that have?
Well, SE's favorite that down is up. Yeah, that's your favorite.
Yeah, down is everywhere, and down is up in their fantasy model.
Is that connected all to the so like what Rufus will bring up? Rufus will bring up that every acceleration from a point then becomes deacceleration. Almost like the analogy is like you're never really living. You're always dying. So it's like as soon as you're born, you're dying. So as soon as you start to accelerate, you're actually decelerating. So as soon as you're going up, you're actually going down in that moment.
Well, they have some crazy implications, yeah. So let's go to the third one. Unless somebody wants to comment more on this crazy down is towards the center of the Earth. All right. So we'll move to the third one. Elevation is the fundamental concept of the distance from the center of the Earth.
Yep. Therefore, like I said this a bunch. Therefore, you in order to find out to ever establish a horizontal line, you first need to know the radius of the Earth, presuppose it, know where its center is, and that's the only way to get a horizontal line is to first know the radius of the Earth.
Correct. On top of that, we know that elevation is measured from sea level. right?
Right.
So there goes that one. Okay, let's go to the next one. Horizontal is tangent to a conceptual surface as defined by a radius and is perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah, I think I said that just a minute ago. I've been saying that for a while. Like, that's what's so crazy. Like, I'll ask somebody, like, how would you ever find there? I've been saying it for a while. You'll never, in the glow model, you'll never have a horizontal to measure from unless you first go to say know the radius, know the center of the radius, then measure the elevation, the length from the center to the surface. So how has anybody ever measured curvature or drop on the surface from a horizontal baseline when they need to first know the radius of the Earth, the distance from the center, in order to establish a horizontal line from two different points?
Absolute nonsense. Center of it, and he even says horizontal is tangential to a conceptual surface. Conceptual.
If anybody's got any financial questions, you could just ask me, okay?
Yeah, sure. We'll keep that in mind.
I don't know if you were here the other day for fucking Good White in the crypto talk. That show's hilarious, bro.
Yeah, I heard I was dying of laughter. He didn't know a single thing about it, right? That one?
Yeah, he had like all the opposite answers and shit. It was funny.
Yeah, I heard part of that.
So that was number 4. Was that that one was a long one. What was number 4 was
elevation is the fundamental concept. Was it? No, that number 3. Number 4 is horizontal is tangent to a conceptual surface as defined by a radius and is perpendicular to vertical.
You know what it sounds like? They're owning the contradiction. They're like owning it. It's like the contradiction that maybe Bev has brought out in them to like have them face to where it's like you should now drop this and walk away. It sounds like they're owning it.
Yeah. These are what I call accepted paradoxes. In other words, in order to be a baller, you have to accept paradoxes. You have to accept contradictions. It's a must.
This was this number 5.
Number 5 is my favorite one of all. Straight lines are straight and curved lines are not.
Well, that's okay, right?
Yeah, that one's spot on, as they say.
So so is that that's Rumpus's rule that straight lines are straight and curved lines are not? How does he apply that to his I guess formula?
He doesn't, because if you hear the presentation that he makes, he breaks every one of these rules. When it comes to horizontal, that straight line disappears, becomes curved, and a curved line becomes straight.
Well, like Zanuck the other day defined a straight line as the shortest distance between 2 points, which I'm not going to disagree with, right? But they say, well, if we're on how do you measure that from the surface of a globe? Well, the shortest distance would be on the surface, which would be a curved line, or else you'd have to go through the center. But you get what I'm saying? So they could use that almost in a tricky way. Well, it's our shortest distance that we could do. Therefore, it's a straight line.
Yeah, if you hear the presentation, I'm going to post it soon. He does a 20-minute presentation. He breaks every one of those laws at the end.
I hate Rumpus's voice.
Well, that last one, Blue had a say in it. So the first part Straight lines are straight, that's rumpuses. And curved lines are not, that's blues. Blue added that one in there.
Big Blue. He's on meds too.
Well, everybody at that age, believe it or not, you're going to be on meds too if you reach that age.
Nah, it's a fucking AM station that I listen to in the morning. They always play this commercial, and then they end the commercial with Big Lou. He's on meds too.
Yeah, Big Blue and Blue Marvel Science. Blue Marble Science, sorry. Yeah, so those are the 5 laws of globe. I thought I'd bring them to you guys.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I've been aware of these, some of these, but it's difficult for me to put into like an argument. You know, just you got to really have like the energy and you know they're gonna obviously they don't want to stick to that argument. They want to take you off in the weeds to something else like, well, satellites right in the middle of it. But yeah, I've been aware of these things.
Well, look at the first law. 'Tis globe. That's the first axiom. So you take it from there, right?
Or they can. I mean, you can start with that, I guess, if you're trying to falsify or prove it. But like that test that I was talking about. All right, so I don't know if I call it a test, but that demonstration that I was talking about performing with you. I mean, that would presuppose a globe, or that would try to falsify either one. And then I was getting it. This is why I'm kind of glad that Jeremy went over to those for a little bit, because all right. So you saw I'll refresh. You remember the test was you take a 20-foot pole, you put it on a car, you put it on a basketball court inside of a warehouse or something, and you have a lidar scanner at the top and the bottom, and you run it for 100 hours. And after 100 hours, if the Earth is a globe, then the top lidar should read a longer distance because it's an arc segment versus the bottom being a smaller arc segment. If the Earth is flat or horizontal in nature, then they should both read the same, right? But like Jeremy was saying, well, you got to make sure you don't do it on a flat surface, because then it'll just give you a false reading of horizontal. And I was and then like three Globers chimed in like, yeah, because if you make it a level basketball court, then that's just going to form a tangent to the globe, so it won't prove either way. I'm like, are you guys fucking kidding? You're telling me level is horizontal, which would be a tangent to the globe? Like, how are you not knowing what you're saying right now? You're saying the Earth is flat. Do you not realize that? Like, no. We're saying that level would form a horizontal plane on the globe. It's like, fuck, man. Which is good, but I don't know. I just, if they don't accept it, what I mean by is I don't know how to really like carry on the argument. It's like, I just feel like your eyes should just open and you should realize what you're saying, and that should be it. How do I have to explain it further? But
Yeah, the geometry and the water thing is one of their biggest downfalls. They just sound nonsensical when they talk about that. Absolute nonsense.
like anybody if I anybody who's not in the argument, if I told them, hey, let's do this demonstration to see what happens, right? If I don't tell them it's about proving a globe, right? If I were to say, hey, what would happen with this test, right? We just take a 20-foot pole and a bumper car, whatever, we run it at 20 mile an hour circle for 2 years. Are they going to read the same? Every single person would be like, absolutely. That's ridiculous. What are you, retarded? They would ask me. And then if I say to them, but you know that if it's a globe, the top one should read a longer arc segment distance than the bottom one, then it might be a different story.
Yeah, it's comical. Just want everybody to see their blaring contradictions.
No, it's good to point out. Yeah, I'm glad you posted the video. It's good to point out. I think I give the Globers, I don't know, too much credit sometimes when I say to them, well, you can't even determine a straight line unless you first know the radius of the Earth and the center of the Earth. I say it to them often, and they just are like, "What are you talking about? You're retarded." I'm like, "Don't you all? I thought you were all in agreement with this. Like, I thought this was the globe argument." You know, and they're like, no, that's not the globe argument. Like, I think you don't know that it is the globe argument. You gotta give them too much credit sometimes.
Hey, Dice Low, you there?
He's out making big money with the crypto, he said.
Good for him.
Yeah, I don't know much about crypto. I don't say it's bad or good.
I was gonna ask him about because he's into the ether, and I discovered this new 120-year-old ether flow energy, radiant energy. So I was wondering if anybody looked into it, and well, Dicelow is one of the people that's into the ether, so I thought I'd ask him, but I guess he's not here.
You ever heard of this guy, Kirscher?
Who?
I think it's Alexander Kirscher, something like that. Kirscher.
Does sound familiar.
He's a let me see. I don't ever know how his first name. Let me just type it in. Kirscher. It's very hard to find information. Uh, Athanasius Kirscher, 1602. He he was a really big deal for a while with magnetism and the ether, and he like he was like one of the first to lay out the magnetic lines, like the magnetic field that goes over the Earth, and then attribute it to the stars and their movement through the sky, and then saying there's a conservation of energy and momentum transferred from the stars' rotation to the air that would through the air that makes all life possible on Earth. And not a lot of people have heard of him. So he came out with something that's like a notable experiment. I think it was called the green light bulb, something like that. I can't remember.
If you have anything on him, post it.
Wish I had more. He wrote 44 books, over 2,000 manuscripts. The first natural history collection. Yeah, and then I mean, people. If you look him up, what you'll find is people calling him a loon, a kook, like all his everything that he ever did is debunked. But that's a line. That's what.
All the great people, when they come up with something that's against the establishment, they're ridiculed at first, without question.
He's like this. Yeah.
Einstein was ridiculed. Like a thousand scientists wrote paper against his, what was it, the general? The special theory of relativity, I think. when he first came out with that nonsense, all the scientists were calling him a mental case. Well, it should have stuck with him, but it didn't.
Did they have to kill any scientists to shut him up?
Yeah.
Like disappear anybody? Talking shit?
I'm not sure if there was stuff like that going on back then. Probably was.
Here's like a video. This is not a very informative video exactly, but it's a sacred geometry video that is attributed to this cursor guy, because that's pretty much like what he was into. Now everything he has is still to this day not really been translated from Latin, so that's a problem, right? But this is just what I'm about to share now. It's just a video of his, I guess, some of his work, like just the pictures of it, so you can just scan through it and kind of see where he was. You can see with your own eyes and interpret your own way, where he was going. Yeah, but to that it just surprises me that this man, we're in this argument, this discussion, ether, magnetic, light propagation, etc. This man is like the father of geometry and magnetism, and he's never discussed or analyzed in this conversation just Einstein's bending and warping of space-time, onto itself in a fourth dimension, which is what like the ether then says it is like pulling energy from a place outside of what we know. So it's, and he just called it space-time with no proof, just the antecedent, just that we know we can't get something from nothing. There's nothing here. It has to be somewhere.
Yeah, this ether thing is really, really weird, because the ether explanation of the all permeating ether all over, that's the same thing as the quantum boys have with their quantum foam, something that gives existence to particles. Both ideas talk about that kind of ether. Now I'm talking about a different kind of ether. You have to think of it as cracking electricity, like when water cavitates, it like blows up, sort of a thing. Think of it like that. It's when you crack electricity and it separates into electromagnetic energy and this other radiant energy. It's crazy. It's like it's hard to think about, but you got to think of it as breaking electricity. That's the best way I can explain it.
I have a video on that, but yeah, Jace was going over it a little bit. He said that it's now being called in mainstream the theory of everything.
The theory of everything.
It's like the everything. It's like the everything theory or something, where it's the weak force and the strong force.
It probably did, and you don't need it for long. You know what I call it? I call it the creator's palette. Right? This is like God territory, what we're talking about now.
Have you seen David LaPointe's videos?
David LaPointe? I don't think so.
Just glance at this. Is this what you're describing with the breaking of electricity?
Does he use like a spark gap?
Yeah.
Then that's what it is. This was accidentally discovered when they would turn off large power stations at the moment that you turn off the switch, there was this electrical discharge, and it was so powerful that it was like people would die from it. So that's where it is. It's like a cracking, a breaking of the electricity. It's crazy to even contemplate, but yeah, that's what it is.
In that superhero movie, isn't that how that guy became like Mr. the Blue Guy? He's like blue and he can travel anywhere. That's what happened to him. What's that movie? I don't remember.
I'm not sure about that, but yeah. But this is real life.
What's that movie? It's a really cool superhero movie, actually, where they're like actually killing people, stuff like that. What's it called? I think it's called Mr. Manhattan or something.
Mr. Manhattan.
Let me see. Yeah, it's called
Blue Guy.
Watchmen, yeah. The blue guy, yeah. In Watchmen. Something like that. But is what I'm picturing when you're describing like the cracking and breaking of electricity. But this guy, Lapointe, he calls it the primer fields.
The primer field? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe watch that one. Might be these are conclusive. Like the one where I just posted, the David Lapointe that I just posted. They're pretty conclusive and have information that's, unlike the Kersher video I put. It's just you can see what he was getting at with and apply it. But yeah, the ether is, I don't know, confusing, and it's different for everybody, I guess, in a way.
Nobody knows what the ether is. Regardless of what they tell you, nobody has a clue what this is. Well,
I would just say
this ether that I'm talking about, they have an idea, but the ether that permeates all in the background, whatever, that nobody has any clue what it is.
Like somebody was asking me, like, why do we even need it, right? Like, why does the discussion come up? In my opinion, I believe it comes up because we see the stars moving, we see the sun moving, we see these things that are just floating in the middle of the sky. Somebody could say they're electric, right? But then what's moving that? But by what mechanism are the sun and stars moving? Like what by what mechanism? What's powering these? Where are they getting their power? And what is telling them what to do? And there's part of the world that would say gravity. Well, it's gravity. But we know it's not gravity. So then what is it?
Who knows? Pressure mediation, electromagnetic toroids, whatever who knows? Like, I mean, you can say anything. One thing we know, we have electromagnetic. That is a guaranteed. We know it exists. We can speculate that the sun works in that way because of the plants and that. So we have something to go with that actually exists, right? Electromagnetism that we know exists.
All the energy from the sun's electromagnetic, right? So.
Yeah. Like plants, right? We can replicate the sun using electromagnetic lamps, right? We know it's electromagnetic. Period. Try
even
growing
based
plants.
on what they say, right? Like they claim it's like a nuclear reactor, but like they're now admitting that's electromagnetic.
Yeah, but like I was just gonna say, try growing a plant using using nuclear or whatever that blue haze that they have. You're never gonna grow a plant with that. But we know with electromagnetic energy, we can grow plants. So, I mean, it's pretty simple.
Well, that's actually electromagnetic. Like they're now, they already unified the weak nuclear force, and they're starting to unify the strong nuclear force with electromagnetism in their own paradigm. Because everything is electromagnetic.
Yeah, it's exactly like it's here. It's tangible, right? The rest of it, who knows?
What did do you remember? What did Jace say it's called now? The mainstream starting to call it the theory of everything.
Okay, yeah, that's just TOE, theory of everything, is just the idea of trying to come up with a theory of physics to explain the quantum all the way to the cosmological scale. So you have like the GUT, grand unified theory, which is trying to unify the forces, the fundamental forces, gravity, electromagnetism, weak and strong nuclear force. Trying to unify those all together. That's the grand unified theory. And then the theory of everything is trying to combine all scales together. So it's just like vague goals, basically. Like, but that's what we were talking about, which is like if you can't explain the big scale, then whatever you're claiming about the small scale must be wrong, because the big scale is made up of the small scale, right? So like physicists know that, and know that they haven't really figured it out until they can come up with the theory of everything.
Well, that's their ultimate goal, and they're just not doing it. They come up with crazy things like to explain gravity. They come up with the craziest one I heard is it's so weak because it's emanating from another universe. Like crazy things like that, like nonsensical things.
Yeah. Well, they say I'm crazy for saying that what they call gravity is actually electrostatic, but it's not point source, meaning it's not like they claim gravity is like not really even pulling things in, but it's like a railroad track guiding things to the center of mass of other things. But that's point specific, right? Like it's drawing it in to a specific point at the center of mass, but gravity is actually not point specific. But anyway, it's like I explained that it's all electromagnetic and specifically electrostatic as to downward acceleration, and that everything's electromagnetic, and that's the dielectric and the magnetic. And anyway, they act like I'm crazy. Like Woodson thinks he knows more than all physicists and all this stuff. And I just came across a theory the other day. It's a unified field theory that's proposed that says that gravity is actually electrostatic and starts with an interaction of charged particles in the background medium, which is pretty funny because that's not exactly what I say, but it is saying gravity is electrostatic. And then I also came across another unified field theory where the guy is doing that very thing, saying that the electromagnetic is the electrostatic and the magnetic together. The electrostatic basically compresses down and creates a motion around it. That motion around it's called magnetism. And then the collapsing function due to that is what they call gravity, which is not entirely wrong. It actually, because gravity is actually, quote unquote, gravity is actually just incoherent magnetism. But I don't know. He explains it's difficult to explain everything gravity needs to explain with that, and it's because you can't explain their little universe with what it really is. So anyway, long story short, like they're just inching towards not necessarily what I've been saying, right? Because I'm just some dude and I just speculate broad ideas, but it is funny that a lot of flat earthers know it's all electromagnetic, and
Well, you're not saying like you're not saying you came up with it. You're saying you could see it coming, and you could see little pieces being put out by people, and you could just see it coming because you know it's not the other thing. I get what you're saying. You're not taking credit for it all. You see it coming.
Yeah, it's just funny. It's just funny they determine validity based on the source, which is stupid, right? Like Russell, he came up with a bunch of brilliant ideas. He was also kind of crazy though, right? So like I'm not gonna dismiss everything that he said because he was crazy. That would be stupid. You look at the information.
I don't know who Russell is, but
Look, we know electrostatics exists, right? We know all these things exist. I mean, you rub a balloon, whammo, So I definitely would go with an electrostatic explanation rather than a space-time. We know that's nonsense, right? But let's just be careful not to say anything definitive, We can explore these things, but really, do we really know?
Well, I can say that based on everything we know, everything's electromagnetic. So we can say that. I don't know. everything that we see is electromagnetic.
Yeah, but that's the effect.
Yeah, and Russell is Walter Russell, just so you know. That's Walter Russell. You never heard of him?
No, I have.
Yeah. I was just making that point. But it's funny because they dismiss stuff based on the source until it comes to Einstein, who was like, a pedophile, ethnic supremacist, psychopath, and all of a sudden it doesn't matter. It's just about the information.
No, the Einsteinian stuff is pure nonsense. Special and relativity. I mean, that's just nonsense. Sheer nonsense. Speculative nonsense. Unproven. You can't verify it. Untestable. Yeah.
Yeah, we've actually debunked it on the quantum scale. Like the quantum scale we do have very precise experiments, right? We just don't understand them, but it debunked relativity long ago.
Yep, it's the patchwork that they came up with. So Newton went a little as far as he could. Then they saw that his stuff didn't work. Then Einstein came along. Let's fix this. Let's do the photon. Let's repair the catastrophe, the ultraviolet catastrophe. Then they came up with the photon, and so on and so forth. All made up patchwork of stuff to explain what didn't work previously.
Well, what's funny is for Newton said for his idea to even begin to work, you have to have an ether, and he proposed an ether theory.
And then, but what is that like? What is that? And that just means you have to have a medium. Is that what it means? A medium that it's all moving through. A consistent background medium.
A medium that doesn't have much friction or viscosity, because they're claiming that gigantic planets are moving around and crazy speeds and stuff. So you need no viscosity or friction or impedance in the medium, and it has to be fluid-like. It has to be like water with no friction, but
kind of like a superfluid helium, kind of like that.
Yeah, pretty much. He pretty much described superfluid. Yeah.
And there is a theory of that describing the universe using superfluid. I had a thing on it. I'll try to find it.
So in this,
we have actual substances, actual things versus the fabric of space-time. That's, yeah.
Correct.
So even if you were to switch out one for the other, like Walter Russell's, fourth dimension source, of energy, right? With this space-time, they're describing the same thing, a fourth dimension, another place outside of 3D space, or with or what's encompassing it, where things accumulate from outside or either side or all sides to a point, or where they're excited at a point and start to become energy.
Yeah, well, space-time doesn't make that claim really. Like space-time doesn't really touch on energy coming from space-time, but yeah, in the sense that it's outside of 3D space, and I don't disagree with that, so if you have a vacuum chamber and you just stare at it, energy will just pop into existence, quote unquote. That's just a real thing. So any theory that's going to work is going to have to acknowledge the source of the energy being outside of the Earth, in my opinion.
I think Essie was touching on that with his breaking of electricity description. I'm not sure if
that's really something that's here. It's just separating. I know it sounds crazy, but it's just separating the electrical charge. I know it sounds mental. It's like separating water, That's like a thing that's here already. I think it's like two kind of ethers, personally. I think it's the one where you can separate out of the electrical charge, and the one he explains coming from space. It's kind of like the same, but it's different. Because one, you can produce it here using a regular DC generator.
Yeah, and this
Tesla
guy's
said
even
that the ether was like rarefied, meaning like when you go up higher in the atmosphere, the air becomes rarefied, like more thin. He said it was like the most rarefied substance ever. So in a way, yeah, he doesn't disagree with what you said right then, but he calls it the primary substance. So basically, he's saying that really the world that we perceive, it's not like there's this separate world. It overlaps with our world. The ether overlaps with our world, and it's rarefied and has tenuity beyond comprehension, which again just like thin, and it's the primary substance, meaning everything that we see comes from it. So it's, yeah, I think we oftentimes think of like if we drew a line, if we had like the material world and we drew a line, and then on the right side would be the ether, on the left side would be the material world, but that's not really how it is. And Tesla would agree, right? It's just more like it's just overlapping the earth, if that makes sense. Like it's overlapping the material world.
I've heard that. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I'm good.
I also heard them describe it as a gas, because the guy who first came up with this, if I'm not mistaken, he's the guy that was part of the periodic, the table, and there was a gas below the what do they call those gases? The not the natural gases. What do they call the I forget the name now. Anyways, it's a gas below that the lowest gas, and he called it a sort of a gas. He referred to it as a gas. Yeah.
Yeah, Tesla said the same thing. Tesla said it was like it behaved gaseous, meaning
that's
like
where Tesla
fluid
got it
like.
from. Yeah.
Yeah, like fluid mechanics. Like like if you have water and you have gas, that's both fluid, but gas is like much more thin or tenuous, less dense. So yeah, basically the ether is like one step further, according to Tesla, right? It's like fluid like, which I agree again, I disagree with Tesla on some things. I think that he didn't have all the information we have. So he was kind of under the notion that light permeates ether, and that doesn't appear to be the case. But yeah, I agree with his fundamental framework. I like everything that we know now. It wouldn't change what he thought. It would just further expand it. Like it's the ether seems to be like a fluid, like it behaves sort of like a gas, but it's in like a state of rest. And when it's put into motion, then we start to see it. Basically, in really crude layman terms, like it's like this fluid, but it's at rest, which in our mind doesn't make sense. But if you look into superfluid, it does make sense, right? Superfluid, you have to put motion into it, though. It just sits there, seemingly in a state of equilibrium, but nothing is. So anyway, long story short, it's like this ocean. It's like this etheric ocean that's just at rest. It's like a state of equilibrium. And when it's put into motion, it manifests what we see on the earth. And that's what Tesla said as well. Tesla said there's like a life-giving force inside of the ether that's putting it into motion.
Yeah, interesting you say that, because he also referred to like a human aura, like when you see saints with that halo kind of a thing. He thought that the body permeated a certain thing like that too, but that's getting off topic. But yeah.
I mean, Tesla was pretty profound, man, to be honest. So he was like a genius from like '85.
Big time genius. Now the thing is that we're just scratching the surface of this 120-year-old technology, if any of it is true, if some of it is true, it's like totally revolutionized. It will revolutionize the world as we know it. Like a complete removal of wires. You know, like I'm looking at a TV that I have on a stand, and there's like I can count like 10 wires on it. You know, and I've hidden some of them in the tubes. It's like wires everywhere. You know, you can't get rid of them. Now imagine a world without wires. That's just one of the benefits we would have. Like Wi-Fi electricity, man. That's what Tesla wanted to do. No wires. Everything is wireless and powered.
Basically, all our greatest technologies have some sort of a point source bearing, whether it be a laser or a magnet. That's required to have that in order for it to work. So, just I mean, who would have been able to imagine lasers and computers fucking 1,000 years ago? So, yeah, I think there's countless possibilities when it comes to the sort of technology that uses point source or implosive technology.
Now, what do you think about the possibility that we just don't have the capacity, the intelligence to understand it? That's something beyond our scope as a human.
Nah, I don't think that. I mean, sure, we're not capable of conceiving all, but I just think that most people are incapable of understanding a lot of the ether conversation because they're just so programmed to perceive reality from a materialistic perception because that's all they've ever been taught. So it's kind of hard to talk about something that exists non-materially and conceive it.
The funny thing is that both, shall we say, both sides believe in this ether stuff, or whatever it is, right? The quantum boys call it quantum foam, and the ether boys call it ether. And they're fighting against each other, but they're discussing the same stuff. It's amazing.
Well, you know, yeah, but it's because if the ether has substance, then it means the Earth is not spinning. So we have a fundamental disagreement.
Yeah, that kills their of course, their cosmology. Yeah, that's why they're fighting.
In other words, yeah, it can't be ether. It could be anything else but ether. It could be unicorn farts, but not ether.
Yep.
Yeah, but that vacuum stuff that Whitsitt was talking about, that's their thing. They say in a vacuum, things pop in and out of existence. They talk about it with LIGO, the special things they got to do to counter that. It's like their explanation. The things popping in and out of existence in a vacuum, that's quantum stuff. You guys know that, right? And the ether boys, they say the same thing in a different way. It comes from counter space. That's the quantum explanation, if I'm not mistaken.
You can call it whatever you want, but yeah.
No, I'm not fighting against you. I'm just giving the explanation. I'm just telling you what I found. Because I was fighting you guys, right? Like, what the hell are you talking about? Counter space? It's nonsense, right?
It's just non-dimensional. You have dimensional and non-dimensional. Those are the only two dimensions in nature. And things manifest and demanifest to and from those dimensional and non-dimensional realms.
Yeah, but you realize how sci-fi that sounds, right?
Yeah, I know. It does. It sounds pretty fantasy like, but This is the nature of reality.
Well, look, it seems that way, right? If we're to go with what they say about the vacuum, no matter how much they try to take out of there, right? And if they say there's nothing, which you see, I'm not so sure about that too, because have they really taken everything out of there? Have they achieved the torr necessary to remove everything? Because I know you need ion pumps, you got to bake it, there's so many things you have to do, right? So is it really something popping in and out of existence? Did they really exit? Like, did they evacuate the chamber?
Emptiness is only a qualifier of something being empty of something else. So yeah, once you remove all the possible material, there's still obviously something there. So what's that thing that can't be removed?
Have you seen?
You're
guys,
assuming you removed everything, though.
As much as they can quantify what he said, but how about you, Daiso? Have you heard of the primer fields or David Lapointe?
Have I heard of the primer fields? And then what'd you say after that?
Or the man named David Lapointe?
No,
All right, just curious.
I did
put a video.
Fill me in.
No, it's just it's on top of what you guys are discussing, so I wasn't sure if you had any insight on it. I put up his page at 14 minutes after.
What's he basically saying?
Well, he's showing similar to what you guys are talking about, evacuating everything from a vacuum chamber, and this energy seems to form, and it forms in a toroidal field, and then starts back over, and they try to evacuate the vacuums. Cool.
I'll just say this on evacuating chambers, right? Here on Earth, we've reached, I think, the maximum 10 to the minus 8 or 9. Now, we know that, well, we don't know. They say, if we're to believe the story, right? There's 10 to the minus 12 out there. So just the fact that we know there's a lower or higher torr, whatever you want to call it, we know that the chambers down here are not evacuated all the way. See what I'm saying? So just the fact that they say they evacuated chambers here of everything, and they say things are popping in and out of existence, by their own admission, if space is supposed to be 10 to the minus 12, and they could only reach 10 to the minus 9, that means there's 3 order of magnitudes of stuff left over.
I think they say it's
like
10 to the negative 17 torr.
Is that outer space? They say that 10 to the minus 17.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's a high number. Yeah. So just by that alone, you're not even halfway removing the stuff. So I'm just saying facts, guys. I mean,
and how violent would be that vacuum against a human being? What would it do to you? You know,
that much pressure. Is that what you're saying?
Or the absence of that much pressure? Yes.
Instant death to a human being. All the fluids in your body would boil up.
Out?
Sorry?
Would it suck your eyeballs out? Like in the movies?
I don't know. I don't know if it's like in the movies, but you're going to die, that's for sure. We know the astronaut that was in there for a few seconds. He said he felt his tongue, the water on his tongue boil before he passed out. So that's all we know in reality.
Well, that's what I was going to ask earlier. Would it suck his eyeballs out or in? Like, so would it be implosion? Or is there only implosion, or is there both implosion and explosion, or is explosion just a result?
Suck them out. If you were a balloon, the balloon would expand, right? So the human body would blow up like a balloon because you'd be getting pulled on all the sides, I believe.
Yeah, but is the expulsion of the helium balloon just an effect of density accumulating at another point? and imploding, pulling it into another point, and therefore displacing and pushing the helium out.
Just think of a marshmallow expanding.
Let's say you put your hand in a vacuum, it would get fat because the skin would be being pulled on all the sides, like the Pillsbury Doughboy. That's what you look like.
Yo, guys, check out the website I'm working on.
Sounds like an order. Pretty cool. Well, it's quick too. Yeah, it moves quickly. Mobile friendly, very, very good. You have the UXI on this?
I don't know what that is. Did you see the video?
Right now, I'm just getting a feel for it and just seeing if it's set up for the user friendly, and it is very quick.
Like if you look at the video at the front, it says the astronaut's helmet, and then it zooms in, and then it shatters.
Let me go back and try again. I don't have a video. I'm on my phone.
What do you mean his helmet shatters?
Yeah, the video doesn't play. The video doesn't play on the phone. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's like an iPad or a computer.
It's a really professional website, though, so far. Just glancing at it.
I posted a question on the website.
Would you like to?
Do you guys see? It even has a NASA audits bot. Like you can ask it questions.
I don't see how much. What's the starting pay here? I see where I can submit my application, but where's the starting pay?
I intentionally left that out, bro. I do eventually want to pay though.
No, of course, yeah.
I can't afford it right now. Like, it's already just costing me money. So.
Yeah, no, you're building. Yeah, if you're building business, yes. Well, first you need to. Not first you need to, but before you can pay people, just for doing whatever. First, the product has to be sellable. So there has to be an income first, right? Where's the income? Where's the income coming from to pay the person?
That's the problem. That's the problem, right? I mean, what would be the income for that, other than people supporting it?
Right. Well, that's not the only answer, but that's one obvious one. I mean, honestly, you should. I mean, the one source of income is to, you have a YouTube page or you have a website that's so popular that other companies want to advertise on it. Then you sell ad space, and then you pay your employees with ad space, and then you grow, exponentially from that point.
Yeah, but no one's gonna add on that. Like I'm gonna I actually started a NASA audits YouTube. And I'm gonna put really dope, well edited videos just exposing NASA. That's it. And I'll try and get it built up, and then maybe it can make a little revenue. So you'll have the YouTube money. I'll have it all just go into that account, and then obviously it'll have to pay the expenses, and then I'll just pay people to do it. Like I'm not really doing it to make money, but since that's the case, I will have to have some people kind of run it for me. Like there's no way I can invest all the time to run it myself, but I just don't think it'd be pretty cool to create like a program where people know how to audit NASA. So everyone in Florida should be jumping all over this, right? They should be going in to Kennedy Space Center and professionally talking. If you see on the website, I specifically make that a point. Like Professionalism is like prioritized. You will not be allowed on the team if you're not professional.
Yeah, it's a
But,
good website.
yeah.
You got. I mean, you really organize it well. That's cool. Yeah, but yeah, as far as it just treat it as any business. Is all I'm saying. Like first figure out what is the product that you're selling that consumers want, and what are they going to pay for in that regard. All right. So what's the income?
Yeah. I still got to finish figuring that part out.
And then you could even just look into other, like, okay, well, what do other companies who are just offering free information, where's their support coming from? Like, yeah.
Well,
Like,
it
and
may
then,
at one point I may there may be like courses offered or something like that. Like if you wanted specific insights or packages to detail how you can so this is the problem too, like even just dropping it in here, you now have all these crazy like trolls, right? You have this guy immediately just trolling it.
that was Godric, he said.
No. Return of the Mag takes a picture. He says, scroll to the bottom and you'll see the grift continues. Yeah, and I'm literally sitting here explaining how I don't even plan on making any money, and I've already had to spend a lot of money just to start all of it. Anyway, yeah, like I don't know, maybe you could offer like courses, so it's like I can't even go into detail. I even say that in the website. I'm like, some of it can't be publicly stated because of people like that dude who's just like, obviously just hates his life and stuff like that. But there are specific things I want to do that no one's ever done.
You saw your boys David Weiss and Jaron and them, right? I can't remember when it was, but they offered, it was like donate, right? But then you get to have him on your show for an hour podcast or whatever. Or like, remember it was like dinner with David or something, like some shit like where you just hang out and eat food, something like that they did.
Yeah, that's not bad. I would love for it to be an actual product exchange, like just like a legal, like an outline to legal action, basically. Like the cheat code to how you can make NASA respond. And they have to legally, they have to provide discovery. Instead of running in circles with freedom of information requests where they charge you thousands of dollars and then send you nothing. Like they charged Jaron like a few $1,000 because he asked for an unedited clip of the spacewalk, and they charged him thousands. He paid a few $1,000 and they just sent him like blank footage, basically, like didn't show anything.
Yeah, I remember
so it's
that.
like, yeah, it's the move is making them give you discovery, and actually you hit them with there's a federal law against any destruction of evidence. If they're caught manipulating any of the evidence, that's a crime. See, that's the real problem is no one's doing that. They're just like playing their game. Oh,
Yeah,
FOIA requests.
Yeah, people will say often like, "Oh, nobody's even getting in trouble for this." Well, you're not holding them accountable. You're waiting for somebody else to hold these politicians, whoever, accountable, and assuming the next man's going to do it. Somebody has to just file suit, right? But that's just like human failure, right? To think somebody else is going to do what you want done because that's how it should work. Yeah, somebody's
That's why
supposed to be doing it.
I'm just gonna do it. Yeah, like the Globers are gonna hate this thing when it's said and done. By the way, because I have experience representing myself against the federal government and just like slapping federal U.S. attorneys around, where I had the federal judge like warning them, if you destroy any evidence, like you will be charged with a crime. Like
that was going to be my next question was what deems these documents evidence? Are they just somewhat like, is my pictures of my kid in the bath evidence? Like it's just a picture of my kid in the bath.
Oh, so yeah, if you come at them for fraud, they have to provide evidence that they're actually doing what they claim they're doing, or it's fraud.
So first you have to file suit of fraud on every single thing. Then it would automatically deem their stuff evidence, because as of right now, it's not evidence.
Yeah.
It's
right. So they can destroy stuff right now. So like all the judge can say is you're not allowed to destroy or manipulate anything from this point forward regarding this subject. So it does require like a tactical approach. We know that they edit everything, right? If they go back to live streams and edit it, they literally go to YouTube live streams right after they post and they edit them. So it'll have to be recent missions, and it'll have to be specific. We're not gonna like a civil action lawsuit where you have like thousands of people sign up and you make a big deal, one big case, and throw all your eggs in one basket. That's not how you do it. You come at them for each thing, bro, and you have all these different people coming at them for different things, and then they have to provide the evidence. And this is what's so funny. You can already see that the Glovers are getting triggered. And this is how they know they're defending a lie deep down, because they should be on my side. This is a federal agency claiming to go to space. They give us all kinds of cartoons and cuts to CGI. We never get to see the unedited footage. We never get to see long durations of footage on the ISS. If they think all this is real, they should be hand in hand with me, being like, yes, let's get all the evidence. Let's hold them accountable and make sure they're transparent, because they're a federal government agency. But they're liars. The anti-flat earthers are liars. So this is going to expose them in so many ways. It's so good for flat Earth, because it's going to show how lame some people are. Where like a Glover who believes space travel is real should be right beside me. Like, yeah, let's hold them accountable. They're taking tax money. We've given them almost $700 billion since the origin of NASA, and that's not even including like all these different contract agreements they get paid off of. So it's just funny. Like you see right now, Research Flat Moves getting triggered. Dimmy's getting triggered. Return of the Max getting triggered. Like you guys are, why would you get triggered? That I'm saying I want them to have to provide the evidence of their claims of space travel. You should think, oh, for sure that exists, and yeah, let's do it. Which is going to get embarrassed, but you want to shut it down. You don't want it to happen. You want to ridicule it and say it's never going to work and it shouldn't happen and make fun of it. It's because you're a liar. There's no way around it. I'll stop ranting, but it's very obvious. Your behavior is very obvious to everyone other than yourself. And that's one thing you guys don't seem to get. But anyway, you hold them accountable for each individual claim. They have to provide evidence. Once they're delivered upon, they cannot destroy evidence, period. And if they're caught destroying evidence, that's millions of dollars. Millions of dollars and crimes.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah, like you said, you have to. It's not evidence at this point. It's just
What's
their home videos.
In their defense? What's it? Some of them think that we're the ones trolling them. They shouldn't waste time with us, right?
They have a choice.
Like, dude, it's so funny. You guys should just take this, because it's just like, wait, like what? You don't think that NASA should be transparent? It's like, but then to get mad about this is hilarious. It's such a setup. It's like that's why I'm doing it, because I've thought about it and I think it's very tactical. I think that you can get a lot of people, you can get a lot of normal people to support the idea. That's why you have to be professional. You don't just start talking about water's level. You don't. It's not about that. It's about them claiming that they go to space.
Let's see if I can find this video that Shane kind of edited for me. Let's see if you can hear it. Oh, that's not what I searched.
What's it? Did you hear my comment? What's it?
No, I'm driving.
I said, in their defense, some of them think that we're the ones trolling them, and they shouldn't spend time with us answering us.
It's like posted on the website.
No, I'm telling you that as a discussion.
Oh.
It's not posted. My comment was verbal.
I'm going to put up this video. Godric, you check it out too, right? So this was a recent press conference. If I can get it to load. Not too fucking big. Never mind. How do I send it then? Why just for this? Please. I'm in the wrong place anyway. Hold on. Never mind, it might end up being too big. No, it's not. They're good. They posted up, but yeah, God, check it. This is a recent
Known as the Jabinnikov effect.
Right. There's a recent press
Guess you guys
conference
can't
with
hear me.
Biden, and there's this. Just listen to this part. Let me know if you hear what I thought I heard during the press conference. Which the two can check it out. But it was just in regards to are people researching this subject publicly enough, is why it came to mind.
Yo, mic check. Can anybody hear me?
Yep.
No, can't hear you.
Okay. Has anybody ever heard of the tennis racket theorem, also known as the Jabinnikov effect?
Nope.
Oh, I'll post a little thing on it in the chat, I guess.
Wow, they say flat Earth to the president. That's a trip.
Is that what they're saying? I don't know if I'm hearing it wrong.
Yeah, it clearly sounds like flat Earth.
And so, like, I'd be interested to know who is that reporter? What network do they work for? What the hell are they seeing that leads them to believe and question?
Well, they probably have a question. They probably have a question like, you know, what is your response to the flat earthers who claim this is what satellites actually are, or something like that?
Maybe. Yeah, I was blown away when I listened to it. When I was like, no, dude, I'm just becoming obsessed with flat Earth shit. I can't be hearing that.
Aren't these people supposed to be at the White House taking these reporters? Aren't they supposed to be gathering at the White House and then Biden just comes out there and talks to them? Or are they somewhere else, some airplane hangar?
I don't know where they are. I think he says where he is. Are you saying you don't believe where he is?
Well, I saw a video on YouTube that said they're supposed to be at the White House. And, you know, like with the black girl with the curly hair, I forget what her name is. She was responding to all the reporters like she does, you know, basically playing the defense, right? And then there was an airplane heard overhead, and then everyone kind of looked up for a moment, and they're saying they're supposed to be at the White House, and there's no airplane that can fly over the White House, so they're in some kind of airplane hangar. They're not even where they're supposed to be.
Yeah, which could be true, but I don't think they're supposed to be in the White House at this one because I think he says something like, "I'm here in Delaware, about to go to Philadelphia or something." I think he says so. I don't know where he's supposed to be, but yeah, I've seen. You know, then there's they got this building across the street from the White House that they actually do the videos in. Like, I don't fucking care. The guy's useless anyway. Here's where you do your videos. Do a video. He's got a backdrop. I mean,
if this is not telling, you have a president that cannot form a coherent sentence. If that doesn't say everything that you need to know, right? Who runs the show? Nothing will.
And you know, I took from that video, I wasn't supposed to watch all that stuff, right? But he did it pretty well in that one, reading his teleprompter. I was kind of impressed. I was like, "Oh, look at this guy! He's pulling it together finally."
Nothing against the man. He's just old. He's just old and senile.
Essie, I want to rebut your point because I think you're not realizing that poor kids are just as talented as white kids.
Yeah, I stand corrected.
What's the chance that Biden is just a clone and the real Biden is dead already?
Well, do you reckon it's
just
like
that?
Bro, it's not a clone. They're lazy as fuck. It's just actors wearing masks.
Bro, the fact that nobody talks about this in the media and like actually asks him questions and they do the charade, like, isn't that amazing? Like, we know this man can't be left alone, right? He probably has care. He probably needs his stuff to be changed. Like, you can tell he can't even walk. I mean, wow.
You know, like, you guys, have you ever seen the Family Guy where Stewie makes a clone because he can't be bothered with the kind of remedial tasks anymore, and he just makes like a retarded version of himself called Bitch Stewie? Do you reckon it's actually like Joe Biden's really like clever, but he couldn't be bothered to actually be president, so he made Bitch Joe Biden, and Bitch Joe Biden is what we see on TV.
Yeah.
I'm saying there's a chance he's a clone because he can't be that
I
stupid.
think he solved it. No, he solved it. That's definitely what's happening.
It's more like the movie where the guy's dead and they pose him in chairs and they pretend that he's alive. What's that one called?
That's right.
It's a Vacation with Bernie, or
yeah.
What's the name of that movie, man? You know which one I'm talking about, where the guy's dead and they pretend he's alive.
Weekend with Bernie.
Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah.
You know what's funny though is the last few presidents have been pretty thick. Like Donald Trump's not the brightest guy. Obama sounds like he sounds smooth, but you can tell he's not very bright. George W. Bush, not bright. Like they're actually like they're mocking us with how stupid the presidents are.
No, they're inspiring us, saying, "Look, anybody could be president. You work hard, stay in the system. You could be president too. Look at this guy.
Pay your taxes, obey the rules."
Just look at the houses they belonged to when they were in university.
I think you're getting away from the point of the video. The point of the video, though, was that the reporter at the end yells something in regards to the flat Earth. But yeah, I definitely get it.
Oh, it's great to hear that it's getting out there. I mean, yeah. According to the ballers, it's dead. The movement is dead. So I don't know what they're looking at. I just see it growing and growing. Not us here. This is a stagnant thing we're in. I mean, out in the public.
Yeah, it does speak to that point. You're right. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, so if a baller was like, "Oh, it's nobody talks about this shit anymore," they just talked about it. It was this like 6, 7, 8 days ago to the U.S. president. Yeah. If that's what's being said. Like, and then somebody said, "Well, Obama used to do it." No, Obama would like. I don't know if a lot of reporters asked him, but it seemed like he initiated it. Biden and Obama, they're the same president, the same vice president combo.
Now, the president didn't initiate anything. It was written into a speech. It was written into the speech of at least 2 American presidents. So that took thought, that took correction, that took approval. So that wasn't an accident. It was deliberately put in there. Because
when they're setting the standard for what you can't talk about, we cannot talk about flat Earth. It's not okay, and they do it before they knew that flat Earth was catching on. And
no, it was a ridicule. It was a ridicule. It was worse than that. It was because people are talking about it, right? So they made it so as to a flat Earth equals you're a fool, you're backward, you're a hillbilly, you're with no disrespect to hillbillies, you know what I mean, like backward country, dig your own well, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, and they say even if it were real, guys, we got more important stuff to worry about. Keep focusing on this. This play that we got going. Don't take your eyes off this.
We're dumb. We're stupid. We don't even have plumbing. We dig our own wells. 2 president speeches. That's not an accident. So the word flat earther to the common man is a derogatory term. Like when you say Einstein, you think you're a genius, right? Well, when people hear flat earther, they think you're a Dumbo, backward.
Oh. Well, maybe. I don't know what people are thinking, but when people say flat Earth, they just mean horizontal is level. Level's horizontal. That's all.
That's what they mean. But is that what people are understanding? I've told this story before, like a bunch. I had I'll shorten it as much as I can. I had like a 3-week talk on the phone, text to my friend, debate on the nature of Earth. And after like 2-3 weeks showing him, lasers over water and rail guns, etc., and right? He goes, it all makes sense. He goes, but I just don't understand how we could just be these two-dimensional things, like flattened all the way out. I just can't go for it. I'm like, fuck me. You know, he still couldn't get out of that flat Earth word meaning 2D. Yeah, it's in people's heads. It fucks them up.
That's why you tell them the Earth is not flat. Get it?
Yeah, I had to start over with him almost and be like, no, man, because I was like, well, then why would we use it? It was during the conversation. I said, if the Earth were a globe, why would we use a 2D system of longitude, latitude? There's no curvature, no heightitude. He's like, it all makes sense. I get it, but how are we 2D? Are we squashed? Are we like? I was like, oh my god, how did this happen? Yeah.
You don't need to say the Earth is flat. You can say the Earth is not a globe. Prove it. It's a
Or
globe.
you could just say levels horizontal. That's what we all think. We're all in the same boat. I mean, you can call it flat Earth. You can call it true Earth. Whatever you want. We're all in the same boat.
No, I hear that. I hear that.
Yeah, I hear it too. I'm saying all of us here are in agreement that we're not mind fucked enough to not be able to pull, take the words and understand it, right? But people generally are, right, that dumb, and they're the ones who won't look at it and are like, it doesn't make any sense. How could we be a flat pancake in outer space, two-dimensional?
Who's saying it's a 2D thing though?
It's just what happens. It's just like a consequence of it.
I've heard like 3 retards over the past 4 years try to argue it's 2D. No one's actually really arguing that for realsies.
Right. No, I agree. But when you're somebody
so why
who's
are we
never
running
even heard
around
of it,
saying it's not flat? Like no one's saying it's flat.
they don't know that. That's what I'm saying. All they've heard is somebody say the flat Earth. The Earth's not flat. That's ridiculous. And then you see a meme of a 2D pancake in space and say that's ridiculous. They're programming them to not be able to understand that flat Earth doesn't mean two-dimensional Earth. And then when you talk to them in depth about it,
No one
they say, well,
thinks
how would
that.
it work? You don't think they do, but they do.
No one thinks it's actually 2D. Not people that hear flat Earth. No one in this arena. No one out. No, everyone knows it's not 2D.
Yeah, I understand that.
I don't know where you got that from. Yeah.
The point is 2D. Go ahead. Yeah.
Dude, nobody thinks it's 2D. Everyone knows there's mountains and valleys. No one on Earth, we know there's potholes, hills. No one thinks it's 2D.
It's like when they hear the words conspiracy theory, though, isn't it? They just write it off straight away. It's like trigger words in The Hypnotized.
Dude, hey, do you guys think I'm being mean when I point out that I show some of these anti-flat earthers to normal people that aren't really invested in flat Earth at all? They don't really look into it. Like normal friends of mine, and they're like, "Wait, you're saying people fight the flat Earth?" I'm like, "Yeah, they obsessively fight against the flat Earth." They're like, "Wait, what?" I'm like, "Yeah, they stalk me and other flat earthers. They stay in our channels. They spam comments and chats, day after day for years, literal years." And then they're like, "You're making that up, bro. What, just a couple people?" I'm like, "There's actually quite a bit of them." And then I show them videos of these guys, and they laugh super hard. I show my friend.
Yeah, you show the public these people, and they're like, "No fucking way. There's people like that acting like that on the internet." No.
Dude, it's funny because that's their main thing against us, right? Is they try to use societal ostracism and ridicule against us. But dude, when I show people I hated that, Bob the science guy who's in here right now, dude, my friend cried. He laughed so hard. So
oh my god, Witsit, this is so humbling.
Shut up, Lori.
I'm just saying, it's funny if you think about it overall. It's really funny, right? If everything we were told about the Earth since we were 7 is true, why would you be here, dude?
Morpheus explains it. He says these people that are stuck in the Matrix will fight for their system. They know. They'll defend it, right?
Yeah, but it's just funny, right? Their narrative is basically they try to say I'm a grifter. If you make money on YouTube, you're a grifter. Oh no, only certain people. So if you make money on YouTube and you talk about stuff they disagree with, then you're a grifter. and like as if they have a moral obligation to be here. You're not moral. You're an atheist moral relativist. You watch porn every day. You
Who the
probably
hell?
steal from
Who the hell
people.
are you
You
even
lie
talking about, man?
24. You're hearing me say it. You needed to interrupt me. You lie
Oh yeah,
every
because you're lying.
day.
So
Every
you're lying every
day
day.
you
You're
come
lying right
in.
now.
Hey, buddy, I don't want to have to meet you, but can you not interrupt? I
Sure.
just find it funny when people claim moral high ground, but then simultaneously claim that they're moral relativists. And then they come in here and they twist people's words tactically. Like they put a lot of energy into twisting stuff. I'm just pointing out that in the grand scheme of things, 99% of people that think the Earth's a ball would think you guys are being weird. So.
I find it funny that while you're claiming the moral high ground, you're lying obsessively about us. So
You just
yeah, go
twisted what he
ahead.
said. He never claimed the moral high ground, but you
No,
right
no,
away.
no. He
He never
is
said
claiming
I
the
have the
moral.
high ground. He never said I have it. He just said they claim they have this
Of
moral
course,
high ground.
he
So you twisted
assumes
what he
the
said right away.
moral high
Yeah.
ground.
Although, of course, true earthers, generally speaking, do have the moral high ground. Like, even if
See?
they're wrong about the earth, they believe the earth is not what we were told. They believe that people are being deceived. And so they oftentimes invest a lot of energy and time. They don't get paid for it. It actually normally hurts their ability to make money. They get ridiculed and ostracized, but they truly believe that they're trying to like expose a deception, that is being taught to children and stuff like that. So at least from just like an intention perspective, they actually do have the moral high ground. Whereas you think what the children are being told when they're 5 is true. And you're here just personally attacking, obsessively attacking people that are trying to discuss that they don't think what we were told is true. So there's a huge moral difference. Ironically, you guys bring up the moral card a lot, but
Actually, there's not much difference because I'm actually just exposing a deception as well. Flat Earth is deception, so there is zero difference there.
Yeah, there's not much
I'm
difference
doing
unless
exactly what's
unless
moral.
one side
there's
is
a
saying
ton of difference.
Hold on,
You're
I
talking
was
about-
talking. I think I was talking. So there's no difference.
I'm gonna go.
I'm not obsessing about anyone, and
Well,
I'm
leave, 'cause he's gotta be muted soon.
exposing something that's wrong.
Just let him
I
finish.
actually have to go anyway in a second, but
Yeah, go ahead.
Lori, you're unbearable, dude. Like I'm just being honest. And
Well,
like
thank
you have no hesitancy to just kind of like antagonize and manipulate and lie and twist. And I'm just being honest. Like you need to be big broed. It's not good for your spirit. You need to stop watching porn. You need to work out. You need to get a girlfriend. You need to stop lying. Okay. And if I'm not trying to make it too personal, but you guys are
Yo,
allowed
can
to
we stop
really.
with all this personal
But
bullshit?
why are they
please?
allowed to do it in the chat then, Jeremy? Why? How come for 5 straight hours they can say nothing but personal
Mod
attacks?
them.
in the
What's
chat?
it? You're a mod.
That's what I'm saying. So then I have to be the bad guy. Then everyone's going to
You're a
complain.
mod them. They're not allowed to get away with it.
Okay. Well, they do. And all I'm trying to point out, though, right?
You
It's
mod
like
them. You don't have to sit here and talk personal bullshit, little schoolgirl shit back to them. You can just mod them. This isn't other servers where we're gonna sit here and call you a gamma 300 times, kick you, mute you. You're a mod here, bro. You have all the power.
I get it. Yeah. Okay. I'm just pointing out that all I'm saying is like is a general sentiment, right? Like people that are trying to talk about this that feel we've been deceived, like they feel that there's something immoral going on, right? Like that's what we all think. We think a lot of people are being misled and things that are actually theories that don't have evidence and the evidence goes against, they're pushing them as facts and they're telling children. And we don't think that that's cool. So like we're trying to actually make the world a better place. Whether they think we're right or wrong, that's our actual motivation. And no tanks, it's not the same because flat earth is censored and the mainstream crams the heliocentric model down our throat from like a young age, including school curriculum. So it's nowhere close to the same, right? It's not even
It's
remotely
not fair. It's not fair at all. No, it's not fairly. It's not given a fair opportunity to progress naturally. No.
Well, to say you're fighting
that's-
misinformation the same on both sides is not true. They can try to say they're fighting misinformation against flat Earth, but the government's already done that for you. Like they censor flat Earth. It's not the real flat Earth position is not heard by the vast majority of the world. So you don't need to. The government did it for you. That's just a cop out. The truth is that you're here for other reasons. You have ulterior motives. There's nothing to do with some moral obligation to stop misinformation. But it's whatever. All I'm saying is that's why I launched the NASA audits thing, because it's like it's going to expose people. The Globers should be in complete agreement with me that we should audit NASA, that we should be able to get all the uncut footage of the ISS. We should be able to get hours and hours. We should see live streams of astronauts sleeping on the ISS. We should get tons of live streams. Whenever they shoot a rocket into space and they cut to the CGI, we want to see what happens after you cut to the CGI, because that camera should still be rolling. And the Globers should support that, right? If you think that NASA's telling the truth about space, you should be on NASA audits signing up. You should be all for it. There should be nothing to be afraid of. You should be like, yeah, let's have NASA. They should be transparent. Since we pay their salaries, they should show us all the information.
Yeah, so this goes back to the whole moral, like the moral thing is that they're obviously not honest. Yeah. So like if they were the only way they would have the same high ground is if they were being honest, they fully believed what they were saying. That then they would be on the same footing. Like they're just, they feel they have the same high ground as us, but they obviously don't, because they don't want us to see full cuts. They don't want us to question these things. They don't want to endeavor further. So yeah, it's not on that. When you take those things into account, after they find out they have no proof of living on a globe, only a theory, they still continue on. Yeah.
Well, when I was in public,
I can actually can I respond to that, because otherwise it's just two flat earthers. I can make the opposite argument actually, because I think a lot of flat earthers, like not your like everyday flat earther, but a lot of the main channel leaders, you could make the argument that they don't actually believe it. They are just doing it for clicks and views. So you could make the argument that actually they are not the honest people. I myself, for example, I am totally of the opinion that sure, you can question the globe model, but at the same time it's healthy for other people to push back on it. There's
no one cares about you pushing back on it, but no one starts flat Earth channels for clicks and views. It's admittedly censored, right? So like I actually talk about a lot of conspiracies, and that's one of the most in-demand categories in the world in the podcast realm, right? And you can lie, but everyone knows I can talk about anything. I could easily talk about subjects that aren't really censored. I could do the tinfoil podcast approach. You could talk about all kinds of conspiracies that aren't really censored, and you would get huge on these platforms. But that's not why we do it. We don't do it for that. That's just objectively not true. And all I'm trying to point out is when I was on the street doing activism and people walked up to me, if I had been like, hey, bro, so did you look at this? This is like a video from ISS that kind of glitches out here. Here they did this. Here they glitched out to the studio, etc. Would you be in favor of full transparency from NASA? We have a movement where we're trying to verify that the stuff they're claiming about space is true and all these videos are real. Would you support a movement in which they had to provide the evidence transparently that what they say is true? Every single person on the street, like 9 out of 10, would have been like, yeah, of course. I think the government gets away with way too much. I think they should be transparent and they work for us. I think that we should have access to the evidence that the government's hiding from us. And only in this realm will people immediately shoot down the website, shoot down the idea, shoot down the movement, and they don't want it to happen. So there's a fundamental difference between most people who think the ball is real and you guys.
Yeah, that's not actually true, because I haven't seen anyone. For example, I'll speak about myself personally. I don't anywhere make the claim that it shouldn't exist. We shouldn't have access to the evidence. No, that's a total strawman that you're making right there. So that's not the stance anyone is taking. I'm just saying, when you look at flat Earth objectively, it's wrong. Is that unfair of me to say?
No, I'm talking about NASA audits, man. I'm making a point. I'm launching something called NASA Audits, right? And I'm starting a website, auditnasa.com, where we're just trying to hold that federal entity accountable. And that's my point. I'm saying this right here is a perfect example, right? Where immediately when I post the website, just to show a couple flat earthers what I'm working on, you have all these trolls in here, like, oh, taking screen, and the grift continues. Oh, you're just trying to push a conspiracy. Oh, ha, 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 ha. You think you can take them to court and all this stuff, right? And that's weird. That doesn't make sense. Like you should support the idea of getting the unedited videos from NASA if they're really doing what
I am
they
supporting
say.
the idea.
Okay, cool. So go sign up. And how about you? And you work on you put time in to also get the audits done.
Oh, I don't have the time to do that.
Oh, but you have the time to talk about flat Earth all day.
Not even all day. Like I have been here for 2 weeks, but if you actually follow me, I've been off this server for like 6 months. So I'm
Okay, fair
here
enough. Fair enough.
for a very
Lori,
short
can I ask you
period.
an honest question? It's a good faith question, okay? Now you agree that there are lots of people that spend tons of time on flat Earth, right? Tons of time.
Sure.
So like anti-flat earthers. So how many anti-flat earthers do you think will help us audit NASA?
I don't think many, because I don't think many people would say that you're actually acting in good faith.
Well, good faith. What the good faith is that we've given them $700 billion of taxpayer money, not including contractual agreements, and
You know,
they
what he
work
means
for
is
us.
your motive is to debunk them, and they don't want to debunk. So that's what he means.
But it's not even about. See, my motive is actually just transparency. That's the actual truth. Like I want. This isn't going to really convince me one way or the other. Like I want them just to be accountable. That's it. Like I want them to have to show the stuff they never show. I want them to have to specifically give an official statement in court as to why we never see stars. I don't want to hear the anti-flat earthers talk about it
Like
anymore.
if you're gonna keep taking all of our money, NASA, then you need to hire more people to make full-length fake films. All right, at least start more jobs instead of these shitty CGI. One guy did all the work, and the bill that we have to pay is $50 billion for the day. Fuck that. Go hire more people, make full-length fake videos. Then, yeah.
I mean, if you don't want to hear the anti-flat earthers anyway, because I've been thinking about that honestly for a long time now.
You kind of broke up. What'd you say?
I said if you're saying you don't want to hear the anti-flat earthers talk about the shit no more, I'm kind of with you on that. Do you want us to make like a flat Earth only room here? Because I've been thinking about that for a long time now.
See, nah, like I don't. I think it's good because people come up with arguments and they want to hear the other side or whatever. It's just they should just really be held in check, in my opinion. But yeah, Jeremy, have you heard it? So I dropped the website in the chat, or I'm about to. But you kind of heard what I'm talking about. It's going to be pretty cool, dude, because I have some stuff I can't even publicly say it all. That's why I'm creating like a little email sign up. But yeah, dude, I have some pretty crazy plans, and we're gonna get some real progress made with holding NASA accountable, and it's never been done. And the most anyone's ever done is ask for a freedom of information request. And dude, that's not how you do it, right? Like in court, they have to provide discovery. And in fact, once the case is delivered, if they manipulate any of the evidence, that's a federal crime. Each thing they manipulate is a separate federal crime. So if I ask them for the unedited spacewalk that they just claimed they did on the ISS yesterday, and then they send me edited footage, that's a federal crime. Okay, and that's going to be tricky for them. What can they do, right? I mean, we know they're lying. So.
Where does it say that they have to provide unedited footage if anyone asks?
Again, so the law is that when you're in a court case, if you knowingly manipulate any evidence, that's a crime.
Are you in a court case with NASA?
Well, we're going to be, Lori, and you guys are going to have to sit on the sideline and get mad about it.
Okay, so the argument that you just made is false because you don't currently have a court case. So if you're going to ask for them for the unedited footage tomorrow, there's nothing that they are breaking. They are not breaking a law because you
No, they're
don't
not
have
breaking. That's what he laid out, Laurie. He's saying we need to file a suit so to begin a court case, so that once we begin the suit, they can then no longer alter the imagery in the video, because lawfully, once a suit begins, you cannot alter evidence. That's what he said. So you missed it.
Right, and actually, I can't even go into detail because I know the specifics. I like, again, I have experience where I was just slapping U.S. attorneys around. And I'm not like some legal expert or something, but I did do a lot of research into the First Amendment when I did that. And the federal judge was like siding with me with every one of my arguments, was telling the government that this is suspicious, and he's laid out a very like specific sequential sequence of events that shows that it does look like you guys are doctoring evidence. And if it is discovered that any evidence is discovered or doctored or removed, you guys will be held criminally accountable. And he gave me all the citations to use, all the federal and Supreme Court cases supporting that. So I just think it's, yeah, I can't go into too much detail about what we're going to do, but the point is that there'll probably be scenarios where they'll actually settle out. And so, like,
Yeah, you
what
just
are
want to be
what are
careful
you
with
guys
your
going to think
initial.
then? What are they going to think when NASA settles out?
I don't know, but you do want to be careful with your initial suit and be as clean as you can because they can countersue you just on missing a period and it can end up costing you money. So you have to be
No,
careful. If you don't follow exact protocol,
they can't
they can
countersue you though. Like they can countersue you for frivolous suits, which in order to do that, by the way, they have to provide definitive, substantial evidence that the claims in the suit are false, and they'll never do that. And if
Well,
they do,
that's
that's
not.
good because
I'm
I'm in
saying this
search.
would be. What I'm saying is beware of prior to any of the subject matter. They can countersue you on your procedure, or if you forgot to file them with proper notification 3 weeks prior. All of they can countersue you with things that have nothing to do with the subject.
No, yeah, I get it, but I mean, I actually have like actual lawyers that we're going to be working with. Like
Yeah,
this
that's
is
all.
going to be a real thing. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm saying make sure you're not just filling out a paper and handing it in real quick. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. Like that's why also I said on the website, it's like professionalism is top priority and no one's going to be allowed on the team. It's not just like, hey, sign up if you want to be a part of it. It's like, nah, like you're basically hired. Well, we can't pay you yet. Like it's but think about how much time people put into looking through NASA footage already just because they want to figure it out. So like we might as well come together and put all that time in a concerted effort that's actually going to make something happen.
Yeah. Imagine you're getting paid for doing what you're already doing. These people, right, who are already going through these videos. Imagine now you're getting paid to do what you already do with the money that NASA is going to settle on this lawsuit.
Yeah,
You're already
exactly.
going to
That
get
would definitely make it to where people get paid more. But like I told you, I made this with no intention to even make money, literally just to cover my expenses that I'm having to pay for the website and all that, and just pay other people to do that very thing, right? Like little side hustle where you can get paid to go through NASA footage or go up to NASA in-person audits. So
Yeah, but
yeah, I think it's
I
cool.
like getting paid. I'm saying I like money. I have no problem with money. And
Well, yeah, but
even
I
like
don't really.
nonprofit.
I'm just saying, I'm not launching this with intention to make money. Like, if I end up making some after paying other people and stuff, maybe. But I'll probably just invest it back into it because I will maybe pay myself a little bit for the amount of time it takes. But I'll just be real honest about it. I don't know. I don't really do everything I do for
It
money.
Yeah, no, it's just people who would muddy up like a nonprofit. They say, well, look how much money a nonprofit makes. Yeah, but the point is they invest it back into employees to now grow that nonprofit. Yeah, it's a nonprofit, but yeah, they got lots of money coming in, and they expand and they buy better computers, better research equipment, and pay more employees to continue with that. Feeding the starving children. Yeah. So
Yeah, and like
money's not a
I'm
bad
not
thing.
even. I'm not gonna do any nonprofit or anything. I'm not playing any of the governance games. I actually know specifically how I don't have to, but I also can't say that here. You have to be very careful with some of the precious information. Like,
No, I'm not telling you to do any of that.
no, I know.
I'm
I'm
not
just
even
saying.
telling you to run a nonprofit. I'm just saying that even people who will put down a nonprofit because they're bringing in money, I'm saying even if you brought in money in that way, it would just be to expand the idea, and it shouldn't be looked down on.
But think about this: like, if we're going through some NASA footage, like, would you rather hear like Zanuck and Bob the Science Guy and Kosho explain to you why the glitches in the ISS happen? They just make it up. They literally just make stuff up, right? Like they have no idea. NASA hasn't released an official statement. They just make it up off the top of their head. Or would you rather hear NASA defend it, right? Like we don't need these people. They're actually a waste of time. I want NASA to give official statements explaining the problems. I don't want to hear people who hide behind anonymity that can just make up random stuff. You're right. Like who cares?
That's a very
Like,
good point. Who cares what you know about focal lengths? Okay, let me hear NASA tell me why it glitched. That's all. Yeah.
exactly. Stop telling me what cameras can or cannot do. Make NASA submit actual articles of evidence, right? Showing the cameras they use and the capabilities that they have. I don't need Xanax to tell me what cameras can or cannot do.
Yeah, and
Right.
if you're on the globe side of it, then the worst that would happen is now NASA will have to get better cameras, right? And you're like, oh, great. Flat Earthers just got us the best cameras.
Or dude, or just NASA we'll get to see way more of an inside scoop on what happens with NASA. They should be in full support of auditing NASA. Right? Like if there's nothing to hide, like if your girlfriend's not cheating on you, then she's going to give you her phone. Right? Like there's no reason for them to be anti-auditing them. It's kind of like someone saying like, "Look, we want to figure out how to audit the CIA." And because we feel like they're lying about stuff and we want to get to the bottom of it. And then someone being like, no, no, you shouldn't do that. You're just trying to make money or whatever, right? It's like, you don't want to know if the federal government's lying to you? You don't think they should be held accountable to the people?
Yeah,
It's
no,
weird.
it's common sense.
I know many people, all I'm saying is the reason I did this is I know many people that aren't flat earthers, don't even know about that, don't even look into that, but know that NASA's suspect, bro. Like there are millions of people that wouldn't call themselves flat earthers, but are suspect of NASA. Millions, bro. So many.
Yeah,
And
it's kind of like
they'll support.
it's kind of like how there was many moon landing deniers, right? And they're like, yeah, this shit's
Exactly. Imagine unifying forces with the moon landing
yeah,
deniers. Yeah.
yeah. But then suddenly, when they came into it came into the consequence of that was that the Earth is flat. Then they're like, wait, nope, that's not even question
Yeah.
the moon landing. Yeah,
Yeah, but
moon's
still, if you
good.
go around and ask people, the majority of people, like under 35, like either just assume it's real because they've never seen it, or they think it's fake. So, yeah, I just think this is the move. If the move is like to aim big and do big things, and again, like I said, like if I really believed that NASA was telling the truth, like I'd be all for this. I'd be like, yeah, bro, like make them be more transparent. I don't like how, like if I
It
was a
shouldn't.
Glober,
Yeah, it
if
shouldn't
I was
even
a
be an
Glober,
aim big thing. It should be because apparently NASA is doing this just for our enjoyment. So this is not even like an aim big. They're doing this for our, being able to see what our future will bring and to be able to watch. It's not even like an aim big thing. They're doing it for us. So what's the problem? You know.
yeah, like if I was a Glober, I'd be like, why did we not have zoomed in high definition shots of the moon during the Artemis launch?
I did say exactly that earlier. I
Right.
said, why didn't you guys care about Saturn and it being you're now 200,000 miles closer. Didn't you? You saw nothing. Didn't you want to see Saturn 200,000 miles closer? Like, what does
Yeah, I
that
mean,
look like?
like, dude, they claim that they can zoom in from space and see a bumblebee. So it's like, um, yeah, I don't know. I just think it's crazy. Like, I would be like, man, I wish you guys would just show us live like a live stream with the stars, you doing 360s. Just shut these flat earthers up, Like just show, and they do want it. They just will never admit it to us. But Zanuck did. Zanuck admitted he was very frustrated with the low quality of the Artemis footage and thinks it could have been better and wish it would have been better. But they all wish that NASA would just give them some like home run footage.
They all know that the Earth is flat. That's what it is. They just say that's all. That's all it really is. Zanuck is aware that he just doesn't live on a globe. They're fucked up people.
Maybe. I think you may be underestimating delusion.
I think I might be. I might be because I can't imagine. But I do meet people who lie, like in real life. Not about the globe, but just they'll just make up stories, right? Like it's like how you people real. You're not real. Like you're not. You don't really just make up this whole story.
Isn't it strange how we have TV signals apparently coming from space every day for your satellite dish to have TV, but we cannot have a 24/7 TV channel on our TV, or even compared with an online channel showing 24/7 inside and outside ISS footage with 360 cameras that you can, even if you pay a little bit of a fee, move yourself because you want to see something else and someone else who knows, and just have a 24/7 camera inside the ISS. I mean, what is the problem? You don't need to show the private sector, where people do the private thing, but at least these sections where that there's nothing to hide, right? So there's just so much unsatisfaction within the globe. I just don't understand how people are buying this, especially with like Richard said, the recent Artemis launch, and its imagery. It's just poor. It's just for 2023 or 2022, the end of 2022. It's just pathetic, actually. Like, I'm not even kidding. It's so bad that I don't know
Yeah, but
what
most
next
people
to
don't
expect.
even. Yeah, most people don't even know. They just say, yeah, they just think that, yeah, there's plenty of evidence of all this stuff. Yeah.
But if they make a 24-hour live stream from the ISS,
If I were to say to a normal person on the streets, hey man, did you see the 24/7 live stream of the ISS like for the last month? It was wild. They'd be like, yeah, oh no, I haven't seen it, but they wouldn't doubt for a second that that's a thing. That's what I mean.
yeah,
People
it's
assume
like,
we do all that with high definition. We must because we must.
like this one official live stream that they had, I think, stopped in 2019 or something. Like the module that provided the live footage is not providing anymore. Now they just use a very crappy camera instead. That most of the time just cuts off. Most of the time the ISS actually has no signal to show you live footage. Like it's just so bad. I've yet to come or to see a time lapse of the ISS flying over the Earth, seeing clouds change. While we have literally time lapse videos of satellite balloons rising up, seeing extreme movement of clouds in a very small period of time. I mean, if you look outside over your head on a windy day, clouds are moving crazy speeds. Like,
Yeah, I thought it was interesting what Witzer said about them claiming to be able to zoom in on a bumblebee, but yet we've never seen a single satellite, airplane, helicopter from space.
exactly.
Like if you look at the routes of these airplanes and in the sky, there's more airplanes there's more airplanes than satellites, right? So, but if you look at the routes just over your local, you can sit out back on your porch and just watch, dozens of airplanes, right? Well, how come we don't see any? We see no
Right.
cloud movement and no airplanes, no helicopters, no hot air balloons, no anything.
At least like details of city structures, right?
Yeah, you don't see amusement parks on the ground. You see nothing.
It's just like a painting.
Yeah, but they can zoom in on a bumblebee. I didn't know that.
That's
I
what
don't
they
even
said.
know.
Yeah, like I have a video where they say that.
Lol.
They say
Yeah,
that
but that's
they.
the case.
I'll drop it. I'll drop it.
Which,
And
if
the
you happen to need any,
inconsistencies. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, which if you happen to need any assistance with any of the tech stuff or with the hosting or anything, or with security, just let me know.
Yeah, man. We should definitely
What do
stay
you
in
think though?
contact.
That's
I do need help.
And with it, NASA should be asking about the inconsistencies of people. For example, like let's for example take Don Pettit, who has been on the ISS for 3 times, and he says, "Oh, we wear the underpants until they get scratchy or whatnot," And then you read on the internet how often do they wear their underpants? It says from the official NASA statement they change it every day. They have a pair for every day because no laundry possible, right? So why is someone like Don Pettit that has been 3 times on the ISS has a contradicted argument? And we have so many of these contradictory arguments, right? One of them on the ISS say they have seen the stars, the other says it's a black void. Like, these are the things that NASA should actually, be able to answer. Or
That's what I'm saying. But the move is to actually individually do these. So a mistake people make a lot is they try to put everything into one suit, and you need to actually do it individually. I mean, I would never file a lawsuit about their underwear, but
underwear. Yeah.
you could integrate
It's
that in.
inhumane. You could say. You could say it's inhumane. Fight
Yeah,
for
nah,
the
bro. Like
fight
I'm
for the
bringing home run
astronauts' rights.
cases. home run cases, bro.
No, it's good. And it's a good website too. It
Oh,
really
you know
actually
what's so
runs really
funny
well.
though is like you get to send an affidavit of fact and a notice to each individual person, and they can be personally tried. But either way, yeah, this is how you actually put pressure on them. Like you deliver individual affidavits of facts, and notices, and this is like never done. It's never been done, or if it has, they settled out and no one knows about it, right? I mean, I don't think it's ever been done. And anyone that's maybe sued and asked in the past, they've definitely done it like the normie NPC way of going to court, right?
Clay still twisting the stars observation. This had been explained and gone over many times. You'd think someone claiming to be looking for truth would stop lying about it. Cool, man.
Well, look, check this out. So, see if you ever hear any baller in here. I don't know. See if you ever hear a rebuttal. See if you guys can get a rebuttal. So, I ask them why they can't see stars in space, and they say because the exposure, because it's too bright, right? Or like say the light's shining off the satellites, too bright, exposure settings can't see it because of the sun, right? That's their answer. Exposure settings because of the light from the sun. Okay, so think about this. If I go out to space and I go away from the Earth, I can be farther away from the Earth than the moon is, and it'll still block out the sun, right? Because the moon can block out the sun, and it's supposedly 238,000 miles away and significantly smaller than the Earth. So the angular size, of course, you could be way further than the moon and then turn and look at the Earth, and it should still block the sun in the sky, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I should be able to go way out past the moon and see stars in space with no lights. You should be able to be in an area where the Earth blocks the sunlight and I can see all kinds of stars. There is no excuse at all. There's no rebuttal to that. Other than they're going to say something like they're not doing stuff just to prove things to you. What? No. This is just about showing the world the stars. You're supposedly swimming in a sea of stars. You can see it way better there than in the atmosphere with the obstruction of the atmosphere. Why would they not be showing us stars from their spacewalks and they're just their footage of satellites and stuff like that?
I mean, what's it? Have you ever seen the? Have you ever heard the excuse where they? I mean, I used to ask, why aren't we using rectilinear lenses so we get an accurate representation of what's going on in space? They're like, oh, well, we use these wide angle lenses that make straight lines curve so that you can see more. And at the time, I was like, all right, cool. Now we got 360 cams and shit. Though, like we should be able to like move the camera and shit, right? Isn't that how a 360 cam works? You can just like swivel it around and shit. Like, if the object was to show us more of space, why aren't we using that shit? You can't show more than that.
Well, a 360 camera actually, it can show you all at the same time. It has a camera on the front and the back. But yeah, they should be showing us. They should take a camera and do a 360. They'll never use a 360 cam in space.
But if the object, all these globers used to use that as an excuse. Oh, they just want to see more of space.
Yeah, that's a good
so
point.
Like, if that's the object, why aren't we having 360 cams out? Because that you're not going to see more than that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, eventually they will, right? Like, because they're going to figure it out that that's what they need to do to convince people.
Well, it's going to have to be just straight CGI, everything, though.
Yeah.
I was shocked, actually, by the presentation of that one video someone streamed here about this guy from Spain that, has worked with CGI creation for all of his life almost, and he like dissected everything about NASA to a point I wasn't aware of, where he like showed like a school project from two guys who use a webcam to in real time manipulate 3D objects with their body, and it's just so weird. And that was like 2015 or something, this footage, and that shocked me, because I think about the budget that they have. And for example, $50,000 in 2016, you would get a green screen setup where you could render in real time through your hair, the 3D objects in the background, through your hair, through glasses, shaded glasses. It would even reflect on glasses or other things within it. It would go through a water bottle that has even a bluish tone to it. Like, I mean, if that technology is already around for people of a budget of $50,000, and the programs that they run this through are just $120 per license, and 100. I think the most expensive one he said was like 260 or something dollars. Think about what NASA has done, and you can see that NASA has exponentially gone better in their department of imagery regarding CGI. Like when you look at the old space footage, it looks much more fake and analog models and whatnot that they use, and now it's just obvious that
Dude, Clay, you can't talk to them about something and say it's just obvious it looks this way. Like they're lost in the sauce.
They still fuck it up though. That's the thing. They still fuck it up, even though they have all that money and they can put all of that time and effort into faking it the way that they try to, but they still fuck it up. I almost think it's intentional.
Well, no, but think about how hard it would be to never mess up. Like when you think about they have to account for so many variables, like faking the moon landing. Of course, they messed up some, and they probably worked on thinking about everything. They had entire teams thinking about every little thing for years, and it's just impossible to think about every little thing. And then you try to do it, and then we have people like us, so we just have to find one mishap that most people won't notice. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you guys go to my screen, I'm sharing. Look at this. This is so funny to me. So this is from the ISS. This is like time lapse of star trails, right? And there's all kinds of problems with it. The stars go down into the Earth and different distances and all this stuff. But why is the Earth so small, bro?
Because they're using a fisheye lens.
Dude, that would have to be the whole Earth, though.
Yeah, they're supposed to be a
Right.
little closer.
Yeah, like this would be the whole Earth. A fisheye lens doesn't even answer the
Uh,
question. How does it make a whole?
It's very simple. So because an asteroid some space debris was close, they need to divert the orbital line, and they just push the ISS more into a higher orbit. They have it.
You see, this debunks them too. As you see the stars come down past
that's so
the Earth, and at different heights. If you're claiming it just because that's an atmospheric layer, then all the star trails would come down at the same heights.
Look
But
at
they
the
don't.
look
So
at the
they have like
copy. Look at
1/20th
the
of the
copy
Earth.
and paste. Look at the copy and paste of these weird bluish whatever this actually is in one straight line over like how many hundreds or thousands of kilometers that would be on the globe.
No,
Like,
dude, it's okay, but dude, it's supposedly time lapse of a spinning ball.
it's so
But
bad.
look right here. What's that? What is this?
Yeah, dude.
Can
What
you
in
the
the
baller send
world?
me out here?
Yeah, what is
Wow.
that? Dude, it's so
From the cupola,
good.
they can get the entire Earth in view. But all the other footage from the space station, you get like 1/20th of the Earth's surface in view.
I genuinely cannot wait for the next moon mission videos, man. I'm it's pure entertainment. This trash.
Oh, I don't think they do it. Where's the ballers? Coffee, you have an answer for all these star trails. Coffee, can you tell me why I see the entire Earth? Left lane.
They're all gone, man. They like
Leflin said
Scientology or something.
Leflin can't voice chat. He said he's in hospitals and
Oh, you can't hear voice chat, but
Oh,
literally,
you can hear voice chat. He's commenting on what Clay's saying.
Yeah.
he can't talk. I mean,
Ah, okay.
Oh yeah, he did say yeah. You're right. Well, how about you type it then, bro? Because I don't know. Doesn't matter. Who cares? We all know it's ridiculous. Like what? Like you have to just lie to not admit that this is ridiculous.
Yeah,
Look at
for
that.
sure.
What is that?
That is what I call very bad artist imaginations.
I'm gonna show you guys my website.
Wow, you made a website? That's cool.
It looks nice. I like it. I'm just I know GoDaddy is like awful about so many things. The
Yeah,
DNS
that's true.
hosting and the web hosting.
Yes.
But
Yeah,
that
like
that was
I've had someone reach out to me about there's a certain provider that lets you host like an infinite amount or something like that, for like $15 a month, and they offer the I don't know. I'm like a total noob. I don't know, but like the safety, whatever it is, the privacy safety thing.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't know. It sucks because I've already paid for this other thing I'm running the websites off of, and I already paid for this.
Hey, was there anything interesting about the paper with the moon Mars landing you bought?
Do what?
Anything interesting about the expensive Mars landing paper that you bought?
Mass what?
You bought a newspaper
Oh,
where
I haven't
first.
opened it. I haven't opened it. It's just so
Oh,
old, and it came with like all these like pieces of cardboard around it. But it does say that there's more pictures on like page 4 or 5. So I plan on opening it. I just haven't yet.
Okay.
So what's the
I bought
what
the.
are we're take? Go
Oh,
ahead, Clay.
no, I thought you were asking what it was. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's the website for this? Post a website for this NASA thing. We're gonna take it. We're taking them to court. What are we doing here exactly? I missed it earlier.
Yeah, like the website's like not even close to being done. Like I just started kind of making it, but I posted it. Yeah, it's just auditing NASA. It's called NASA Audit. So it's interviews, emails, phone calls, in-person audits, independent documentation, and taking them to court, right? And they need to provide discovery, showing anytime that they're giving contradictory statements or misleading, or they're busted faking something. That's grounds for a lawsuit. Uh, you take them to the court, then you get actual evidence via discovery instead of having to pay thousands for FOIA requests where they can still doctor it. In court, they can't doctor it. So basically, it's just the overall idea of just auditing NASA, just holding them accountable and looking through all their stuff. I kind of want to like end up hiring people to look through all their stuff, professionally find the problems. Yeah. So it's a bunch of stuff
Dude,
on NASA audit.
that's dope, dude. I
It
love it.
looks pretty clean. You made that yourself. It's nice.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like it's pretty easy.
I would volunteer as a volunteer.
Oh, cool. Yeah, like on the website already, I have where you can join the mailing list.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably the move. But I haven't looked all into it. I'm like, yeah, I guess GoDaddy does suck, like he says. I'm just kind of like in it now. I feel like it's
I mean, you
whatever.
want to get something up fast, so that's like great for that. But like I'm right now for the stuff I'm starting to host, I'm trying to figure out the best route. My brother has an office, and I've actually been messaging him this morning about possibly putting like a rack up in his office and connecting directly to the internet there. And if I do something like that, I'd be happy to host this site. And then the only way it could get taken down in that case would be like if the internet service provider themselves was like, yeah, we're not even going to let you have a public IP address. But like with GoDaddy, it's easy because they can just be like, yeah, we don't want to host this. And then that's that.
Okay.
Well, the problem with GoDaddy is once you set up the domain with them, they indefinitely, so you can never
Yeah.
transfer once you set
Yeah,
up
they're
with
bad with
GoDaddy. That's the biggest problem with GoDaddy.
they're bad with the DNS registration. Yeah.
Well, too late. They got me. And I think NASA audits wasn't available, or maybe I didn't like it because of the double A. I don't remember. I could still get NASA audits, which is the actual name, right?
Well, I think. So are you saying Dysel they have like a thing with it's hard to transfer out of GoDaddy?
Well, even if you do transfer out of GoDaddy, like they'll own that domain. So you never officially stop paying them essentially, because I'm pretty sure it's like a annual or monthly service, but
You should always be able to change your registrar.
Well, that was what prevented me from going with GoDaddy after I found that out. So I went with domain.com.
Yeah, maybe
But,
GoDaddy do it in their name or something instead of letting you do it in yours. I've never known anyone to do that though.
It does look like they have a registrar transfer process.
Yeah, like you can, but like I said, they'll, for whatever reason, they still hold the ownership of that domain. So even though like you're gonna have maybe like Foursquare or something like do the updating on their end or whatever, hosting, they still own the domain. You never own it outright personally. Unless something's changed in the recent years that I'm unaware of.
Well, it sounds like it may be related to like there's whois information when you register a domain. Sounds like there might be something to what you're saying, because technically when you own a domain, you can have your name on it, like right on the registration information for it, and it sounds like GoDaddy keeps their name on it. So I guess that would kind of be what you're saying. But you should still be able to transfer to a different registrar, and then once you get the domain on a different registrar, then you would be able to have it in your name, I would think.
Yeah, I'm just, for whatever reason, I was under the impression that you're always like tidally locked with them. So even if another third party is going to host your domain and do whatever with it, like if you wanted to go and sell it, even the purchasee is still going to be locked in with GoDaddy. Like that name, that domain name, they'll always be attached to it.
I don't think that's true. I think as soon as you get it transferred out of GoDaddy, if you were to successfully do a domain transfer, then you should be fine. Because the registrar, there's like a pretty in-depth legal framework around how the registrars work, and yeah.
Well, just make sure, because I remember when, like I said, when I did mine, I was a specific question that I asked them, and yeah, I was pretty baffled by the answer I got. So I was just like, all right, well, let me reconsider this, and I ended up going with domain.com.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure the specifics exactly, but I think you're right to be very skeptical of them.
Well, yeah, they suck in lots of ways, right? Like they definitely like they want to like compartmentalize every single service and then give you a deal for a second and then just rape you on everything. I mean, just on that alone, they suck.
Yeah, web hosting in general is a really messed up racket. There's a lot of control over how the hosting happens and the registrations of domains happen, and yeah.
Well, I said something about Tesla or Elon partnering with Ripple and using XRP the other day, and people were like, no, I don't think so, blah, blah, blah. I got a lot of flack. But I guess they just announced that Tesla is going to be using XRP for something.
Wow, yeah,
Guys,
no duh.
quick question,
I bet
guys.
XRP goes up now.
Quick question, guys. Am I actually a bit off when I think that if you put in perspective how much of reality is being sold, which is in fact actually just computer generated images, that the movie Matrix isn't that far off, you know, besides a few little things that are obviously not the case, you know, that's in itself a complete simulation. But what most people believe in nowadays is just literally made through zeros and ones. I mean, like, everything about NASA has always been a magician's trick. Since the beginning, they used manipulative imagery to sell it as reality to a point where they completely created people that we see here, the anti-flat earthers, for example. Like they completely lost in that matrix. Like it is indeed like a matrix. Like this massive deception. I mean, the deception is so great that we literally have churches that should be against the man's wisdom and against most things of the world defending this, and even call it science. What a word! Anyway, I just wanted to share that thought. It's the more I think about it, it's exciting times to live in, but also just it's just insane. That's just thinking that there's so many people running around thinking that they live on a ball.
Is it shit show Saturday?
Well, I'm selling tickets.
That name's Fireball. Got doing it.
Get them up
That
in
was
you.
pretty good. D-Mock's going to be the host. What are you talking about?
What's it? Whatever happened to Jeranism when he tried to do that FOIA for the golf? Remember the golf swing? I think it was when they did that spacewalk. Did he ever get the footage, or did he end up not getting it? I know he went through a whole long thing with it.
Did you guys ever see the T-handle in free fall?
What is it?
It's like a solid metal T-handle, and they spin it and let go of it, and the thing like processes and flips itself around. And if you were to like draw out the geometry of what took place, it would emulate a toroidal field.
He said we drop a T handle and it processes on the way
Yeah,
down.
if you spin a T handle and let go in free space, yeah, it'll spin and process and then flip over just like a gyroscope.
Huh, that's interesting. Where'd they do that? At the Bremen Drop Test Lab or something?
I think you can.
That's something you could just do in your
Google
house.
it or YouTube it. Yeah, I think they did it supposedly on the ISS station.
Dude, I ain't. No.
But I
I
guess it
think they've
has to
been
do with
using
the.
augmented. I think they've been using augmented reality thing. You know what that is? Like it's like you can have objects, like virtual objects that you can interact with. Have you guys ever seen that?
Yeah. The crazy thing is they even can put it's in real time. This rendering process in real time that you have reflection of your body on these objects. Each individual hair can be seen through the green screen, for example, that you would use. You can in real time cut out the cables. You know the globes always say, "Why is there no cables?" Literally, there's technology since 2010, or even going further back, where you could use a
Beautiful
normal
one.
camera and a software to in real time just cut out
Smells
some.
like deliciousness. Smells like seafood, like crab
So,
style already.
Cora,
Isn't that crazy? Cool, huh?
you're Mikey.
All right, I just gotta clean this up and I'll start on the truck. All right. Okay,
Hey,
yeah, I'll take
hey,
a break
Jeremy,
after I
I'm gonna.
clean up.
Hey, Jeremy, I'm gonna post a link to what I was telling you about with the T handle.
Alright.
I put it in. I put it in general. My bad. Where the fuck am I? Oh, bad, wrong place. Okay, here we go. Live stream text one. You there, Jeremy? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch right now.
Hey, you guys think you could help a brother out and sub to that YouTube? I mean, I don't have anything up there yet. Also,
Yeah, post it.
do any of
I
you guys
see
have
it.
Telegram?
Yeah, we got a whole Telegram channel in this for this Earth Awakening thing.
Oh, that's cool. What's it? It's called Earth Awakenings.
Let me see if I can get the. Hold on, let me sub to this YouTube and I'll get the link to the
I got it
Telegram.
at Earth Awakenings. Yep. Okay, I joined. I'll drop the link.
Yeah, how do I sub to this?
It's just a YouTube channel, bro. You should be able to sub.
Oh, I see it. There's a giant subscribe link right on the screen. My bad. All right.
And I dropped the link to Telegram, Earth Awakenings. And also drop my Telegram. For all you anti-flat earthers, you will immediately get banned. You're not allowed there.
I used to fucking talk to Jeranism on Telegram a long time ago. Years
Telegram
ago.
is like the best, dude.
It's fire, yeah, because you can do audio. You can do what we're doing now with this whole voice, the voice thing. Before it was only text.
Really?
Yeah, and you can even
Yeah,
do live streams and video chats and
I did not know you could do that on Telegram. Wow.
Yeah, it used to be only text, and they used to have it so you could record audio clips and then post them in a text chat. It wasn't really that good, but then they made it so you could do audio. Yeah, it's like a voice chat thing we got here.
it's
Yeah, it's good.
not quite as good as Discord yet. Like, for that, like for what we use Discord for, but I'm sure it will get there.
The problem with Telegram is it's a mess. You know how in Discord you have all your channels, right? You have all the rooms that you're subscribed to. This room, all the room, your whole room list, and then you have another list of DMs. But Telegram is just one list. It's a fucking mess.
Yeah.
That's my big beef with Telegram. That one little thing right there.
Now you can create like a channel with subgroups, I think, but yeah, it's just not as organized for this very thing like Discord is.
Yeah,
do
yeah. No, I've
believe
heard you could.
Sorry. I was gonna say I do believe they've. I have to check again. Someone was just saying the other day that they have done like pulled data for law enforcement agencies before.
I don't know about all that, but I know it's a dude from Russia, and it's like you can actually say anything. I think it would be naive to think that it couldn't be a honeypot, but who cares? We just need a place to freely speak. You shouldn't be committing crimes and talking about them on the internet anyway.
I know a bunch of people that just have weed telegrams and they sell mad weed on it.
That's probably
Which isn't
not.
even. It's not even illegal here though, weed, but.
But it's from. I know it's a dude from Russia. I don't know. I've heard they've actually turned down certain things like that. I actually know a guy who knows a guy. Okay, I know a guy who knows a girl that knows him and went to school with him.
Yo, so guys, subscribe to that NASA thing. Let's try to do something in 2023, please. All right, take NASA to court, whatever the fuck. We got to do something, man.
we're not going to make no progress sitting here fucking, having going in circles all day.
No, Jeremy, it's gonna be fire, bro. Like, and we can maybe even host like a meeting of sorts in here every once in a while. But like it's gonna be dope. It really is. And I have a lot of people that want to help. So it's gonna be cool. And I like my lawyer's a flat earther. There's a few flat earth lawyers and attorneys, so yeah, should be cool. Because right now, if you want to try to get footage from NASA, they charge you thousands of dollars, and then they chop it up.
Yeah, I was just asking, did journalism ever get that footage of a golf swing and a spacewalk from that one time years ago?
No.
I remember he was having issues going back and forth with them. They wanted money for a hard drive, just all kinds of it was ridiculous. The shit should just be open on the internet. Like, he shouldn't have had to file a FOIA request. He should have just been able to go to the website, NASA's website, and been like, oh, here it is. Just watch it.
Dude, that's why we're hitting them with lawsuits, bro. And it's gonna be bad for them because they obviously can't prove this stuff. So that's called fraud,
Jeremy, the fact that we don't have that ability is sus.
Yeah, well, only to people that aren't liars.
I mean, they got
in U.S. Code Section 1341. Whoever having devised or intending to devise any scheme or artifice to defraud or for obtaining money or property by means of false or fraudulent pretenses, representations, or promises, or to sell, dispose of, loan, exchange, alter, give away, distribute, supply, or furnish or procure for unlawful use any counterfeit or spurious coin, obligation, security, or other article, or anything represented to be or intimidated or intimated, yikes, or held out to be such counterfeit or spurious article for the purpose of executing such scheme or artifice attempting to do so, places in any post office or otherwise depository for mail matter, blah, 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 blah. So they break this law all the time. And it is, shall be fined up to $1 million or imprisoned up to 30 years for each offense. So,
But they're going to have Charlie Cochran with it, so that's not going to apply to them.
And don't let them settle out of court either.
that's right. But you have to also know what they do is if they
wait
offer
a
you
minute. No. This is important. How much money would it take for you to walk away right now? Dollars.
If they offer you mills, take it, and then we'll hit them. We'll use that to hit them harder with.
That is actually true. Technically, I plan on just doing suits with like one subject at a time. So if they settle out, like I could just go back at them.
Yeah, bro. It's not like someone else can't go at them with something else. Like, yeah, to use that, if you get millions, you could fucking, you could get you could get
no, but you
tens
have
of
to promise
thousands
to
of
walk
people.
away.
Godric, what are you doing? Godric, what are you doing, dude?
You. Go ahead.
Why? I was gonna say, if you get millions or a lot of money and shit, you could get tens of thousands of people. The advertising you could buy with that, you could get tens of thousands of people involved in this arena if you just bought billboards, bought ads here and there, bumper stickers, whatever.
Right.
But you have to promise to walk
audit
away from life.
Sounds better because it's like an action. It's like hashtag audit NASA. It's like go audit NASA. Right now I have it as NASA audits, which is kind of cool. But I think that the slogan will just be audit NASA. But yeah, imagine like a billboard with like an astronaut on wires in front of a green screen that says like audit NASA, auditnasa.com. Yeah, like there are a bunch of things to this. So whenever the government settles out, they normally make you sign something that says that you won't disclose the specifics of the case. And I would refuse to ever sign something like that. And yeah, so I don't know. Also, there's an unspoken rule that if they offer you a lot of money and it's like more than fair, that you're supposed to take it. And they can offer you 3 different settlement offers. And if you don't, in a civil suit, if you don't take the third generous offer, they'll, like, when it comes down to it, for like national security or anything like that, they'll just like hide it. Like an unspoken rule, you're supposed to take the money, which is super
You cut
corrupt.
out.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, bro, if they offer you millions, like you know how many people I could get involved in this Discord arena with $1 million. Like you could have thousands of people listening daily. You get a billboard in New York City for 50 G's in Times Square for one day, but you could get a billboard in some hillbilly hick town for fucking 5
But
G's
Jeremy,
probably all month or something. Godric,
but
what's
Jeremy,
up, man?
you have to promise not to be a spokesperson for the flat Earth. Will you do it?
What's that?
No, man.
What?
He's saying if they said I had to promise to not be a spokesperson for Flat Earth, I don't even know what that means. If you're saying I can't publicly talk about it or something, but of course not, dude. I would never go live
Fuck
with
that.
you. Yeah.
Fuck that. But yeah, you feel me though? What's it like? Think of how many people you get in here listening active on a daily basis for $1 million. Like that's a lot of billboards and YouTube ads and ads and shit.
Well, yeah, and you could also just make you could actually you could rent out or buy a professional studio, right? And you could actually fly in guests and you could do experiments and you could do billboards and yeah, dude, if they gave me a few mil, which I actually think I'm gonna get, I still think I'm gonna get that from my Florida case and my other cases, but either way, it's yeah, it's be the worst thing ever for them, right? Because I really don't care. I'm pretty detached from money. Like I would definitely get my family some land, a dope piece of land and have fruit trees and animals and stuff like that. But that isn't a ton of money, and I wouldn't really care about money outside of that. I would just put flat Earth billboards everywhere.
Billboards, physical location. Yeah, me and my brother have been. I don't know. My brother's like real serious about the stuff. He wants to buy a big building and start like a flat Earth Dave and Buster's or something. Not actually Dave and Buster's, but he wants to do like models, have like a nice big model people can come look at and do presentations. And I don't know. I thought he was just like spitballing, but then he's like started sending me buildings and stuff he wants to buy. I'm just like, geez, man.
That's awesome.
But yeah, the billboards thing I think is an awesome idea. I love that idea.
Yeah, but you can't just put research flat Earth on it. They're gonna end up at the Flat Earth Society or some fucking stupid controlled op shit. You gotta send them somewhere specific.
Well, even if you put Dave's app on there, it's a good starting place because it has a question mark section and then it answers all the basic questions. But you would need to put a website. You need to have a website. And when you're talking about something that big, you're definitely gonna need to have your own hosting.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
That would be
and then
sweet.
it's
Go ahead, sorry.
No, it's fine. It just sucks because even when you have your own hosting, it's like you still have to hope that your internet service provider is not going to take you down too, because they can also take away your IP address. You need like an actual backbone connection to the internet, which is not necessarily easy to come by.
Here you have 18 U.S. Code, Section 1519, destruction, alteration, or falsification of records in federal investigations. Whoever knowingly alters, destroys, mutilates, conceals, covers up, falsifies, or makes a false entry in any record, document, or tangible object with the intent to impede, obstruct, or influence the investigation of proper administration of any matter within the jurisdiction of any department or agency of the United States or any case filed under Title 11 or in relation to or contemplation of any such matter or case shall be fined under this title, imprisoned not more than 20 years or both.
Won't they just jump in and be like, "Yo, this is a national security or something"? Or
well, they have to
can they do
they have to make that official argument on the record. That's a win, dude. If I get to go show everyone that NASA actually had to appeal to national security to stop the court proceedings, why would they have to do that? That's a win.
No doubt. Yeah, that definitely doesn't look good for them. I feel you.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Let's try to go somewhere in 2023. What do you say, guys? We've been doing this shit for years now. Like we're not. I don't know. You think we're making progress, or?
Well, I know we're making progress. Yeah, that's for sure. Like I'm seeing like huge podcasts talk about flat Earth. So
Do you? Who's like Joe Rogan shit, or like
no, I
Eddie
mean, Joe
Bravo and
Rogan
Joe
already
Rogan?
happened, right? But just a bunch of I can't think of them off the top of my head. I have a list somewhere. There's a whole bunch of like people that are now talking about flat Earth. Have you heard of Sneeko?
No,
Sneeko's a
I'm not
younger
out.
streamer. Yeah, he was like one of the number one streamers on all of Twitch. He got kicked off. Now he's on Rumble. But yeah, he's gonna cover flat Earth. He's getting into flat Earth. Yeah, it's just everywhere.
So
The Destiny dude, you've heard of Destiny?
no, I'm not up on the whole social media thing.
Oh yeah, these are just like Twitch streamers that are really famous. But that's like the thing now, right? I was like,
Yeah, yeah.
Any updates on the debate with Destiny?
no, I haven't even pursued it yet.
Oh yeah, yeah. If when you, I'll definitely go badger his server when you're ready to do that.
Dope. Yeah, that'll be cool. That dude would get
It
so
makes sense if he has any interest in debating the topic. You guys have both been on modern day debate, so it would make sense for him to debate you.
Yeah, and it would be better to debate him on his channel. That's over 500,000 subs.
Oh, for sure.
I don't know if
But
he.
anyway, that it would happen would be awesome.
Yeah, I don't think he would post it to his channel because he's gonna get destroyed. Obviously, like I would just start with geocentrism.
I mean, bro, if you go somewhere and there's 500,000 subs, like, you know, they hear you talk, they're interested. Like, where do you send them to your chain to your YouTube channel? Like, what if they want to? I don't know. Like, where do you send them?
Yeah, I always just plug my YouTube. I plug this place some too. That's why a lot of people that are here, by the way. Like, I help build 24/7 quite a bit too.
It's not weird. Yeah.
I don't really promote that anymore.
Yeah, you know who Human Sheeple was?
I've heard about it.
This dude, he had this crazy thick Russian accent or some shit. Cyprus, I think they call it. And then and he had that accent for years, bro. And then we saw him on YouTube or Rumble or some shit. BitChute maybe, some channel he's got. He's got a British accent.
Yeah, I heard it.
And he was like running 24. He actually took 24/7 over for a minute.
You cannot trust the Russian accent.
Little country ting at the end.
Hey, would anyone, like, random question, if I were to spin up a Wikipedia, like, we could call it, I don't know if I would call it like alternative Wikipedia or like FE Wiki or something, would anyone have interest in like using that and contributing to it?
I think 24/7 actually has launched something like that, and they have a lot of people that worked on. Yeah, so maybe I can ask Indio because Indio is hella cool. Hella cool. That dude's like a freaking encyclopedia, dude. But I could talk to him. Also, when Crypto's in here, talk to him. Mention
Cool.
that I did
Yeah.
it. So he knows all the details.
I saw the Flat Earth Society has a wiki and it's awful.
Yeah, that's why they made one. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, it's like, of course, it sucks because I was thinking, like, I'm sure there's already a bunch of these out there, but no one knows about any of them because it's all shadow banned in the search engines.
Yeah. I can't remember all the details of what they did. I just remember that it was like a whole thing, and they had people writing like legit papers.
Nice. I'll check it out. Oh yeah, this is excellent. Cool.
You found it?
Yeah, I found it in their links.
Nice.
Seriously though, I pitched the idea to Geo a couple times on making just a flat Earth like only room. Because I can't tell you how many times we've been having dope conversations and you know, certain people just come in and fucking ruin it.
Well, why is it only a thing to talk about and not make actualized?
What's his server?
What's that?
I'm saying, well, it's Geo's server, right? So
Yeah, but I mean, Jeremy's like, top fucking mod here, dude. Like, I don't know. Doesn't he have like power to do that?
He made some valid reasons for not doing it. We don't have really enough people to keep 2 live streams going because we want to have the open panel shit too, where we can, because people like to debate the Globers and pitch ideas off. They're not totally useless.
I get that, but when you got free flow between 2 rooms instead of bottlenecking the conversation into a catastrophe, like I think it opens up the possibility for more patrons to join and participate.
I mean, I could barely mod this room.
Okay, well then you need more mods.
I get nervous every time I got to go in a shower or go to sleep or something. I'm like, oh, I hope the room doesn't get fucked up.
That's what I'm saying. I think you'll be modding less though, like in all reality is what I'm saying. But either way, I don't know, man.
It's just a lot of work. Like we want to do events and shit, but like, that shit takes time, man. I'm mad busy at work all the time and shit. Like it's pretty much if we want to have an event, if we can't get another mod to like host it or something, it's all on Geo.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, in order to open up new doors, I mean, you kind of got to let go of others. So, you know what I mean? Like if you want things to grow, you kind of got to allow them to grow. You just keep everything confined into one room, dude, and you got Kosho running the fucking talk chat the whole time, then it's just like, dude.
I mean, we can always go to live stream too. And then just totally fucking, rule it with an iron fist or whatever.
Well, I guess what's annoying is that people like that, like they just think they run this place. So, like they should feel honored. In my opinion.
Yeah, like we don't really get anywhere if we're just running around in circles with Zanuck about Coriolis for 4 hours or, whatever.
I mean, it kind of has its place. It's good to, like get used to people gaslighting and running your conversation in circles. And I mean, it has a function, but yeah, it gets pretty old pretty fast.
They're like if we ever want to do a test to check to see if we're scurving or something, they come in handy then before we go do something, and then they're like, oh, well, you should have, this is because of this or whatever. I don't know.
I
and
think
you
what's
don't want to have
frustrating
like
is it's like it's so easy to predict what they're gonna say, or once they start to say something, you know exactly what they're gonna say. And you have to sit there and listen to them smugly say the same robotic script, condescending, and you have to listen to them just go through all of it while they're just ignoring your point and saying the same. It's like sucks. It's like when you're talking about why don't we have stars in space? They say exposure. And you're like, why wouldn't you just do this and get stars? They don't have to prove anything to flat earthers, but they'll say that, and it'll take them like a minute of just like they don't care about people that deny reality, and just go on and on and on. It's like, oh my god, bro, like shut up. Like what
like yo,
Lori
tell
does,
me
bluntly, right?
tell me if this sounds right for the stars in space thing. Like, what's the reason we can't see stars on Earth in the daytime? Because the sun hits the atmosphere and blocks out the stars, right?
Yeah.
That's like their reason. So, like, when you're on the moon though, and you're looking at the opposite direction of the sun, like you should be able to see stars because there's no atmosphere blocking them out, right? You're not like picture you're standing somewhere and the sun's on your right side, and directly to the right of you, and then you turn to the left of you and now you're facing that way. Like you should be able to look up and see stars on that. No.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, they're gonna say they weren't on the dark side.
If the moon's in the shot, they'll say it's exposed for the moon's surface, which is brighter than the stars or something at the time.
But not if you're on the dark side.
Yeah, that's true.
No, but even if you're on the lit side of the moon, the whole moon's lit. If you're just looking straight up, or not straight up, like at an angle, like the moon's on your right side, or sorry, the sun's on your right side, and you look to the left straight up, and you should. I feel like you should be able to see stars on it.
Yeah, but like what he said is what they'll say.
Why can't we see the moon during the day? Is what you should be asking them.
We can see the moon. What's up? What'd you say?
Why can't we see the moon during the day? Sometimes
Why is
half
it
of
not
it,
getting blocked out like the stars?
but sometimes half of it disappears completely. No shadow there, just complete disappearance. Like an object, when it has a light on one side, the other side of it is a shadow, right?
Yeah, one side's lit up, and then you can't even see the other side. You saying the part that's shadowed, it just looks blue or something, like the sky?
Yeah. Yeah. Or the new moon, where it disappears because it's in front of the sun, 5 degrees off, disappears completely. But if it goes 6, 7 degrees off, you can see it then.
Just what a coincidence that they're even the same size, right? They're the same angular size. Like what a fucking coincidence that is.
Yep.
In the globe model, I mean, this is just a huge coincidence.
The killer of that is when you talk about stars and what visibility is the eclipse, the solar eclipse. Why does the moon come in front of the sun, but you don't see it? You don't see it from the side as it comes. You only see a shadow, and then as it leaves, you don't see it. That's the Achilles heel of their model. I think, anyway.
Moon and the sun are like, yeah, same angular size, and then on top of that, we have the one moon that's orbitally locked, so we always see the same side. Or I don't know about the one, but ours just happens to be that way. It's just kind of crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are just physically impossible. If you think about it logically, you can't have a big, huge thing, which they call the moon, huge, and disappear because of a sun, because of a bright light. Like it doesn't make sense. How could a huge rock block something, and as it comes in, you can't see it. You just see a shadow. Then it turns dark. You never see the other side of the moon. All you see is a black, like a silhouette, and then it leaves, and you don't see the moon again. How could that happen?
I don't know. What is the globe answer to that? I actually don't know much about that.
Well, they say it's bright, and you can't. It's the light, and so on and so forth.
Seems like there would still be ways where you could get your white balance and settings correct and perceive it.
It's never been done. As far as I know, it's never been done. They have this one fake picture when they show it in front, and the backside is lit, but apparently that's been done with Photoshop.
Did SE kill the chat? Yeah, I wish I could find this diagram Rumpus drew once. I was fucking with him so bad back on Brandon's. He was, you know how he does all his diagrams and shit. He had to circle up. He's drawing tangent lines and plumb lines and shit. I had him draw so many lines on this fucking diagram. It looked nuts. I had him up to point G, I think. Like I had him kept.
He
I
loves
was like,
his
just
ray
add another
tracing.
point. I was like, yo, just add another point right here and call it like point F or some shit. He kept drawing line. I had him drawing so many tangents and fucking. It was crazy. I wish I
So
had
they
that
have
shit. I
unlimited
can't
in
find it.
their model. It's unlimited, bro.
Yes, it is.
You hear that?
Well, when you have a circle, yeah, you can have unlimited tangents to it. Infinity. That's why you can't chop That's why you can't chop the sphere up and put it on a flat plane. Because of that.
Just like language is infinite.
How crazy is it that like for like miles we build things like level, as in horizontal, and they think it's actually curving. Like all engineering, you have to just use level as horizontal.
To them, level is curve, though. That's the
But that's
crazy
not
thing
how
about
you
it.
build. That's not how you build things.
Of course not.
Use plane survey. Plane survey horizontal and level. And you know what's funny is they'll be like, you don't believe in gravity? All engineers have to use gravity. If gravity wasn't real, we couldn't do engineering. Which is stupid, obviously. They're just using weight, right? Downward acceleration. But then all of a sudden, like, whenever all engineering projects have to use plane survey, doesn't matter.
Yeah, just add in the curve after. No worries. Everything is done. Straight lines. But then they just add the curve. Simple.
I have a meme for this. Not really a meme. Plane surveys are carried out for engineering projects on sufficiently large scale to determine relative positions of individual features of the Earth's surface. Plane surveys are used for the layout of highways, railways, canals, fixing boundary pillars, construction of bridges, factories, etc. The scope and use of plane surveys is very wide. For majority of engineering projects, plane surveying is the first step to execute them. Plane surveys are basically needed for proper economical and accurate planning of all engineering projects, and their practical significance cannot be overestimated.
Absolutely. There's no denying that. No denying that. They
This is,
cannot
yeah,
deny that.
it's from a government source, I think. Hilarious. And it says plane surveying is the survey in which the Earth's surface is assumed to be a plane and the curvature of the Earth is ignored. Surveys work up to 100 square miles. Survey works up to 100 square miles are treated as a plane.
Yeah, that's why I always say geometry and water is their Achilles heel. There's no argument against it. There's just no way.
Here's a question. How many Achilles heels does the body have?
Here's the
Because
question.
you listed 3 already.
Here's the question: can you respond to what we just said? That all engineering projects use plane survey, which treats the Earth as a plane and completely ignores the idea of Earth curvature.
There's no need.
See, you can't argue that. There's just you can't.
I don't have the need to argue. Like
You
did
can't, bro. You can't.
All I've
You
ever
can,
heard.
yes, Essie, I see that you're triggered, but that's like you can make the fantasy that I can't.
That's all you can do, bro. We know
can't.
your game.
We can argue better than you
What
can.
game do you-
Level
what game do
actually
you
means
think you know?
curved, and you can just neglect it for that much.
Hold on.
Even that's all you
I
can say.
think Essie thinks he knows my game. So Essie, predict for me what my game is supposed to be in your fantasy mind.
You're
Go
a
ahead.
disturber. You're a disturber. Everybody knows your game, Laurie. Come on, bro.
Yeah, but what
We're
answer
having a
do you think?
productive.
What
This is
answer
your
do you?
game. What you're doing
Yeah,
now.
but you,
But
Yes.
we're not gonna let you do it, bro.
This is his game. It's all he ever wants to do is talk about people and about attack character, talk about character. He never wants to talk about an actual issue. I've never seen him do it.
that's convenient.
And you won't. And you won't.
Hold on. Yes. However, you guys asked for my specific opinion. You asked for my response, and now you're crying that I'm trying to respond. So
About the
which is it?
argument. You just respond with people every time and drama and soft.
Yeah, because as he brought drama, he wanted to pretend that he knows what I'm going to say.
No, you
So if
you
he wants,
said
if
I don't
he
have
wants
to.
to bring drama, and I'm
No.
sorry, I'm still talking. If he wants to bring drama, I'm glad to take the drama.
Okay,
So
you
tell Essie
said
to shut the fuck up.
okay. So right. So
Nice
you
try,
said-
Laurie.
Yeah, you said I don't have to. That's what happened. So don't pretend you were trying to answer the question.
I said no need because I don't feel the great need to respond to silly trolls and silly questions all the time.
Okay, so
That's
sophistry, the
the only
use
thing.
of
It's not-
fallacious arguments, especially with the intention of deceiving. That's all you do. And of course,
Yes,
right here, how much does the Earth curve in 100 miles?
Yes, let's go to the first part of your statement because I'm not actually going to play your game where you scattergun by making some fallacious personal attack and then making another point so that the other person cannot attack
Get on with
the
it.
first part.
Oh,
So
boring.
you have no idea about my motivation. So how about you stick to the argument with it and
Didn't say
take the
anything about
bullshit out?
motivations.
You did. So
No, I
take the
didn't.
bullshit out of your statement, take your triggering out of your own ass, and then make that statement, make your point calmly. So can you reiterate what you just said, but take all of the personal bullshit out?
It has nothing to do with being personal. It's the definition of sophistry, which is the use of fallacious argument with the intention to deceive. So we pointed out that all engineering projects have to use plane surveying for highways, railways, canals, boundary pillars, constructions of bridges, factories, etc., and that all of these engineering projects for proper economical and accurate planning require the use of plane surveying, which is the survey in which the Earth surface is assumed to be plane and the curvature of the Earth is ignored. Survey works up to 100 square miles are treated as plane. So the Earth's curve should certainly come into account over 100 miles. Yet to actually properly build things in the real world, we have to ignore the idea that there's curvature there.
Can I ask you a question?
No, can you respond to what I said?
Okay, so you didn't. Okay, so it's not a conversation. Thank you. Why did you
Okay,
post the
I'll mute.
sophistry? What's the relation of the sophistry thing that you just posted?
you're just gonna be ignored.
Who made fallacious arguments?
That's all you do.
Okay, so you have no reason, by the way, to make that claim. So that shows that you're
Use
again
an
bringing it to
obfuscation
personal
fallacy.
bullshit. You're bringing it to personal bullshit that has nothing to do with the argument.
No.
So can you please remove the sophistry
No.
from the side chat?
No.
Because it
Use-
has you're
no.
attacking me personally for being
I'm not
for
attacking you
resolving to
personally.
sophistry when I didn't yet respond to your point.
Use
so
an ad
you're
hominem fallacy and empty
you're
words
dishonestly hold on with it. I was talking. So you're dishonestly attacking my
You
point
suck.
before
These
I
are one of
even
the people
make
that should just be banned from here. You should be banned from here.
Yeah,
come
this
here
is
with-
what he
I get
does.
why.
Mods
Yeah.
in this situation, just mute him. That's the only solution. I promise you.
Talk over me and then mute me. That's the only solution. Yes.
Yes,
Because
'cause
I
you
crowd
don't
your
say
gears
anything.
with truth, and you're talking over me, by the way, which is so you need to be muted.
Dude, you don't say anything. What did you just say that had anything to do with our actual question? Nothing.
Nothing, but I'm just pointing out that you cannot
So
even
why are we
take
wasting
your...
our time with you?
I'm pointing out that you cannot take your triggering out of your ass to have a decent conversation. So take your triggering out of your ass, stop attacking with ad hominems and being snarky, and then ask your question and I will fucking answer.
No, you won't. You literally won't. All
You
you want to
don't know
do,
that because you
all you
cannot
want to
even
do is
try.
get in the mud and have a personal fight with somebody. It's childish and it's a waste of our time.
Yeah, that's true, Mister. Listen, I just have one question. Yeah, where is the Earth's curvature? Do you have the coordinates? You know, latitude, longitude, this kind of deal, for where I can find the Earth's curvature? Thanks.
Yes, I do. Every coordinate point.
Wow.
You can just basically take your pick among all of the coordinate points available to you.
I guess until he wants to respond to the surveying, he should just be ignored. And if he's going to continually interrupt and jump in to not address the point, then he should be muted.
That's sort of unfair, I think. But
No, it's the
whatever
same
you want to
standard
do.
for everyone in this room. If there's a subject brought up and that's the discussion, and you're trying to disagree with it, you have to respond to the subject, not spill your feelings about everyone and try to antagonize people and create this big drama fest and
Well,
just whine over and over and interrupt people.
Well, there would be really no need for drama if you could make the argument like in a balanced way with it.
I already did.
Okay, give
I
us your
don't
opinion
think
on
you
the
did.
subject we're discussing, Laurie, please. Will you? Go on.
Sure. So go ahead, ask the question.
Oh my god.
Oh my God! You see, he can't do it.
He's not listening.
I'm just waiting because you didn't ask it in a balanced way, so I'm waiting to see if you can ask it in a balanced way. Without resorting to
survey
he's
works
gonna
up to 100
guys, he's gonna resort.
Survey works up to 100 square miles. Treat the Earth as a plane, and all engineering projects for proper economical and accurate planning require plane surveys to build railways, canals, boundary pillars, construction of bridges, factories, etc. We must use plane surveys. The survey works up to 100 square miles are treated as a plane.
That's quite easy to respond to. That's not a problem for the globe model, and that's the answer.
Also, the curvature is the Earth should curve 100 miles.
It doesn't curve enough for it to be significant in these projects. You have heard the argument before, I think.
How much does the Earth curve in 100 miles?
How much does it curve?
That's what I'm asking. How much do you think the Earth curves in 100 miles?
Well, you should look it up, I think.
It's a pretty relevant question, right?
Yes, I think it is relevant. Yes.
So you should know the answer then to your religious belief.
So should Witsit.
I do know the answer.
Thank you. So give the answer.
So you're saying you don't know the answer?
I'm saying give the answer if you know the answer.
Well, you're the one claiming that you made the claim that it's not enough that you have to account for it. So you must know the number then. You made the claim.
Well, why should I know the number?
Because you just made the claim that it's not enough to matter.
Of course it's not enough to matter.
Well, in order to know if something is enough, you have to know how much it is, huh?
Why?
Because you can't say it's not enough to matter unless you know how much it is.
See, this is a silly game, man. Like I've been in this flat Earth conversation for 7 years, so I'm not gonna look up some stupid value for you.
Well, then maybe you shouldn't make claims
We
you
all
don't
know it's
understand.
not flat, so why are you asking?
All right, so you got nothing. Just go on mute.
7 years, that's a personal hiccup at this point. You're just choosing not to see the truth about your reality. We can't help you with that. You just have to decide.
That's a game, yes. That's a claim you can make, sure.
No, actually, the game is that you claimed that it's not enough to matter over 100 miles, and you don't even know how much it's supposed to curve over 100 miles.
I don't like my worldview doesn't operate where I memorize numbers by heart.
Okay. It
But
should be
I operate.
almost 7,000 feet.
I think I was talking with it. You're being a bit rude.
Now you're not. That's crazy. So it should be almost 7,000 feet. We're just going to cut to the chase. So 6,666 feet. That's obviously a pretty big deal if you're building something like a highway or a bridge or a factory or a runway. So yeah, it would matter, actually. It absolutely would matter. 7,000 feet of drop would matter.
Do you have citations for that?
For the 7,000 feet?
Yep.
Yeah, the radius value of the alleged globe.
Can you post it?
Yeah, sure, buddy.
See, I don't have the need to play this game. Like
There you go.
we all
You
know
lose
it's not.
again.
Yeah,
There you go.
we
You
all,
lose again.
yeah, but you're over talking me, so I actually win because I'm showing how immature and incapable of having a conversation you are. You
Everyone
whine
in
about
here,
me
including the
interrupting,
Glovers,
but then
thinks
you
you sound
interrupt.
ridiculous.
Hold on, with it. I was talking.
But you're
You
not saying
interrupt, and
anything.
then you.
Hey, listen, Laura, here's the deal, buddy. The way the room works is not that just if words are coming out of your mouth, you get to just continually talk and you can't be interrupted. So once it's your turn to talk, you just talk about whatever, and everyone has to sit here and listen to you uninterrupted. That's not the way it works. So if you want to have an actual adult conversation where you're responding to what's said, specifically like an adult, that's cool. If you're going to repeatedly ignore it and just say stupid nonsense and never address the point, then we don't have to sit here and listen to you go on and on and on. You're saying literally nothing.
I don't even make long comments. I don't go on and on. So you're talking about fantasy worlds, sir. I make
You got nothing.
I make one sentence and you get triggered because it doesn't fit with your like script. I go against your script, so you get mad.
No,
Well,
here's the
grow
deal.
up.
Every
Grow up.
time that you come off the mic and you're not responding to the point specifically, you're going to be muted because you're just wasting our time, and that's all you're here to do. And we don't really want to talk to you if that's what you're going to do.
Sure. In order for the discussion to move forward, what's the point that you're making currently?
How do you? If you can't tell me what my point is, then you need to just sit out.
If you cannot make your point clear enough for me to state what it is, you didn't make it clearly enough. So can you restate your fucking point, sir?
Everyone else in the room knows it.
Why are you here if you can't
So you
understand?
don't understand. You don't understand what Witsit does. What Witsit does is that he clearly stipulates his point, but using very quick words, right? And when you ask him to restate what he said or to expand, he just goes, "Oh, you weren't listening to me, therefore you're not honest."
Charlie,
And
I
that's what he
said the
does.
point 5 times, buddy.
That's fine, bro. That's okay. If you were to,
Hey,
if you were to tell me like I didn't hear,
you're muted too. Today's not the day. You guys, we were just talking about this. You anti-flat earthers actually don't run this place. I know you're not aware, and you probably grew up really spoiled or something.
Oh, I am.
No, you don't run the
Witsit,
place.
we already went over this. Please don't be.
Place, so you're not going to keep interrupting. So you just jumped in here. I've read it very clearly and even dropped a freaking meme with what I read and explained it multiple times. Okay? So he's intentionally ignoring it. He's even responded to the point with obfuscation about how much it should curve and all this stuff. And he's refusing to address it. So stop trying to personally attack me when you don't even know the context of the conversation. And the fact that you're defending Lori's sophistry just makes you look bad.
He's not intentionally ignoring it. He's very clearly didn't understand your question, and he's asking for clarification. And for you to assume that he's being malicious, I think is unproductive.
Hey, buddy, he asked for clarification, and I said it. I repeated it and clarified it 3 times already.
You didn't. You just muted me.
Charlie, how long have you been in this conversation?
Maybe like 2 minutes now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're a professional. Clearly, you don't know what's going on here in this particular situation, and clearly, you don't know Lori. So, please, bro.
Yeah, like he's saying he has to clarify. I'm just refusing to do it, and I've actually already clarified multiple times. So just admit you were wrong.
I know Witsit well enough to know what's going on here.
There you go. Just
No, you
more.
have no clue. You just came in and you're just shooting wildly. So just chill out, feel the conversation, and then like maybe ease yourself in. How about
Yeah,
that?
I don't know who you
I'm
are,
very,
but the
very
fact that
chill.
you just interjected yourself into a conversation that you know nothing about and asserted that you know Witsit, so you must know what's going on here, really speaks very poorly of you. And I'm really not very interested in hearing anything else you have to say, but I'll give you one more shot.
Can we get
Totally
back to
fine.
the topic instead of this personal
You've been
bullshit?
ignoring the topic the whole time. I'll repeat it
No.
again so everyone can see just how incredibly dishonest you are. So, plane
No personal
surveys are
attacks,
used
thank
for
you.
there you go. Try to censor it, right? Plane surveys are used for the layout of highways, railways, canals, fixing boundary pillars, constructions of bridges, factories, etc. The scope and use of plane surveys is very wide, and for a majority of engineering projects, plane surveying is the first step to execute them. Plane surveys are basically needed for proper, economical, and accurate planning of all engineering projects, and their practical significance cannot be overestimated. Plane surveying is a survey in which the Earth's surface is assumed to be a plane, and the curvature of the Earth is ignored. Survey works up to 100 square miles are treated as a plane. So if we're doing an engineering project of a bridge, and we have 100 square miles that we're treating as a plane, that would be almost 7,000 feet of curvature. So neglecting it but building something wouldn't hurt.
I actually need
Wait,
a
wait,
citation.
wait. What did we just? Can you repeat those last like 10 words?
Yeah, if the Earth is going to curve almost 7,000 feet in 100 miles, and you build a bridge and just ignore it and just build it as if.
Well, and they didn't say 100 miles. They said 100 square miles.
Yes,
Okay.
square miles.
Which is like 10 miles if each side is equal. It's not 100 miles.
Yes. Thank you, Tseptepi, by the way, for posting that. See, with it, you're actually relying in totally incorrect mathematics. You're talking about 100 miles instead of 100 square miles. So if you're actually correct, just fix your maths and then there's no problem.
Okay. So if I build something for 10 miles, how much should the Earth curve?
Well,
I
you
actually
look
don't
it
know.
up. It's your argument.
No, this is your belief. Your belief is that it doesn't matter.
But we're not talking about whose belief it is. We're talking about whose argument it is. It's your argument that this is a problem for the globe. So how about you
just
look
it doesn't matter.
buddy.
Let's just Google it.
It's always
or calculate it.
66,
Doesn't
man. It's
matter.
the same. Just like 100 miles is 6,667. You got 10 miles,
So
66.
hold on. You said for 100 miles it was going to be like almost 7,000 feet.
Yeah, 6,600.
Okay, well it's actually 70 feet. What's it?
No,
Yes, it's 70 feet for 10 miles. It's 70 feet.
I said for 100, dude.
Right, but what you were quoting was
I just
not
said
100
that
miles.
10 is
It was 100 square
67.
miles.
I just said 10 is 67, and you're pretending you're correcting me.
We're talking about 100 square miles.
I
so 10
literally
miles.
just said 10 is 67, and then he jumped in to tell me actually it's 70.
No, I asked you. Your original argument was it's 100 miles, therefore there should be about 7,000 feet of curvature, right? And we're correcting you now and saying no, it's more like 10 miles, which is around only 70 feet of curvature, which is like 2 orders of magnitude off than what you were originally bringing forward to your argument.
Okay, even though when we build bridges, that we have bridges that are almost 100 miles. And what's the longest bridge in the world?
Yeah.
Yeah, what? We build it in increments of plane survey.
Yeah, that's fine. I wouldn't want the entire bridge to be one single plane survey, right? I would think that for a length that's around 10 miles, you want to do one plane survey. I mean, I'm not a civil engineer. My dad is, and maybe I should ask him about this. I would think that you want to do a plane survey every 10 miles or so.
Okay, so why do we not have to account for almost 70 feet of drop if we're building a horizontal level for a bridge?
Based on what you cited, I would think that the error is not large enough for 100 square miles.
70 feet?
Like the error that accumulates over assuming a planar area over a surface area of under 100 square miles is not significant.
70 feet.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're building a bridge and you're building a level bridge, 70 feet is a big deal.
Over 10 miles? I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Do you have a citation that's
Oh
not
my God.
significant?
Yeah, dude, that means that from the beginning to the end, you'd be off by 70 feet.
Witsit just read it off, right? Witsit just said, or unless his point is that, clearly his point is that he doesn't believe this stuff, right? But from what he just read about plane surveying, he says that plane surveying is accurate up to about 100 square miles.
which if we're assuming each side is equal, which I guess wouldn't really apply for bridges, but maybe it's a bad assumption, that would only accumulate an error of like 70 feet. So he's the one saying in what he read that it's not a big enough error, right? He clearly thought 7,000 feet was a bad error, right? And I would think that 2 orders of magnitude less than that, you would acknowledge that, okay, well, that's far less.
They're
Probably
all
not
too big of an error if you're building a level bridge. Okay.
Mhm.
If you start at one point and you're making a level bridge, by the time you get to the end of it, if the Earth's curving, it would be off 70 feet. You wouldn't have level.
What's it? What would be off 70 feet?
The actual end of the bridge would be 70 feet above the ground.
No,
Yeah,
no,
oh
that's
yeah,
you're
oh yeah.
very well misunderstanding what would be off.
You can't answer.
I can answer what?
Why would we not have to account for 70 feet?
We don't have to account for 70 feet over a small enough distance because the error does not accumulate, right? You thought it was 7,000 feet. Now we brought it back down to 70 feet,
You're
right?
just
And you're
gonna
still
keep saying
saying
that.
you're saying, oh, that's clearly still large enough, right? But you have no basis to say that. Oh,
I'll give
like
you a
from what
graph
you just
since you
read.
seem to not be able to understand things.
What?
I'll give you a little graph since you don't understand things.
What's it? You don't have to be a dick, please. Please, we've already gone over this. All right, like implying that I'm an idiot or that my points are stupid or that I don't understand stuff is not characteristic of like civil behavior.
Says the guy who came in here and immediately ad hom me in the middle of a conversation he knows nothing about, and if he goes and listens to the live stream, you're gonna feel like such an idiot for defending that dude.
I ad hommed you by saying you're wrong. It's not 100 miles. It's 10
No,
miles.
you ad hom me by saying I know widget, I know how it works, I know what he's actually doing. He's
I
just asking
demonstrated
for
that you
clarity.
were wrong. It's not 100 miles. It's 10 miles. Am I like hallucinating right here? Holy shit!
You're conflating two different topics.
I guess. Okay. Well, sorry I intervened. Just ignore me.
You're good.
I actually have to go to a meeting, but here, just I guess you guys don't understand this basic concept here. Here's a straight line, and here's a ball. If we build the bridge like it's the straight line, but the Earth's a ball, we can't build level bridges.
What's the scale on that picture?
All right, talk to you guys later.
Talk to you later, sure.
Is that analogous to what the surveyors are doing?
Of course not.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, he left anyway, so never mind.
Yo.
Yo.
That may or may not be microdosing. On life.
Hey, Charlie, have you looked into that thing about see if you could determine the ship the Earth only based on the timestamps, not having the positions of the receivers
No,
and stuff?
I have not.
Is it push up 30 or what?
Are you in a dorm, Charlie? Charlie? Yeah, Charlie.
Nah, this is my house.
Dude, it looks like a dorm, bro. You got like the whiteboard, you got the like monitor screen, you got the books, you got the little bed. It's like a dorm, dude.
That's an exercise bike.
Oh,
Dorm
it
has
looks.
an exercise bike.
Okay. Nice.
Oh, that's neat. That's the same workout my girl does on the exercise bike.
Oh, she does Peloton?
Yeah,
I actually
she
haven't
just
done
doing-
it in a while now. I sort of switch back and forth between just weightlifting and Orange Theory, which is like a great cardio workout. I actually just came back from one.
You be doing hot yoga?
Nah, my wife does that shit, but I don't.
I figured you're already doing the exercises my wife does. I thought you might be in
There's nothing wrong with a cycle, bro.
it. Flex for us, Charlie. Let's see what we're working with here.
What?
Flex
gotta
for us.
flex,
Make a
bro.
muscle.
Flex for you? It's a little gay, don't you think?
Well, how many push-ups can you do right now, then?
To touch tips or anything. I just want to
I
see
am
flex.
exhausted. Look. I just did a 90-minute workout. I burnt like 1,400 calories.
You need some
Like
water.
I'm exhausted right now. I'm like,
I just ate some pasta. I'm exhausted right now.
bro, you gotta take a nap.
No. Later. It's way much more later. I'm going to sleep. But I worked today. So I guess I did some physical things.
Yeah, I would, but I'm microdosing. On
Microdosing
life.
with what?
I'm about to eat mad weed edibles in like 5 minutes.
Do it, dude.
Man, I miss weed.
We're going out for a couple drinks. I'm at get nice and lit first before we go.
Yeah, you're getting a little twisted. I actually enjoy getting twisted. I didn't used to. I used to spin out a lot, but I like it now. I've been told I act a little strange when I'm twisted.
What's twisting? What drug is that?
It's just a mixture between alcohol and weed.
Oh, crossfaded. That's
Yeah,
what we used to
faded.
call it.
Yeah.
I like being sober.
It's fucking gay. You might as well touch tips with Charlie.
Well, I think it's there's faded and then there's twisted. So it's actually both. So whenever you smoke weed then drink alcohol, I believe that's faded, and if you drink alcohol then smoke, that's twisted.
Don't start nerd raging over this. It's not really that serious.
I'm pretty sure that's how it goes. I think that's the legend.
Weed's been so suppressed, it's not even funny, dude. So many people have suppressed it. Textiles, big pharma, prisons, unions, big alcohol.
Hemp, right? You mean hemp has been suppressed?
Hemp for the textiles, but marijuana for the big pharma, big alcohol, prison corporations and prison guard unions. Like, it's just been so heavily suppressed.
Well, I would agree if it would be the natural blend, like with this right amount of low CBD and low THC. But today everything is just completely perverted, where you just have these extremely high doses of THC to make you just unsober.
This is
I'll tell you right now. I get severe back pain sometimes, and and they used to prescribe hydrocodones to me, which are obviously fucking horrible for you. But instead of taking the hydrocodones, I can just eat a weed edible, and it relieves a lot of. It may not be as good as the hydrocodone, but it does relieve a lot of the fucking pain. And I don't even eat. I could have eat 8 more fucking edibles if I wanted to. I don't really eat that much.
Yeah.
Yeah, pain is awful. I don't wish anyone pain.
I don't know.
I mean, it makes sense why big pharma would try to suppress it, because I mean, obviously you want people taking your hydrocodone, oxycontin, whatever the fuck.
What do you
Not
what do
just
you guys think?
weed.
What do you guys think of shroomies? Boomers.
I mean,
I
luckily
mean,
luckily now they mostly got the seed banks in their hands, the big contributor of cannabis by the state in the US, and have modified it and genetically perverted it to a point where it will definitely make you sick the same way as for a long period you would take pharmaceutical drugs.
You're right, bro.
Pretty sure
Like
that
I don't trust this Delta 8, Delta 10 shit or Delta 9, Delta 10 shit, whatever it is. Like, I don't know what the fuck they did to that shit, but that was the craziest experience. Not smoking it. Smoking it was fine, but the experience afterwards, the adjustment period of like becoming sober from that type of high is fucking ridiculous. I don't know what the fuck they're doing messing with those fucking chemicals, but people like me, no thank you, bro. You throw me off the track, you know what I'm saying? I go crazy. Start seeing shit. I'll be walking on the earth like a treadmill.
But here in Germany, for example, I have seen in the past years there is a big growth of farmers actually growing CBD/hemp plants.
I honestly don't even know why farmers are growing potatoes for $5 a pound when you can grow a weed plant for like $2,000 a pound. Like, it doesn't even make sense.
They care. They care, bro.
What's up?
We need food. We can't just forget about food.
It's all about the money,
If
bro.
everyone just started growing weed, dude, we'd be starving to death. But we'd be super high, but we'd be dying.
Don't get it twisted, bro. It's always all about the money. What I care about is the money in this country.
I'm not a
Capitalism,
farmer,
bro.
man. I don't know.
I find the idea of like a starving world, but everybody's really high to be really funny.
I mean, if you're really addicted to cannabis, which I was getting very slim. Like I was like a breeze in the wind at some point because instead of eating food, I would just smoke a big joint or
I
split.
expect Jamaica to be like that. Is that true? Is that valid for me to say that? Is
What?
Jamaica like that? Like they have, issues with famines and then because of the governments and then they just smoke weed to like cope. Is that true?
I don't know, man. I just know that back when I was addicted to cigarettes and cannabis, I was very much skinny.
Yeah, I guess it messes with your metabolism a bit.
Yeah. And it also feminizes your emotions.
I don't know how you got.
When you're sober, you're very easy to be annoyed because I have a feeling if you take the feminine side of the plant in these high dosages, which we do in the Western civilization, I think when you're sober, you can really feel the outcome of it. Like I was always like, if I was not high, things would trigger me instantly.
Like there's
I'm
weed
just
that's like
confused on.
intake and then weed that's like excretion, or what do you mean by like feminine, masculine?
Hold on, can I just address the other point first before we go on? I mean, I'm confused on how you lost weight on weed. Like, I get high and I eat everything in the kitchen. I don't know what are you doing.
There was a point. There was a point. I had this in the beginning, and then when I got very addicted, to a point where I would like smoke multiple joints a day. I will not eat it. Like you don't have that munch or whatever. It's like we say munchies.
Some people don't get the munchies. Yeah, they get the adverse effect.
No, I had munchies in the beginning, but then afterwards, you it just disappears. I don't know how to explain it.
That's good information, dude. Valid.
I mean, they're actually using weed for people that have eating disorders, aren't they? So that they can eat, like you get, smoke a little bit. And I mean, weed has so many beneficial health effects. It's not even funny. I don't, yes, you can abuse it just like anything else. You can abuse anything. Don't, use your head.
Yeah, again, I think it's it would be a bit better if someone who would use weed as medicine has never used it in his life, that he might go back to the very natural root of it, like having this perfect balance of THC and CBD, because I just think that's how the plant was meant to be, a very balanced, not really making you like. See, if you drink, look at it this way. If I drink like 2 glasses of wine, I will feel the alcohol definitely, right? And that's already to a point, okay, where you get drunk, okay. So I think if you would really get the original herb, like it still grows in some countries, there's some hunters for these original seeds. If you smoke that, it will never be anywhere comparable with the pure THC plants that you have nowadays in the Western society. I'm pretty sure it will just be like, I don't know, drinking a coffee maybe.
Yeah,
But it will still reduce pain and so forth. I think the creator had very good intentions, but what man did, he took again the original genetics and just made it to a point where it is purely perverted and just suits the one passion to be completely blown off, completely blow away.
Yeah, I can agree. Definitely, it seems like with the female plant, like you're saying, how they get this high THC strains and that whatnot. But are you attributing estrogen to the female cannabis plant?
No, that's just a hypothesis from my own experience. But that could also be the because most of the time smoked spliffs, which is a joint with tobacco.
So you're saying it'd be better to smoke a female plant that's been pollinated rather than a female plant that hasn't, because you do know that's the only plant that's smoked, right?
Sorry, can you repeat that? I read something. Can you repeat? Sorry.
No problem. So you would say a female plant that's been pollinated might be better off than a female plant that hasn't been pollinated, because a male plant doesn't produce smokable flower.
Dude, sorry, I need one more time, please. That was just, I don't know. I couldn't get that right. Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
No problem. A cannabis plant comes male and female.
Yeah.
If the male pollinates the female flower, it develops seeds.
Yes.
If at that point, yes, that's the old Mexican whatever weed that we used to have, right? But nowadays we cull the males out to grow unpollinated females that have higher levels of THC and whatnot.
Okay, now
So
I
it's
get what you mean. Yeah.
always a female plant that's being smoked, just pollinated or unpollinated.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you pollinate, if your plant gets pollinated, that would be a grower's death, I would say, because then you can basically throw it away. What is kind of funny, there is some anomalies where even though you have feminized seeds, they somehow still grow. There's also like male and female, like a twist.
Yeah, that would
that
be
can
a
happen.
hermaphrodite. Yeah, that's a hermaphrodited plant, which is because you've messed with its genetics. I'm talking about a natural, like no one smokes a male cannabis plant, period.
I don't know, man. I might think, yeah, why actually no? I mean, that's a natural thing, right?
Breeders smoke male cannabis plants.
What are they smoking?
They're smoking to determine the potency of the male that they're using to breed with the female.
So just the leaves, because there's no flowers.
They do produce some flowers, but it's just not as potent or as large.
It's not cannabis flower like what you would, not like a weed, like a nugget of weed or whatever. But I do know there's THC on the leaves or in those flowers. I can understand where you're getting at, but I've never heard of anyone smoking there like as medicinal use. I could understand if you're saying a breeder to check potency. But the argument was that from what I heard, that because people are smoking female plants, they're turning more female. Is that correct, or am I mistaken about that hypothesis, Clay?
That was just an hypothesis on my side. Like, not that someone gets more female, but that emotionally more unstable, maybe because you're consuming a substance that has been tampered with, that is now in a state of being unstabilized, right? Normally, the original plan would be a stabilized version, but what man did is create an unstabilized version in a sense, right? And from that standpoint, if you constantly consume something that is, made artificially and unstabilized to its original version, then it might also unstabilize you in a certain way.
Yes,
check
it out.
If you get what I'm saying.
Listen,
yeah,
please.
it's not artificial. It's just the female plant with not being pollinated is all it is.
Check this out.
Yeah, and extreme THC doses, right?
Clay, I want to
Yeah.
just explain something to both of you guys. I'm sure the other gentleman knows about this, but what happens is it affects you hormonally. And for men, it ups their estrogen. I don't know about women. I don't know what it does to them hormonally, but studies show, right? I'm not as I haven't studied this personally, so I guess I'll just say they say that it messes with your estrogen response, and also if you add in a diet of complete garbage or even half complete garbage or whatever, you're messing with your hormones that way too, and so on and so forth.
No, I didn't know that. So my hypothesis might be true of what I experienced myself, because when I was addicted to cannabis, I myself experienced these very weird emotional unstableness when being sober.
Well, here's a tell. Did you have any like nipple growth, any growth under your nipples or nipple sensitivity, or extra
Nipple-
fat stored on your chest?
Extra fat? No, but a lack of hair growth in my face, for example. Like not much estrogen, I would say.
That's
Okay. Yeah, I
that's
don't
an
know.
interesting point. I definitely, we'll have to research that. I do believe that the cannabis plant, like the female, if it doesn't have seeds, whatever, or it's been pollinated, we might just be ingesting it improperly, in my opinion.
Yeah,
By
I mean,
smoking it, I think that you could just eat raw bud and be just fine, or
I
juice
think
it.
you're right. I think the carcinogenic process of smoking it, the process of making the plant matter carcinogenic is I don't think it's ever good to like inhale, over long periods of time. Now, the thing about marijuana is it's got a lot of attributes that kind of cancel out a lot of what the carcinogenic plant matter might do otherwise, like with tobacco or shit if you just inhale paper smoke all day or something.
Hold
like
on,
that.
You're just making it.
I mean testosterone. Sorry, I didn't mean estrogen. Testosterone was. I had a lack of testosterone for sure when I was addicted to weed.
If you go down to Jamaica, they take the raw plant and make tea with it. That seems like more normal to me.
I hope it's clear to everybody here that smoking weed causes lung cancer.
No, that's actually being studied right now. That it actually rejuvenates the lungs.
Wait, what?
Go ahead and
Alright.
show us where it does that. Can you show us on our microscope where that's happening, please?
No, I cannot. I can only go. I can only appeal to authority on that.
Bust out the microscope and show us. All right.
Hold on, real quick. Have you ever seen what a bowl looks like after you smoke out of it for like, I don't know, a few weeks or maybe a couple months?
Do you think that your lungs are glass like a bowl, or are they rejuvenating?
But I think the smoke. Go ahead, Charlie.
I mean, I'm fairly certain we can find the lungs of a deceased person that used to smoke a ton of weed, right? And you can see the inside of their lungs, and they're covered in tar, dude.
Have we seen that?
I'm fairly certain we can find it. Do you want me to?
I mean, I would just assume that that's what it is because look at your bowl.
In general,
your bowl has resin.
But your lungs aren't glass, right?
Guys, but in general, we could say
Smoking cigarettes. One more time, how many of those people were also smoking cigarettes?
in general, we can say that smoking is not a necessity if you would use cannabis, especially the natural genetics of it, as a medicinal substance. It's not necessary to smoke. I would say even smoking is by far the worst thing to consume it. For example, what I think is you could literally establish hemp or cannabis like salad in a supermarket, because if you eat it raw, it has a good amount, like a good amount of nutrients. For good, like mix it in your normal salad, whatnot. It will not make you high or anything. Same with if you have not THCA activated oils. I think if you consume non-activated oils, that will still have a positive function, but not make you high. And like what I essentially want to say with this is there is a lot of misconceptions, I would say, about the consumption of it. I personally think if you just consume it for the pleasure of being high, and especially using these high THC breeds and whatnot, then it's really not, medical intake, and it's just purely for your own pleasure.
I mean, the thing is, oh my back life, there you go.
And it's I think if you really have a if you have a medical problem and you are really in need of something like this, you should use the best intake that is possible. And I think vaporization, for example, could be one where you literally don't create any smoke for
I mean,
person's medical disorder or problems.
I mean, the thing is, obviously weed has huge medical benefits. It's not even a question anymore. I don't think anyone's arguing.
But I think the thing that weed doesn't cause, like smoking weed doesn't cause lung cancer, is like you're living not in reality, right? Like you're not aware of the risk.
I don't know. It may depend on how you intake it, whatever. I mean, yeah, you don't even have to. It could. I don't know. That's not even our. My point is that it has huge medical benefits, right? We know this. It stops seizures. People were moving their whole family to Colorado so that their kids could get the medicine to stop the seizures, because the big pharma came out with the medicine. It kind of worked, kind of didn't. The kids were still getting seizures. It was expensive. They moved to Colorado, get the kid on the cannabinoids or whatever the fuck's in it. CBD, I don't know, whatever's in weed that was stopping the seizures. They get them on that, stop the seizures. So, like, the fact that Big Pharma was lobbying so hard to keep marijuana legal should tell you where Big Pharma's interests lay. It's not in making sure we're healthy and cured and having less sickness. It's in money. That's all we give a fuck about is money. It's sickening. It's a crime against humanity.
Well, the sad thing is now that all the states have legalized it and are selling it under, like these, like they're mostly saying these very genetically modified seed breeds or cannabis breeds, I want to call it. And I think they have found a way to pervert to a way where it's actually not beneficial, instead of when you would use the very, natural, original breed of it.
That's because when the government grows things, they spray it incessantly with pesticides and stuff. So as soon as they regulate it, then yes, you'll have no clean medicine. That's correct. Also, there are people that get lung cancer that have never smoked anything, no cigarettes or anything. So you can't even prove smoking cigarettes causes lung cancer. And if that's not a fact, I don't know what to tell you.
Are you kidding me right now? Of
You
course,
can't prove it. You cannot prove.
Are you saying that because there is? Are you saying that because you can get lung cancer without smoking, that therefore we haven't proved that smoking causes lung cancer?
It can attribute to it, but there's plenty of people that smoke their whole life and don't get lung cancer. Cancer thrives in an acidic environment.
Hold on. The claim that the scientists make is that smoking cancer significantly increases the probability. Smoking cancer. Did I say smoking cancer? Smoking cigarettes significantly increases the probability of you getting lung cancer. None of that is incompatible with people smoking and not getting lung cancer, or people not smoking and getting lung cancer.
So is it a risk you're willing
Being
to take? Or
alive
what?
is the
No,
number
if
one.
you smoke cigarettes, okay, if you're like a cigarette smoker, regardless of the amount that you smoke, then you have like a 20% chance of dying of lung cancer by age 60. It's like an insanely high risk that I'm not willing to take. especially now that I personally have a
Is that
kid, right?
for-
Like,
Is that just tobacco, or are you talking like a Marlboro cigarette that's been infused with a ton of other chemicals as well?
it's just tobacco.
Just
smoking
tobacco.
Yeah.
Just smoking tobacco. You're saying you're going to die at 60. You have a
How'd you find that
20% greater
No.
chance of dying at 60 from
No,
rolling.
Not a 20% greater chance of dying at 60. It's worse than that. You have a
You have a
20%
greater chance of dying at birth.
What's your sample size, Charlie?
You die. Listen, when you're born, that's when you have a chance to die,
Bush
not
league.
because of a cigarette.
Bush.
If you
That's
You're right,
right.
D-Muck. If you don't die when you're born, then you can smoke whatever you want and you won't die.
No, I said if you
That's exactly what I
no,
said.
you can't die without living. Is what you
Yeah,
should
this
say.
you sound
So
scared of
life
death,
is
bro.
life is the only cause of death. Once you get life, now you can die.
if you get the jab, you can just skip all this.
Exactly.
Without life, you
Smoke as
can't
many
die.
cigarettes as you want if you're jabbed up.
So what they told you is some people smoke and don't get cancer, and some people don't smoke and get cancer. Now you're saying cancer is from smoking. How would that make sense if people that don't smoke get it?
I never said cancer's from smoking. I
So
never
what's
said
it
that.
from?
I never made a claim about where cancer's from. I
Well, then
said
why are you talking about it? What's it from?
because we're talking about smoking, and smoking causes cancer.
Right.
That's the claim that I
You
made.
keep saying it causes cancer, but
Yeah.
you said you don't know what it's from. So stop saying it's from
No.
cigarettes.
No. Okay, hold on, dude. Hold on. There are many causes
What's
why
it
somebody
from?
might.
I'm asking you what's it from.
D-Muck, you asked me a question. Allow me to answer. Okay. There are many causes why people get fat. Right. Stuffing your face
Oh no.
causes you to get fat. However, there are also other causes that cause you to get fat. Okay.
Fat
For me
people
to
can
say,
be born fat.
for
I
me to
stuff my
say,
face and I'm skinny.
for me to say, right, smoking causes cancer does not say that it's the only thing that causes cancer. And it's very possible, in fact, it is the case that other things also cause cancer, but it does not take away from the fact that we know, this is a fact, that smoking causes lung cancer. I say this as an occasional smoker, by the way. I enjoy the occasional cigarette here and there.
How do you know that's a fact though when you just said like people die without smoking from cancer? So where did they get it from?
Yeah, McDonald's causes cancer too. So
Hold
I just
on,
said
I'm
it.
actually very curious, like where this
people that eat McDonald's get
Gel
cancer.
causes cancer. Hair products.
Well, I mean, being chunky at birth causes fatness, but like you don't even need to eat anything. So like you can just be born fat. So
D-Muck.
like, can you be born with cancer?
For you, Charlie.
D-Muck, I have a meta question for you.
Can you be born with cancer?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So what caused that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Nothing. Apparently,
How would I
you
know?
being born.
I mean, if I'm correct,
D-Muck,
So being born is the cause of
are you
cancer.
you
Being born
incapable?
greatly increases your chances of dying from cancer when you're
Hold
born.
Hold
Okay.
on. He only knows the kind of cancer that comes against our narratives, right? The narratives that he thinks we're making up. Otherwise, he doesn't know, right? Oh, well, this causes cancer. Smoking causes cancer. What caused the baby cancer? Oh, well, that one I don't know. So you don't know fucking fuck all, and you're coming here to tell us anything about this.
Holy shit. Okay, are you guys not aware that there could be multiple causes for like a single effect?
That's
Yeah,
actually
don't make claims that you're not sure of is the bottom line. That's the whole problem that happens in here all the time. You're making a claim that you just said cigarettes cause lung cancer.
Of course they do.
Yeah,
Yes.
hey guys, listen
There's
to this.
There are
people that
also
smoke
other things that cause
cigarettes
lung
that don't
cancer,
get
right?
lung cancer.
Listen to this real quick. Does our body make cancer cells every day? Yes. Our cells are constantly multiplying. As a result, there will always be some cells that are mutated and with the potential to become cancerous.
Why are you derailing?
I'm just saying, man, our body is constantly creating these
I'm very well
cancer
aware.
cells, which are actually not bad. You know, the whole
They are
view on
bad.
cancer
I'm
is-
very well. I mean, do you guys even know how the immune system weeds out cancer cells at all? Like, does anybody here know like the basics of immunology?
I say if
How do
you're
you
out
get
there
it
lying,
when
you
you
know
eat it
you're
out?
dead.
my grandma had
family cancer, you stupid bitch. Yeah, I know.
All right,
right?
Sensei Glad, excellent. You're volunteering. How does the immune system get rid of cancer
No, I'm
cells?
not. Hell fucking no. You can go fuck yourself, kid.
my grandma had cancer of 78 years old and she beat it by a distinctive diet and not listening
Wonderful
to
story.
the
That is
hospital.
not relevant to the conversation.
Yeah, why is
Does
it not
What about
relevant?
the
She
trial
was
and error to kill
anybody here
78.
people?
tell me how the body gets rid of cancer cells without having to look it up?
The
This
body
is not
has cancer
relevant.
cells
Right,
in
but how
it
does the
every
You
day.
can be born
correct?
with cancer.
And the immune
You
system
just
kills
said that, right? So how did you get rid of something you're born with? How
I
does
have a
the
shitty
body
immune system.
naturally get rid of something that it born you with?
We live in a
You
world where people
okay?
literally want to think that cancer is like the ultimate death sentence. Like they don't really want to
Yeah, it
see
could
any
be
hope.
fun.
Yeah, cancer is not a bad thing if you don't apply to the
Cancer is not a bad
idiotness
thing.
and retardedness of pharmacia. Yeah, pharmacia is stupid, man. A doctor has no knowledge about health. They're completely lost. They just
All right,
learn
so
something and
nobody
repeat
here knows
it.
how the body gets rid of cancer.
The
I
body
think it's
gets cancer from Coca-Cola because it's acidic. You're acidic, you have cancer. You're alkaline, you don't get cancer. That's how it works.
all right. Thank you. Jesus Christ! Why do I try?
You need to eat more oranges, bro.
Why do I trigger myself like this?
Oranges help you get more alkaline, even though it's an acidic fruit. Did you know that? Did you know the orange is the golden apple? And Florida is the Garden of Eden.
I just rebuke any sicknesses in the name of the Most High Yeshua Mashiach, and I don't
That's
even get sick.
that's
I was
all
not
you
yet
need.
sick since I wasn't sick since I was saved. So there is something about it, and I trust him. I trust the Creator of all things that this temple that he has made will never be attacked by any, disease, because I just rebuke any disease and call it a lie. It's all a lie. I haven't been born sick, so why should I get sick? That's it. That's what I
That's-
believe, and since then I haven't been sick.
That's right. Toxicity only lives in toxic people. Toxic people are called anti-flat earthers.
Wait, are you saying you only get sick if you're toxic?
No. I would also say there's a lot of toxic flat earthers. What I think is there's a reason why it says in scriptures that the life is dependent on the tongue, and from the abundance of the heart a man's mouth speaketh. And if you're constantly cursing yourself, you're just destroying your own body. No matter how much sport you do, if you constantly blaspheme the Creator and curse yourself and curse others, no matter that you get sick, dude. Like that's just literally upon your mouth. You're literally create that toxicity within and create that sickness that will come upon you no matter what. So maybe start being more clean when it comes to your tongue, because the scripture says that death and life depends on the tongue of a man.
Don't believe in God.
It doesn't matter, man. You can't. It doesn't matter if you don't want to believe in the Creator. It doesn't delete the Creator. It doesn't delete the very temple that He has made for you. By any means, it just maybe makes it all worse, because if you're not in tune with the thing that He has made you to dwell in, no wonder why all the people get sick.
Yeah, maybe thoughts like not believing in a creator cause cancer. Have you looked that up?
I have, and it's.
Are you
does not
sure?
hold up.
Every single person that's gotten cancer, are you sure?
Yes, I'm very sure.
They all believed in the creator?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
If you just make sure to praise Ishtar and all that she's given us, you'll never get sick.
So it says in Proverbs 18:21, the tongue has the power of life and death.
So be careful with what you say.
Exactly. See, when you go to
Well,
a
you-
doctor, when you go to the doctor says a death sentence over you, right? He starts by this very complicated Greek word for the sickness, and then he's gonna go by, yeah, I'm gonna say the death sentence here. You're gonna probably have like half a year to live, and then he goes further, and that's it. The tongue has the power of life and death. He completely chose to speak death into your life. You accept that message. Furthermore, you inherit that message. You live by that message, and you die.
Right, the mind is powerful. The mind is super powerful.
Yeah. And that's why pharmakia is retarded. That's why people really start to think for themselves and understand. First of all, understand that there's a
Think
spirit.
for yourself, bro. You're
flesh.
accepting the holy text of a religion that was made over 2,000 years ago. What do you mean? Think for yourself.
It's not even about the holy text.
Not thinking for yourself.
Would you stand in front of little innocent child and start cussing? No. Naturally, you say to the little child, to protect that child, never start cussing. Don't use these words, because your very moral compass, your inner being that has been given by the Creator, is fully aware of the immorality that's behind using these words and destroying yourself, and destruction within these words. That's why you would tell your child to not use it and to not do it, and you would never sit in front of a group of child and start acting the way some people do here on Discord, for example, and say these words that they do. These self-destructive words. I'm not making this up. This is literally something all people can. There's no excuse. Everyone can observe this for themselves. That's why there's power on over your tongue. There's a power of life and death. Realize this. You don't need to be someone believing in scripture or even believe in the Creator to understand this very easy principle. And no, I'm not going into any spiritual new age thing. Everything is frequency and blah 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 whatnot. No, it's just very simple logic. That's why they actually. That's actually why they're called curse words, right? Curse words. It's a curse.
I don't believe in God, buddy.
Yeah, but you have a moral standard, correct?
Yes, I do.
Where'd you get that from?
It is subjective and relativist, and it comes from desire. It comes from things like the golden rule, and it comes from things
Where'd
like
that come from? Where'd the golden rule come from?
probably the Bible, right? But that's not why I accept it. I think it's a good idea.
Okay. So you just like to take a couple good ideas from the Bible and then blaspheme the rest of it?
Yes, I love to blaspheme the Bible. That's exactly what I'm saying. That's not a dishonest characterization of what I just said at all.
Well, you say you don't believe in a creator, but you like to take some things out of ancient texts, but not all of it.
I think it's a good idea, therefore I adopt it.
Okay, so you have a moral standard, but you don't want to be judged at the end of your life? Or are you okay with being judged at the end of your life?
I have a moral standard.
But because I have a feeling you have vices you're holding on to that you don't want to give up, like a porn addiction or something like that, and that's why you have a hard time.
Hold on. Do you really think it's appropriate to get like this personal, like here?
Well, I'm just saying. I just wasn't.
Hold on. What did you talk about your issue with your past issues with pornography?
What's that?
Why don't you talk about your past issues with pornography right now, right here?
Anyway, I'm over those issues, but
well,
yeah, I've had past issues with pornography.
My point is that it's totally irrelevant.
I have no problem shouting out the truth to you. That's not a big deal to me. And as a man, you should be able to grow away from that. And if you can't, then your mind is going to be tainted.
I agree. Pornography is bad. I don't think I don't know what makes you think that because I'm a heathen, therefore I must be here like jerking off like left and right.
Yeah,
or whatever other vice you think I might have.
Let's not start assuming things about each other. We're all not perfect, right? But also on the other hand, I don't know him, the guy behind the camera right now. I don't know you, Torah, and I also don't know anyone else in here actually, personally, and that's why I think it's just a very big step to just assume something.
I got you. My bad. My bad. I didn't mean to do that. I'm sorry, brother.
It's okay, man.
I'm sorry, Charlie, too.
Apology accepted.
If you guys had 1 million leaves on the ground, and then you step back and look at it, would it look like a big leaf? If it's like 1 million of the same leaf?
I don't know. Would it?
I don't know. It's a question I'm asking. I'm posing a question to everyone. So 10 million pictures of you on the ground. Would it make a big picture of you in reality?
Depends on how you put the leaves down. So if you have 1 million leaves and you put them down in the shape of a leaf, and then you get way far away from it, yeah, it might look like a leaf. But if you put 1 million leaves in a square, then
I would put them in the orientation of the leaf. I would face them the way the leaves face, and all of them, they'd all face tip to left, back to right, or something like that. Yeah, and all the pictures would be right side up of you or me. And if I had 1 million of them and I put them together, isn't it supposed to, like pareidolia, make a big picture of you? You understand? So if I got 1 million little balls and I put them all together, they should make a big ball of sorts. They'll still have little missing dots everywhere, but you know what I mean, right?
Yes,
so it's like, yeah. So 1 million hyperboloids, wouldn't they look like a big hyperboloid?
I think the order would be important, right? On how you place it.
Or would 1 million hyperboloids look like a blade of grass or a strawberry or I don't know.
I really don't know, D-Mark.
I mean, but it's a good question, right? You've heard
It
about that,
is.
right? Where you put all the pictures on the computer screen, all those pixels are the same pixel, and they make one big picture.
Yes,
Have
I
you
heard
heard that?
about it.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about. Yeah.
I want to know if it's true. If we really do it on the
people think
ground and we
crazy
back up,
things.
does it really do that, or do we just see a whole bunch of little pictures of us? I wonder if that's true, because if it's not, they lie
So
about
what are
it
you
so
guys
much.
up to today?
Huh?
What's up, Xanic? How we doing?
How you guys doing?
We were good up until this moment right now.
We're talking about how smoking weed does not cause cancer, or smoking cigarettes does not cause cancer.
Oh boy.
No, we're saying you can't make the definitive claim that smoking cigarettes causes cancer every time.
Sorry, I mischaracterized the claim. We can't make the claim that smoking causes cancer because you can also get cancer if you don't smoke.
That's true, right? So
Right.
that's your conclusion. That's a logical conclusion they're making.
Yep.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's
That
called
is
lo-
logical.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey guys,
that-
you know,
I don't think,
there was a study. Well, forget about the cancer, man. They did laboratory animal tests with the rats and found out that just I guess the equivalent to like 6 weeks or 5 weeks of smoking just cigarettes or anything, smoking even cannabis,
Yeah,
had
they don't.
diminished brain function.
Can
Like,
I-
serious.
They don't give them
Is
oxygen
everybody,
in
hold on a second,
between
is
the
everybody
cigarettes.
real low for you
No,
guys
no,
too
no,
right
no.
now?
Guys, hold on.
Jeremy, I'm asking a question. Is
It's gonna get
everybody's
crazy.
voice
I
real
know you're
low?
asking. I know you're asking a
severe nerve
question, but
damage.
Xanic. Okay, when somebody interrupts somebody else, that's not else's turn to jump in. Also, so let's let everyone finish their sentences, please, guys.
So they did these tests and they found that not only was there, chance of getting cancer and things, lung cancer, such as, but there was actually nerve damage between the brain and the heart, and inside the heart too. Some of the nerve functionality was disrupted, so that there was inability to recover certain, heartbeat rhythms and other very serious like effects, even after only 6 weeks of smoking cigarettes. So they're not good for you.
How much oxygen did they give them in between each hit from the cigarette?
They just made them. You gave them a little lounge chair and a little cognac and a cigarette, and let them just kind of have a little party. The 4 or 5 rats in a room.
No, that's not how it works. Actually, they force feed them the cigarette smoke without any oxygen.
No, they put it between their little paw fingers and they suck it out with their little miniature rat lips, and they take big, however much they want.
But I mean, do you really think the cognac and endo sac make me slack? Never mind. No one got it.
So that's the argument that you
Hold on, real quick. This is
you get
real quick,
cancer
Xanic.
from other things, but cigarettes can't cause cancer.
This is like the hot water causes. Hold on. This is like the heat causing hot water to boil.
No,
You guys say,
they're
exactly. What about the?
They're incapable of
pressure and it-
accepting that more than one thing can cause something. I think that's the issue.
You know that you can have multiple. I mean, I do. I don't know about these guys. Democ, do you know that? I know
You
there's
guys really
multiple
think that all the
causes.
billions of
Yeah, I
people
get
have gotten
that.
cancer from
Okay,
smoking?
so what is the problem with saying smoking is a cause for cancer?
I don't know. Have they proven
that-
it? Is there definitive proof of this?
Yes.
Well,
right,
so
post
people
it
that
up.
don't smoke can't get lung cancer.
People
proof
that
of
don't
that, and
smoke
these guys can
can't
see
get. No.
He didn't say that.
No, I'm sorry. People who
That's not
smoke,
implied.
some of them don't get lung cancer.
Correct.
Okay.
And some people that smoke don't get.
How
lung
is that?
cancer.
Hold on. How is that inconsistent with what I said previously?
Because you said if you smoke, you get lung cancer.
No, that's not what I said. I said smoking causes lung cancer.
See, that's where you're
Okay, I'm
getting your
confused.
words twisted.
So
You should say
Torah.
smoking. You should
Torah,
say smoking can cause lung cancer, not it does cause lung.
There you go.
Doesn't always.
Sure, but question. I mean, does driving drunk cause car crashes?
It can. It doesn't.
Not
always.
every time, no.
Some percentage
Yeah.
of the time.
Okay. All right. So your issue is with the definition of cause, right? To me, if something raises the probability
It's
of it
the wording.
conclusively,
Hold on. It's not a definition thing. It's the way you're wording your sentence.
it absolutely is it is a definition thing, right? If you believe that when I say cause means must always lead to, then sure, you're not going to agree with me. But fine, if it's the words that I use that confused you, I can use different words. It doesn't matter.
No, you
Smoking.
just have to say what Jeremy
Smoking.
said. You're just
Smoking.
Here's the problem. Here's the
Smoking
paradox. So
significantly increases the probability of you getting lung cancer.
Well, there's
Okay,
a
that's
causal
a
relationship
risk I'm
between
willing to
smoking
take.
and lung
Hey,
cancer.
Jeremy,
Wait a
Correct.
minute.
There is a causal relationship, but it offends these guys to call it a causal relationship
I know,
because
Charlie.
people that smoke don't always get lung cancer. Therefore, it can't be causal according to them.
No, I said
Charlie,
people. Some
it's like the
people
guy
smoking
driving the
don't
car
get.
that's drunk, and then a boulder falls on him. He dies while he's driving while he's drunk. Now, he didn't get killed by driving drunk because he was drunk. He got killed by the boulder. But when you drive drunk and you crash your car because you're drunk, that means you crashed because you were driving drunk. And they're not be able to put these pieces of this puzzle that is a little more of a semantical argument here than anything else together. Do you not agree? I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I have actually found that most of the disagreements that are had here by the flat earthers is over their inability to accept that words have different definitions depending on context.
yeah, we have to be very careful with the words we
Bro, it's not a
use.
definitional thing. It's a phrasing issue. When
Well,
you say
it's
smoking causes cancer, it can cause cancer. It doesn't always cause cancer.
it's definitely a semantical thing because he already clarified what he meant. So
Well,
If I
why
smoke,
bother having?
I smoke. I don't have cancer. So
That
I
doesn't
mean, there's
mean
people
well,
that smoke their whole
smoke doesn't
life.
cause cancer. That
well,
doesn't
hold on,
mean
hold on,
Time to start
hold on,
talking.
hold on,
Why?
hold
See,
on.
now he jumps in. Why are you guys doing this?
If you live long enough, you will get cancer from smoking cigarettes. If you remove your 100-year lifespan into an infinite time, you will get cancer. It's all about cells and the quantity of cells that you have.
Yeah.
So in a
Well,
small population, you might not get cancer if you smoke 100 packs a day. You might escape that eventuality, but it overall does cause cancer.
It can cause cancer, is what you're saying.
it raises the
Now I can hear
chance.
you
Just
guys.
use
That
their
was the
language.
whole
It's
point.
fine. It's fine. Just use their language.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
fine. Don't get them confused. Just use
This
their
is
language.
the English language.
Sure.
You might not get
Let's
cancer,
use
but when
English
you do get
language.
it, but you might not get cancer, but when you do get the cancer, it's caused by smoking. That's what we're trying to say.
I
Doesn't
want
mean
to
you
talk
always
in
get it. It just
Chinese.
means that the cause is smoking. Smoking is a cause of cancer. It will cause cancer.
So
It has
when
the
a
ability,
person,
maybe.
yeah, when a person smokes and then gets lung cancer, you're convinced it was because they smoked.
Does speeding cause crashes?
Not every time, no.
Does driving beyond your capabilities
What?
cause crashes?
Zanuck, just use their language. Just use their language.
You
right?
mean can speeding cause
We've
accidents?
seen
Yes,
their
it can.
dictionary. Use their dictionary.
Is
It's fine.
speeding the accident? No. Just speeding doesn't cause accidents, no.
Yeah, what
But
are
you
NASCAR
can.
drivers doing?
Right. They're
Okay,
going around in
does
circles at
Driving in
175.
does speeding increase your chance of crashing?
Yes.
Not in NASCAR.
So that's all we meant so far.
It
Okay,
increases
but
your chances of winning.
can you prove that the speeding caused it and it wasn't that the guy was drunk while he was driving?
Does driving, losing control of
Ooh,
your vehicle,
dumbness
does
of
it cause
thought.
crashes? That's a better example. Don't you think, Charlie? Better analogy here.
Stupidity
Is
causes
driving
crashes.
driving beyond your capability or driving out of control, would that cause crashes?
Again, I'm just gonna start using their language. I don't know why you're
Wait, let me just see what they
on
say
your
for
own
this one. I
language
know
when they don't accept
you're,
it. It doesn't
you're
change the
actually right.
underlying reality. Just use their language, right? They don't
Well, I
like the
wanna
word cause.
Dude,
They
this
don't
is the
agree with that
English
definition of
language,
cause.
I kind of
bro.
want
You
to
don't
Just use
understand.
their language.
I kind of want to see what they say for that. Charlie, you're absolutely right, and I want to go your direction. But that an analogy I just thought of, I thought made a lot of sense. Does driving out of
What?
control or beyond your capabilities, does that cause crashes?
Sure.
Stupid drivers,
Okay.
yes.
It causes crash, right? So I all agree that, but not all the when I lose control or someone loses control, they don't always crash. And that's kind of what we're saying. That's the analogy I think that's best to describe this problem in semantics with our words and the context that we're using these words in. That
I'm
you can
just
be
trying
out
to
of
figure out.
control and not always crash, but out of control driving does cause crashes. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I'm just trying to figure out if someone that doesn't smoke cigarettes can get lung cancer and someone that does smoke cigarettes can get lung cancer. How are you putting it together that it's the cigarette that
I
caused
just
the
gave you
lung
the
cancer?
analogy. I just gave you the exact analogy.
So there's
Driving out of
nothing else that
control.
person could have
Feed
done
him,
in their
feed him the
life?
analogy back. Feed him the analogy back to his question, right? So if you can put together that people who drive erratically sometimes don't crash, and people who drive erratically sometimes do crash, how do you put together that people who drive erratically do cause crashes?
Sometimes, some of the
There's
time.
the answer. But see,
Okay,
you're trying to be
sure.
semantical. He gave you the answer.
Jesus.
Charlie gave you the answer specifically, accurately, and
I'm
eloquently.
just trying to figure out how you prove the cigarette caused the cancer.
Because we have had
Statistics? Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you for the answer. Finally, it's statistics.
No, we know the mechanism. The car crash. We know.
we actually
how
do know the
car will
mechanism as
crash.
well we know the mechanism
Yeah.
that for smoking and cause or cancer, right?
We know.
So typically,
we know the car. We know how the car will lose control. We know how it impacts. We know the forces involved. We know how people die inside the car.
let's tell them the mechanism for. Let's tell them the mechanism for
same thing.
cancer
They don't
causation,
want to
right?
go that.
So your immune system has these cells called killer T cells, right? And their job is going around your body and identifying cancer cells. And if they detect that a cell is a cancer cell, they will kill it. More specifically, they would tell the cell to kill itself, right? But that's the underlying mechanism. Smoking, or the chemicals that are ingested when you smoke, slow down this detection rate significantly, right? And so therefore, your body has a shittier time identifying cancer cells until it is the case that a cancer cell reproduces itself so much that by the time your body identifies it, it can't get rid of it faster than it's multiplying.
Okay, so they take people that are not smokers, put their blood in a petri dish, put cancer in there, find out that blood can take care of it, but then the people that do smoke, it's a weaker effect, is what you're saying?
They have verified this in petri dishes, but there are other ways in which they verified it as well, right?
Okay.
Like they've taken groups of people, right, who smoke, and they've taken groups of people who don't smoke, wait decades, see who's died of lung cancer, right? It's not 50-50 across both groups. There's a significant chance, significantly greater risk that if you're in the smoking group that you will die of lung cancer than the other control group.
Is there like any stipulations on how they smoke? Do they smoke outside, indoors, in a car, locked with all the windows up, or any of that? Or that doesn't matter? It's just like the fact that they smoke.
The fact that they smoke is more significant than the difference between the risk of a person who only smoked a single cigarette a day and the person who smoked 2 packs a day. Do you understand? I hope that fact is clear.
They both have
like
the same
anything done in
effect, 1
moderation.
cigarette a day or 2 packs a day is what you're saying.
You're not listening to my point. My
like
point is the increase in risk is greater from the person who doesn't smoke at all to the person who smokes 1 cigarette a day than the increase in risk. Like, okay, I'll start over.
I see. No, I got you. That makes sense. I see what you're saying. 100%. No, that makes sense.
Moderation. Moderation is key. I mean, you could do a
No,
little
you're
bit.
not listening to me. You're not.
You could drink
totally
one.
got Jeremy. You're not listening to me. Listen. This is the risk of the person of getting lung cancer who doesn't smoke at all. Okay. Look at my left hand. Look at my right hand. This is the risk of the person who smokes 1 cigarette a day. Okay. Now the risk of the person who smokes 2 packs a day is like right here. The gap is much greater between the person who doesn't smoke at all and the person who smokes a single cigarette a day than the gap between the person who smokes a single cigarette and the person who smokes 2 packs a day. That's my point.
Flex. All right. You made a good point. Now flex for us.
Oh, that's kind of gay, bro.
Did you read my article about marijuana rejuvenating the lungs?
Jeremy, that flex for us. Funny, buddy.
I'm saying you look like you're putting up a lot of weight, man. Hit us with a flex for us real quick. Show them what's up.
It's kind of gay, bro.
Yeah, you're being kind of cringe.
Has to touch tips or anything, but all right.
Yeah, 36.
Question for
36
Xanax.
of the hour.
We'll all flex in the video, in the live chat.
I got a question for Xanax.
Brady Bunch squares.
If I had a sphere and I had a ruler, could I touch both sides of my? Could I touch both edges of my ruler on that sphere at the same time?
The sphere is accelerating out to you everywhere.
So no, the ruler would actually have 2 corners residing off the sphere, right?
The sphere is not accelerating out towards you in every direction.
No. The sphere's not moving. No, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I asked him a question of, does the edges of a ruler that you put against the sphere, do each edges at the bottom corners, do they touch the sphere? The answer is no. They can't. It's impossible. Did you know that, Zanny? Did you know that the bottom of a cube or a straight line can't, the two
Come on,
ends
do
of
your
that line?
Wolfman imitation. Wolfman Jack.
It's top of the morning right now, and I want you to know that a straight line can never touch a curve. The straight line will always have two edges past the curve at top of the hour. 2:10, yeah.
He could be a national
Wolfman
treasure.
Jack.
Wolfman Jack, reincarnated demon.
The original Wolfman Jack.
All right,
Hey,
was that good?
Charlie,
What's up?
by any chance, have you used a Python library called Skyfield?
Called what?
Skyfield.
No.
All right.
What does it do?
It's like an astronomy engine. You can get position of celestial bodies at any point in
No,
time.
you know what? Like all the other Globers here that are also coders, they do like little projects like that all the time, and it makes me feel really bad about myself for not like trying to do any of that stuff. Like I only really code for work, which maybe is what's squeezing all the joy out of it for me.
Dude, you only code
Yeah,
when you
I
drink
remember you
Mountain
saying
Dew.
that.
You only code when you drink Mountain Dew Code Red.
Okay.
Still want to know the answer to my question.
You code for working like for 10 hours or something? And did you
For what?
For 10 hours a day, something like that?
It varies, but I mean sometimes I do like 14-hour days, not frequently, right? But
You should dig
for
a hole.
significant amount. Like I have found that, and I keep telling people this. Once you have a kid, your fucks get redistributed.
You ain't lying, man. Coding, kids.
Your father?
It just gets stressful.
Yeah.
You can't just do it for fun no more.
Sorry, I can't hear that person that's talking, but it's all statistically right. If you have a kid, the lady could take the kid away, and then you could have 50 new ladies because the lady left you with the kid. Now you can do it way more. Who knows, man? It's all statistics.
Fuck is this coming from?
Anybody, anywhere. Everything's not what you claim. Exceptions to the rule are always. That's where it comes from, the exception to the rule. That's all you got to look for. Once you have that, you debunk yourself. Right? The exception to the rule debunks the rule every time.
Hey, Bacon, let me ask you a question, Bacon.
Yeah,
Bacon,
go
can you
ahead.
hear me?
Yeah.
How long have you been coding?
11 years.
11 years? Oh, okay.
Sure.
I did it for like 16, and I'm bored of it already. I mean, I had 10, 11, I still had fun.
I'm actually coding right now.
Bro,
What
come
language
do
you
some
coding,
air
Charlie?
conditioning work and work with the real men.
What's your preferred language of coding?
I'll teach you, dude. 16 years of coding. I don't care. I'll take you on, brother.
What's your preferred language of coding, Charlie?
C#.
Who are you asking?
Charlie.
Python by far.
Well, mostly Python.
Python is good.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I right now, nowadays I work mostly in Golang, but I love Python. Python is definitely my favorite. Like whenever I want to do anything, I just use Python.
Unity.
I'll ask you
Unity
this
before?
Unity uses C#. I used to work on games on Unity. I mean, I've worked on most like mainstream languages before. Like I used to make games. I actually have one on Steam, on C++. But I've also done, C#. I've done Rust. I've done Perl. I've done, I don't know, more than I can remember.
Uh-oh.
Well, maybe you can still help with that, because I mean, if you're that good with Python, well, here's the thing: I need the positional celestial bodies at any given moment in time, and there's a
you need the what?
The position of the celestial bodies, like the
Okay.
the celestial coordinates.
Okay.
So right ascension, declination. Familiar with that?
Right a what?
Right ascension and declination. You're familiar with those terms?
I know that there are positions in some coordinate system.
Right. Yeah, and they're analogous to latitude and longitude.
Just put them at 39.59.
Question: Does a library provide an API to get those over the internet, or is it just already know the orbits and so like it just feeds them back to you?
It loads a bunch of data.
Off the internet?
First time I think so. First time you use it, and then you use that data to then predict the positions.
Okay.
So you use so hold on. So you use data. Hold on. That's not what the hell? So
Yo,
1
Charlie,
plus
you
1
said you
plus
were
1,
coding
right?
for
Hold on,
11 years?
stop. I got data of 1 plus 1 plus 1, and I'm going to make the prediction it's 3. Could I be right? Is there any way I can be right with this prediction?
I'm sure a lot of people code, and it's
The
like,
fuck is this coming from?
I don't know. He
From
just
Dima.
Yo,
Because
Charlie,
Bacon said he predicted something
that's his
by having
lovable
the
way.
shit in front of him and saying he's predicting what's in front of him. 3 1s, making 3 right in front of me is not a prediction.
He's
Clearly, it's
testing
been
us.
sitting there the whole time.
See how far let his go with this.
Charlie,
My son does a
you
lot of
hear
coding.
me?
He writes some games. Going to
Charlie, you said you've been coding for 11 years. Is that true?
I didn't say that. Bacon said that, but that's actually around the same time I've been coding. I've been coding for a little bit more than a decade.
So what? You're what, like 27? So you started when you were 15, is what you're saying?
I'm not 27.
I'm 27.
Oh, are you
He's
older?
57.
I'm 30.
Well, is this guy just a youth? He's a youthful. Yeah, okay. So you started when you were 19 coding?
Yeah,
Basically?
slightly younger actually, but yes. I must have started when I was like 17.
17?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Is the attraction to Python? I'm not a coder, by the way. Is a attraction to Python? Because I always hear
Yeah.
about it. In the field.
Zanuck is
because the user
attracted to
interface is so.
pythons.
Hey,
Is he attracted to Python? What? Hold on. I want to hear what Zenek has to say.
Zanuck loves long, big pythons.
Yo. No, shut the
Noah,
fuck up.
please. Is the attraction to Python because the user interface is so
Get your
intuitive and
knickers twist.
Are you fucking
Noah,
kidding
shut
me?
the fuck up.
What's wrong? Are you like retarded or something, Noah?
Get your knickers in a twist, you fucking
Yo,
baby.
could someone mod? Could someone
Look,
mod?
Do I need to
in the
change your
background, just fucking
diapers?
blabbing away for no
Yo,
reason.
someone mod.
Do I need to change your diapers?
What diapers? I'm not wearing diapers. Are you wearing
Well,
diapers?
Xanax.
Yeah, you're having a
It's not like you're wearing
crybaby
them on your
fucking
face.
schizo moment.
Just blab.
You're having a
All
crybaby
right, I'm just gonna mute him
moment in the
personally.
chat.
Zanuck, I have him muted personally. What's your question?
Okay. You know, so the reason that Python is so popular in writing these games and other types of programs is because the user interface is so easy and has so many APIs
No,
and so
I don't use a user interface for anything. I always use the CLI. The reason the reason I mean, if you want to see like how I code in Python, I can show you right now.
Yeah.
All right, I'll stream right now. Let's see.
I see my
Hold on a
son do it, but he's doing it with all sorts of like templates and things. I don't know what you would call them. I'm not a coder, but I see how he's made successes and developed games and things on Roblox platforms and whatnot. But if you're doing a CLI, it's like that takes all the.
Yeah, so I mean, this isn't quite what
So
I
when you
use,
guys-
but it's similar enough. I'm streaming right now.
Where do I go in your thing here?
I just go into my stream.
Got it.
Right. It's not quite what I use. I have a Linux computer, but I also code here if I want to every once in a while. But this is it, right? This
I
is
coded in 2nd grade.
right.
Are you in?
So if I wanna like
LAMB.
start up a little Vim environment, right, or a little Python.
Did you know that?
interactive
Did you guys
shell, I
get
just
let
do
to code
Python.
in 2nd grade?
Right.
Oh, I don't have it installed. So you have to install.
I got handed a book. It was a computer book.
Hey, hold on. Hey, Charlie, you got to turn your camera off. It limits Discord limits the users to 25. So yeah, turn off your camera. Thanks. You can share your screen if you want. You just can't do it.
Yeah, I am doing that.
But
So
Jeremy wants to see him in his T-shirt.
So this is what I do, right? So now I have an interactive shell, and if I want to start like a little Python script, right, I can just do something like this, right? So hello world, right?
Uh-huh.
And now I can just run it Python 3.
Is this related to any topic, or is this just off topic?
No, he's just
Well, he asked me about
showing his
programming language.
coding skills.
He's showing you off.
But I mean, this is how I work, right? I don't.
He's trying to one up.
There's no UI or anything like that.
now.
The reason I like Python so much, so there's a couple of little
All right, let's get back to a topic. This is not a Python
tutorial.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
I mean, okay, fine. If you're policing what we can talk about, sure.
Yeah, it's not about
Charlie's a
policing.
fucking babe.
it's not policing. This is a live stream with the particular topics and things that we talk about. So it's not just a random talk about Python.
Well, it's not just random, right? The purpose
He's
of
gonna
the
argue
Python
with me and
conversation was
sass you
talking
back
about
now.
predicting positions of orbit of celestial bodies, right?
And you're
And I
not
gotta ask-
predicting.
Dude, yeah.
I gotta ask.
Let him finish his statement. D-Mark.
But good job, Gio. You policed that conversation away.
You're not predicting when
This
you
guy
write
is
down the
sassy,
code
yeah?
and you see a code on the wall and you write down on your computer. You see 5219 BC and then number 2 is 5219 BCA, then number 3, and you just keep writing that stuff down. You're writing something down that's a form of information that you have. It's a set information. You didn't predict anything by writing down 1111111 and saying it equals 10. You're not predicting anything. That's stupid. You already have the answer and the information set for you off the thing that you're taking it from, and you put it in a format of information. And if
Can I
you're
bring up
making
a
the code,
topic?
you already know the code. You're not
good points.
predicting. The topic is you cannot predict the future.
That's true. Mark's always making good points.
This is a good word salad.
Yeah. D-Mock, show me that globe in your kitchen.
So
with
the
water
drop,
sticking to
drop
it.
from horizon level, the planes.
No,
the
water
planes
does not stick.
I see the Globers always bringing in these pictures of dashboards from airplanes of drop of horizon, certain level, and it just every time we check it out, it's just not proportional to the globe maths. So it's like this isn't really a globe evidence.
If I give you a picture, if I give you a picture of a cockpit and a
How about depth, Sanic? Can you give us a picture of 7,000?
It's not going to be.
I have a question for you. I really have a serious question for you. If I give you at 3.5 degrees,
it's gonna be
feet,
fucking.
Can I finish the question?
Dude, you guys are talking at the same time.
I wasn't.
All right,
Noah, listen. If I give you a picture,
no, I don't
just
want
for
to
example.
listen.
Oh, for fuck's sake! Come on.
All right,
He deafened.
If I give you a picture,
let it go.
He deafened himself.
Yeah, let it go.
If I give you a picture,
Let it
Noah,
go.
of a,
Who are you
of this
talking
picture-
to? He deafened himself.
Noah. Oh, there he goes. No.
Oh, he deafened again. Yeah. Dude, never mind. I think he'll keep deafened if he undeafened and you're speaking.
He hears me talking.
Yeah, exactly.
I just want to know
If you give yourself a picture of looking back at the Earth, that would be great.
With what we say the size of the Earth is, but I'm just curious if he knows that that's what we use, and it does work out.
No, you should look back at the Earth to show us that you could get that size actually. And if you can't get a picture of looking back at the Earth, then you definitely can't get a picture to that spot.
If we have that,
You can't get a measurement.
Drop, would that work out to be the same numbers we use for the circumference of the Earth?
Do you have a picture of nothing below you and looking back at Earth?
Go to your kitchen and show me that Earth spinning.
Yeah,
with water
I
sticking
can show you a picture of that ball.
all right. You guys are talking at the same time. This is completely unlistenable. Do you want to start over, Denmark? You were interrupting. I don't know what, Charlie. You were on a topic with the Python thing. I wasn't trying to shut down the topic, but if you were going to go on a 20-minute thing on Python, that's what I was just saying was off topic.
You were explicitly trying to shut down the topic. But whatever.
Yo,
I'm gonna move
Gio,
on.
so the top.
Yeah,
Gio, the topic.
Go ahead.
The topic of the dashboard from the airplanes. The pictures that I see the Globers always chanting and parading around that aren't even proportional to the globe maps. That should be the topic that we go on for a bit.
I bet you we got.
I'm not listening to your questions, Anik. I don't give.
My question was 3.5 degrees at 40,000 feet. Does that? He won't listen to it. The next time he asks that question, can somebody else ask him the question that why does he think the 3.5 degrees at 40,000 feet doesn't comport with the same proportions? Because it does actually. It's pretty simple math.
Yeah, I deafen for that whole thing. Specifically, don't care about your questions, Anik.
I know, but it was you make the point, and so I said if 3.5 degrees doesn't comport with the size and proportions you speak of, then I'd like to know about it. But it actually, by simple math, it does. The 3.5 degrees at 40,000 feet does comport with a 25,000 roughly mile circumference. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Roughly?
Yeah, roughly. Nothing would be very accurate. We're talking about looking at a HUD's display and seeing the horizon and saying, is it 3.5 degrees or 3.25 degrees? And that would make tens of thousands of miles different, or no, thousands of miles different.
So you're off by tens of thousands of miles now.
No, thousands of miles. You said proportions.
You're off by thousands of miles now. You are off by thousands of miles now.
I'm saying
off by thousands
if I-
of miles. You're
if I
admitting now
use
that
a
you're
rough-
off by thousands of
Oh my
miles.
God! No, you
You just admitted it yourself.
Wait, what are we talking
Because
about
I'm
here?
saying I'm not taking an accurate measurement.
Armo, we're talking about
I'm
dashboard. Sorry, Arma asked a
dashboard.
question. Arma asked a question. It's not monologue. We're talking about airplane dashboards, Arma, and
Yes.
they're non-proportion to the globe Earth
They are
math.
proportional. When you look at a 3.5 degree, roughly 3.5 degree, and you're eyeballing it, if you wanted to really get accurate measurement, you could. And there are much more accurate HUD displays that show exactly the horizon dip, or spots on your field of view that show exact angle differentials.
He deafened again.
If we just, oh, thank you for telling me that.
No problem.
Ignore him. Like, he's just trying to disrupt the conversation. So just ignore him. Talk about something different.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why you're trying to speak to child.
If I go back to the Python topic, but still talking about like stars, is that fine? Because that's how the topic started. I think that might be considered related to what.
Well, I don't think I can because you just muted me when I tried to talk about it, even though he said I can't talk about it.
You.
No, Geo.
Stop being such a crybaby bitch. Maybe.
I mean, why isn't everybody just muted Noah?
Like being forced to
Why
stay
can't
here,
we
right?
touch the horizon?
Yeah, we are all forced to stay here. It's like not we are here for our free will, right? So let's just complain about the moderation when we just can leave in every instance. But it's the bad moderation, like we are forced to be here. All right, okay, the moderation is bad. I am forced to be here.
Shut
so
up,
I stay
German.
here.
God, this is too German.
Yeah. Can we just go from like third
That's
grade to like
racist.
fifth grade, just in their communication?
All right, there was a topic that was being discussed. Can we get back to whatever that topic was?
You're
Which
claiming
topic?
it's the topic. Okay.
Yeah,
How
I
do you
brought up
find
the
out where
fact
the
that it
horizon
was.
actually
I
is
brought
by
up the
touching it?
fact that the drop from level on the dashboard was not proportional to the globe mass, and then Zanuck even backed me up saying, "Yeah, it's off by thousands of miles." So yeah,
That's not
kind
what
of
I
just
said.
admitted
Out
it
of
straight up.
context.
Maybe he misspoke.
If you
They're
take an
off by
accurate,
You said they're
no,
off
I
by
said
thousands
because
of
you're
miles,
eyeballing
bro.
it. You missed the point. You missed the. So he's just a disruptor. I like the way he makes the topic and then he runs away because it's not.
Well, that's what he wants
Why
to hear.
eyeballing
That
it?
Zanuck.
Do you
All
not?
he wants to hear is you saying that it's off by thousands of miles or whatever.
Well, then
Why
why
are
don't
you
He did,
eyeballing it and not
what,
using a measurement device?
he
Because I'm
did
not
say that it was off,
determining
so
the
I mean,
circumference of the Earth.
settled.
I shouldn't. You do have to.
Say
You know,
this
struggle.
guy too. It's like they
Watch
didn't even hear the rest of what you said. they heard what they wanted to hear,
I
and
know,
that
right?
was
They
good
write it
enough.
down, and that's my quote. It goes in their books.
We're gonna
And
need
then
to make a list.
when they make
I'm
their
gonna
book, they'll
speak.
write that.
Hold on, Zanuck. Are we gonna have to make a list?
Yes, you're crying because
I'm not
you were off
crying.
by thousands of
So once you
miles,
listen,
and
don't
your
deafen
thing was
yourself.
not propor-
Rich, I don't want to have my computer
Your
right now.
thing
So
was
I'm,
disproportionate by thousands
hold
of miles.
on,
It's not
Noah,
disproportionate.
Zanuck. Y'all talking at the same time is really unhear. It's really.
Oh, I know. That's why I stopped. I stopped talking. I'm waiting for you
Thank you.
to either deafen or
Thank you.
quiet.
Thank you.
Okay, so no, if you're
Stop.
listening,
You're still talking.
I'm not. I'm talking now. Let
My
me finish my
God,
sentence.
stop.
Hear me.
Would you stop?
Don't tell me to stop. You're not a moderator, Elbow.
I'm not. Well, let's see if I'm not a moderator. I'm about to mute you.
Yeah, Zanuck, you're
I guess he's a moderator.
I'm muting you for the rest of the day, Zanuck. You can't just run the room into circles like this, dude. It's absolutely terrible.
Thanks, Elbow. That was great.
Yeah, I think Zanuck didn't know I was trying to control the conversation.
Yeah, he tried to say
Yeah, 'cause Zanuck's kinda
39.59 when
always
you're looking.
flex.
He tried to say the
That's not a flex.
39.59.
That's not a flex or a power trip, bro. That's a person getting what they deserve now.
He tried to say 39.59 when you're looking down at Mexico as the whole Earth and it fits perfect. How is just a portion of Mexico perfectly 39.59 in the Earth at the same time? So that would be one half of the Earth, and you have a portion of Mexico. Where's the rest?
Wait, what do we? What?
You know, Zanuck tried to flex, and he had to pay for that. But yeah, I mean, out of Zanuck's own mouth, he admitted it was disproportional. It was off by thousands of miles. Like,
well,
so I'm saying it is unproportional.
Yeah, it's not though. That's not what he said. He said when you eyeball it, that was the key part of what he was saying. You missed that part. But he said
It's
when
not.
you eyeball it, it's off by thousands of miles. But there's videos from people like Wolfie and other pilots when you actually have the correct instrument, you take accurate measurements. It's not
Measurements of what? How much of the globe do you see at once? When you go up in the air and you look down, how much of that thing do you see at once? You see one portion of it underneath you, right? And if one portion is a part of Mexico, can you please show me that portion, the whole half of the earth that you're looking down at, the 3959 for that? Just draw a little Mexico, just the bottom of it, not America or nothing else. Now, where do we put the other land masses like Russia, China, America, Australia, Argentina?
Yeah, it works.
Japan,
It's just
Asia.
perspective. It's not a big deal. It's perspective.
Show me how half of the earth is a little piece of Mexico, and you got room to put everything else somewhere else on another side.
Would you like me
I
to
think
show
a
you on
kid is dying in
Blender?
your background.
Like I always do?
Yeah, show me a portion of Mexico being one
That's
half,
a software.
and then you have to actually
Something on a
the same
computer.
size as Mexico. Show the other portions.
Yeah, on Blender,
So
like
if
I
the bottom
always
of
do,
Mexico is only so many
what?
miles, if the bottom of Mexico is only so many miles, that's all you get for the other side. That's the only landmass you get, the same amount. So yeah, show us your pictures. And then we'll add up all the land masses compared to your 39, how many 3959s you got. Each 3959 will have, Australia will be a 3959. The piece of Mexico will be 3959. America, not even the whole thing, will be 3959. Half of Africa or Russia will be 3959.
Yeah, we get that.
Yeah,
but,
you get it?
But
You
it's
get how only a little piece of land is there?
Yeah, because it's how like perspective and like things work. Like if you
So
get
how does perspective show you half of a ball?
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
what
okay,
is
yeah,
he talking about?
He's talking about like like you have like pictures of like I don't know Africa taking up like almost the entirety of like the Earth because like the satellite that took the picture of it's like really close. He's talking about that kind of thing. It's like it's a foreshortening like kind of effect kind of and I don't know but like it's not there's pictures of this people have done this already where they bring some like the camera really close to like the globe and less of the globe is shown but if you bring it really far away then more of it's shown. It's angles.
No, Felix Baumgartner saw the whole thing, and then it was only baby Mexico underneath him. Explain that. It wasn't just a piece of Earth in his image. He saw the whole fucking edges of the ring of what Earth is.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, I'm pretty sure I could work out the math for how much.
So now, no, you can't.
Do it. I can. I think I can do it.
No,
Yeah.
not math. Show us the pictures and the images. We don't care about your numbers, dude.
Hold on, Demak, are you on a phone?
Yes.
All right. Try to turn on. There's a thing down right where you disconnect next to it. It says noise suppression. Could you try turning that on? There's so much background noise. It's very hard to hear what you're saying when you speak. Try to turn on the noise suppression thing. It might help.
I'm not sure if that's due to the background noise.
I think it's automatically
How
on.
about you take care of that goddamn baby?
Phone and a little X.
Debating on Discord is more important than taking care of your baby. Okay.
I don't have any
might not
babies.
his baby.
Keep making assumptions, weirdo. Stop making assumptions like you always do. Go to an assumption. Go to an assumed globe. Go to an assumed
You
globe.
clearly had a baby in the background. What are you talking about?
Who did? You did.
You.
Who did? Where?
You.
When? Prove
Right
it.
now.
Prove
it. Okay. Isn't this on
Prove
Livestream?
it.
Isn't this on
Prove I
Livestream?
have a baby here.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
You're a fucking idiot. Just shut
We
up.
all heard you.
Okay,
You didn't
go to the
hear-
live
you
stream,
very
rewind
well.
10 seconds.
No, you like to assume shit and you're retarded. Please don't do that.
Can we have a real
I'm not
subject?
saying it's your baby,
murder
okay,
going
but
on
there
in
was
your
clearly a
background.
very loud baby.
You're
in the
murdering somebody
background.
right now.
You want a subject? Is this
You're
a subject
murdering
you guys wanna
somebody
talk
right
about?
now.
D-Mac and his
You're
fantasy
murdering
background?
somebody right now. Why are you murdering?
Okay.
Maybe
Well,
it's
thank
an
God
excuse.
somebody quiet. Thank God we don't hear that baby anymore.
Well, we were talking
We had
about
a bunch of
D-Mark
babies
or
there. Maybe
or
he's
the one in
taking
the
babies to the
background.
neighborhood. We don't expose his operation.
All right, get back to the topic.
JA's
My
for
point-
moderator.
So Gio,
Which topic, man? Demox baby?
Well,
No.
Noah made a point about the accuracy of the HUD display. If you took the HUD display and got an accurate measurement of what that value actually was on the screen, even though it has hashes of 1 degree increments, and you got something close to whatever horizon position was, it would be the proportions of the Earth to the degree that you could make that measurement on that screen. That's all I was going to say. So he's wrong about it. I don't even know where that came from, by the way. Like what made him say it? That's what I'm curious to hear. Hello? Test?
We can hear you.
Oh. But connected or something. Yeah, let's talk about something else.
Please, yeah.
Why don't you give a homework assignment to Charlie and have him develop that program for you in Python?
Bro,
Yeah, so I need some help with Python. I mean, it might not be. Sorry.
If you actually do, I'm actually curious about helping out. Do you? If you put it up on a GitHub and you share it with me, I might contribute if you want.
Sure. Yeah. You want me to explain what the issue is?
Well, I don't know if Gio is going to mute us.
Oh, it is related to the topics.
Sure.
Right. So, yeah, we have, as I said before, I need the celestial coordinates of all the celestial bodies at any given moment in time.
Mm-hmm.
And there's already a library that does that. It's called Skyfield. A problem is the data that I'm getting out of Skyfield isn't very good. If I compare it to the Nautical Almanac or to Stellarium, it's like sometimes 1 or 2 arc minutes off, which might not sound like a big deal, but for navigation, it's kind of easy. Like each arc minute gives you at least a full nautical mile off. Anyway, so I went to the website that generates the almanac, and it says that it uses Skyfield to do it. But at the same time, the data I get from the almanac and from Skyfield, they diverge. And I'm not sure how to solve that. I was talking with a guy here. It's called, I think Mendelbrot said. And he said that as far as understood, the catalog of stars that I'm using is not a very good one. That there might be better ones that I could be using. But I'm not. I have no idea how to pick a different one because first I don't know much about how this library works, and second, that's the first time I'm playing with Python. So yeah, but yeah, I'll upload what I have so far.
Yeah, you should send it my way.
I think what Denmark might have been trying to bring up before is the idea, we were talking about this last night, that when you go up in altitude, are you seeing in a 3959 circle? Is there a 3959 limit to our vision? Which is how they've extrapolated that into the globe Earth. Yeah, go ahead, Denmark, if that's what you were explaining.
Well, yeah, I was taking the 3959. So when Felix Baumgartner goes up, he sees that 3959, right? But in that 3959, all he has is a portion of Mexico. So if I take that landmass amount and said it's only so many thousands of miles by so many thousands of miles or whatever, right? So 1,000 miles by 1,000 miles a part of Mexico. Now that means that the whole 3959 only covers or only has the attribute of 1,000 by 1,000 mile land in it, and that's covering the whole 3959 somehow. So and that's just a little portion of land. It's nowhere near Africa, America. It's nowhere near the size of Russia at all. You could cut Russia into 3. So what I'm saying is, how could they fit so many 3959s in a row with just one little piece of land on it that's only a couple thousand miles? That's weird. It should be the whole azimuthal equidistant map looking down on you, or like the whole like America and something. You should be seeing something, not just a piece of Mexico. That's ignorant.
No, because once again, it has to do with angles, right? If you're really close to a sphere, the angles that you're going to draw from you to the sphere, you're only going to get a small portion of the Earth. So yeah, you can get just Mexico, but you would have to have like a crazy you don't have to have crazy, but you'd have to have a decent amount of like field of view though, I guess, to get that all in view.
Mexico is only Earth if you're close to Mexico. The further back and further back you get away, you're explaining it opposite. You're saying the further you get, the smaller it's going to get. No, that's only if you get inversely far off the planet and away from it. If you're on the planet, Mexico is going to be huge to you while you're standing in it, correct? So the closer you are to Mexico, the bigger it is. Now, the further you get away, it should shrink a little bit, but it's going to shrink accordingly to where now you see Mexico and now you see other places. It's not going to disappear the rest of the globe.
Okay, how about this? Have you ever seen those like fisheye lens, like video? Maybe it's fisheye lens, but those really, really wide angle lenses videos where it's like they make like a tiny Earth while they're like walking around. Have you ever seen those?
360 vids.
Yeah, those 360 videos.
Why
Yeah,
would Felix Baumgartner need that or the ISS?
Just have you seen that though? Because well, I'm going to lead up.
Yeah, I've seen Felix Baumgartner and the ISS have the same view.
Okay, so in those videos, right, the Earth obviously isn't as small as it's shown in those videos, right? So, I don't think it's hard to imagine, right, that if you can get all of Mexico in view, that maybe, it's just like a field of view kind of thing where, you just have a wider field of, view, whatever. And therefore it looks like that's all there is on the Earth, Mexico, but really there's more Earth. All right. I think it's just that effect in a way where you're just getting, all of
So why wouldn't you have both? Why wouldn't you have, when you back up, you see Earth for what it is, and then you have your magic globe camera lens?
Yeah, I mean that's not what it looks like when you go like you do a high altitude balloon. You don't.
Yeah, because it's less of it. There's less of it. It's like depending on how far away you are from the Earth.
Well, we were talking last night.
Neil's right.
Okay, so if you have let's say you have it like an azimuthal equidistant layout type of a map, and if the equator distance really is 24,901 miles, the radius of that circle is 3959 to the center of the North Pole. So you guys are saying the globe Earth, oh yeah, the radius is to the center of the globe. But actually on a 24,901 circumference on a planar surface, it's 3959 to the North Pole. That's what the radius of that circle is. And what's interesting about that is that at the equator is when roughly around the equator, although there have been claims that people say they see Polaris a little bit south of the equator, but let's just, on average, let's say Polaris disappears below the horizon roughly at the equator, 3959. So does that mean we only see 3959? Is the sun setting at 3959? Because if you take a sunset 4,000 miles to the west, 4,000 miles to the east, that's an 8,000 mile stretch. That does fit roughly what the amount of sun that we would get over the Earth, that 8,000 mile stretch in terms of rising.
Gio, did you say that you said the distance from the equator to the North Pole was 3959 on the surface?
Correct. Yep.
No, it's not.
If you take a circle of 24,901 miles, the radius of that is 3959. To the North Pole would be 3959.
How about this? How about to the South Pole?
It's 5,400 miles.
Okay, on a globe Earth, hold on. On a globe Earth, you guys have a different measurement from the equator to the North Pole because you're saying the Earth's a globe. What I'm saying on a planar surface Earth with a circle of 24,901 at the equator, it's 3959 to the North Pole.
But then the latitudes wouldn't. Yeah, the latitudes wouldn't be.
They'd match up perfectly.
You wouldn't have like a 60.
You got a big problem, Gio. If that's what.
All right, well, let someone respond with something substantive.
Hey, Gio, can you hear me? Just a mic check real quick.
Yeah, you're
all right,
good.
Thanks, man. Sorry.
Yeah, if something like the AMAP has the circumference of the equator, having the circumference as like the sphere, so that radius is 3959. Then if you split the distance between the North Pole to the equator in 90 parts, they would no longer have 69 miles each, right? They would be much smaller. I think that would be noticeable, right?
Okay, what you're saying per degree? What would it be then? I mean, I'm not saying it is 24,901. I'm just saying if it is, that's what the radius is. I don't have a way to measure. I don't have a personal way to measure what the equator distance is. But if it is 24,901, then the radius to the North Pole is 3959.
It doesn't necessarily have to be the 24,901, Gio. Remember, like from the center out. Think about this: if they're telling you it's bigger or smaller, go ahead. We'll give them that. So when you go, okay, 3959. Say you're going a little past the equator. Say you're covering it and going past it, and you're not exactly to the south, but you're right there in the oceans past the equator. So the equator is covered with the 3959, actually covering the whole equator and going past it to a certain point. Now you go back, that's the 3959. Now you end up in the North Pole. So it might not just stop at the equator, but actually include the equator and a little bit of depth beyond it. Do you see what I'm saying? Because it's just an arbitrary line. Remember this at the end of the day, Gio. And if they're saying it has to be this and this from this point, and it has to encompass the equator also and not just where it starts, so then go a little bit past the equator, and that works for me. So it incorporates the equator, goes a little past, there's their 3959. It's perfect. It's perfect.
Yeah, as you asked before, if the distance from the equator to the North Pole was 3959, each degree of latitude would change by 44 miles instead of 69. So
I got 57. Well, there's 57 sections of 69 miles within 3959.
The azimuthal equidistant map, Bacon. Get that out, look at the center, and then give us a reading of what you think it is from the center out. Just the azimuthal equidistant map. You see what I'm saying?
Between the equator and the North Pole, there is 90 degrees. If you divide 3959 miles by 90, you get 44 miles per degree.
Did you hear what I asked you?
That's what I was saying. There's 57 pieces of 69 within 3959 instead of 90.
So these latitude lines then that we all establish and use for navigation would not work because they would be equal spaced, and they can't be equal spaced.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not saying that the circumference is 24,901. I'm saying if it is, then the radius to the North Pole is 3959.
I'll put the little circle map in here for you, Zanuck and Bacon. I'll put the azimuthal equidistant map in the chat. That way you guys can look at it and just get an idea. You seen it? So what do you think when you got Australia up to the right, you got wherever down below and stuff, like from the center out, do you think that's 3959? I mean, can you give us a little idea of that or what?
I think if the distances across this latitude are correct, the radius of the equator would be around 6,000 miles.
Yeah, so what does it have to be 69 miles per degree? And then what would that make the circumference?
Exactly.
It would be. Let me see. Yeah, the radius would have to be 62.
Yeah, 6,210 miles. But then what does that make the circumference?
It's 2 pi times that.
That's really close on the globe.
40,000.
60,000.
40,000 miles.
40,000.
Yeah, 39,000 miles.
39,000. Okay, so that would make the equator distance how much? 39,000.
Hold on. Do that math again. What did you say, Bacon?
3,900.
Sorry, I didn't realize I muted. So if the distance to the North Pole to the equator is 3959, then the circumference is about that times 2 pi. But I don't think that's what he was asking, right? So he was asking what would have to be the distance so you get 69 miles per degree. That is around 6,000 miles. 6,218 miles.
The radius, 6,210 is what I'm getting, and then the circumference is 39,018 miles, so roughly 39,000 miles.
That 6,000 number is basically what it is on a globe from equator to the North Pole, right?
Yes, exactly. That's why on the globe, for each degree of latitude, you do get 69 miles.
That sounds like 666 to me. 6 down, 6 up, 6 out from the center. There's 3 6s there.
Yeah.
What
were you saying?
I'm just saying.
I just responded to what
so
Reggie's
now can you?
And that would be 6,210 miles from the equator to the North Pole.
Now can you do this? Now can you
which
try
seems
this?
To me, 4,000 seems a bit low to me, but then that means the circumference would have to be different on an AE map. It would have to be
right. Yeah, so on the azimuthal equidistant map, the AE map, to say it easier, I guess. So if you put your thing from all the way to the edge, Bacon, so from the center to all the way to the edge, don't call it the equator, just call it the edge of that circle. If you just made that your 3959, that would match exactly what we're talking about, and it would match anything you needed to do in longitude, latitude, and you could grid it off from the center out, and your grids would get wider and bigger from the center out to the south, and then from the south they would go back and shrink. You understand? They would converge. And that's how you get your idea of a sphere, because the dartboard, the designs on the dartboards all converge inward, not outward. They stay big on the outside edge.
So
The
Bacon,
same
with a 6,210 distance from the North Pole to the equator, what would then be the distance to the Tropic of Cancer, the inner ring? What would that circumference be?
Just
there you
give
go.
me 1 second.
Lay it out like a track, like a racetrack. Rings, concentric rings, Geo. Like the center one.
Which tropic? Tropic of Cancer or Tropic of Capricorn?
Well, do both, but yeah, do the Tropic of Cancer, the inner ring. Yeah,
Cancer would be 4,600 miles, and to the outer ring, 7,835 miles.
Yeah. So what verification do we have that the equator is 24,901? Like in reality, not based on models or government,
I see what you're saying with the equator, Geo. I'm sorry. Now I see what you're saying. The equator is the widest fucking part because they got the north on the top and the south. Okay, I see. See, on the flat grid area, the south never ends. It's the fucking widest point, and I'm thinking of it that way. Yeah. Okay. So that actual point is the fucking equator. Okay, it's the widest point. It's the 24,000 itself. I got you. So that's why you keep telling them to the equator. Okay. So yeah, that's exactly right. It would be to the equator. That's 100% correct then. In that aspect, that the equator is the widest ring we have. Yes. No, I'm talking to you guys. The equator, if it's the widest ring, right, and the North Pole's not, and the equator is, the equator is 24,901, and from the North Pole to the equator, the end of the equator, the last place you can go to, right, for that 24,000. That's it. It's 3959. But how do you know? How do you guarantee that?
All right. What were we talking about?
We know the distance from the North Pole to the equator is not 3959. That we can verify. That we know.
Well, I just posted a little thing that's just a little screenshot from a video, but it just shows an AE map with the 3 rings. The middle one's the equator, the inner is the Tropic of Cancer, outer is Tropic of Capricorn. So we're talking about what the distances would have to be in terms.
We travel around the equator, Geo. We know that the distance is around 4,000 miles, and we know the distance to the North Pole is not 3959. It's more like 6,000.
4,000 miles around the equator. That's pretty small, don't you think, Zanny?
Sorry, 24,900. Thank you.
24,900. Oh, okay. I thought you said 4,000. So you travel around the equator, and that's 24,901 miles. So if you go beyond the equator.
All right. Let's go back to that. So, what verification do we have that the distance at the equator is 24,901? Zanuck or Bacon?
Well, I think if that was wrong, we would notice with maps. Either the distances that we get like east to west on maps would be off, or at least the GPS coordinates wouldn't match.
You mean like planes getting lost? You mean like not being able to find planes all the time and people get lost and not knowing where scientists are and all that? You're good. You're good at this, Bacon. So coordinates don't
just
add up.
People that are traveling from city to city noticing that it's taking a lot longer, or are they taking a lot more fuel than it was supposed to?
Can I ask you a serious question? Can I ask you a serious question? If you have the streets mapped out with a guy who walked with a little circle thing on the ground. And then you're talking air and water compared to something you actually physically had to walk down across and do it, like physically. And there's no, like, come on now. You can't compare the two. You can't compare a guy going in a boat across the vast ocean saying he knows exactly how to tabulate what he's done in the water compared to a ground that's sitting underneath you that doesn't move, right? Clearly that would be insane.
All right, so that is a point. The difference between measuring the distance on the land versus the water. So I was just asking Bacon. Okay, so you were trying to explain what the how you think the 24901 is right. So what Demok's point is true. The difference in the land and the water, measuring it. But you're saying the difference between cities, Bacon. Just hold on, Demok. Just chill for a second.
I'm good.
Just let the conversation breathe a little bit.
Yeah, whenever you're traveling for a couple miles, you can, if you go to the coordinates of your starting point and your ending point, if those those coordinates, they can be, as I explained like yesterday, we don't have to rely on them. We can check them against the tilt of the sky and the time offset of the stars. So if that's correct, then the distances would have to be off for the Earth to be something like the map. Does that make sense?
Maybe reword it. I don't know if I fully followed what you said.
Okay, so yeah, the stars are making circles above the Earth on the map, or at least that's what it appears that they're doing on the map.
Well, let's just say in the northern region to make it easy, not go south for the moment. But yeah, let's say they're all circling around Polaris. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think in the northern regions the difference wouldn't be that big. So yeah, I'll mostly argue for the southern hemisphere. I'm not sure of anything that is precise enough that would be impacted by those distances being off. There's probably is, but I just don't know. Like maybe trains or I don't know. I think if distances are off, we would notice it.
Yeah, and there's definitely people that travel on the water roughly around the equator, like in one of those mega yachts or something, where they're traveling those distances. But they're using GPS and they're in the water, and it's pretty difficult to get your exact speed in the water because of currents.
So are you saying, Gio, that it's impossible technically to get a distance to Hawaii, for example? Like we have no idea how far Hawaii is away. In fact, all of our measurements should be very different because air currents, water currents, you have no reference points, right? So how do you think they would determine the distance between California and Hawaii?
I didn't say it's impossible to get that. No, I never said that.
Well, no. Well, it seems like the insinuation is that it's not. You can't get a value of distance over water. I'm just curious as how you think it is possible to get a distance. What are some of the methods they could use?
Well, I think it's more difficult to. I mean, an advanced way is to use the stars if you're really an advanced and you understand the way all the stars work. But if you're only going off GPS, then now you're dependent on that. But if we're not, like, let's say you have a big mega yacht, 150-foot yacht, and Zanuck is going to launch off from San Francisco and he's going to Hawaii. So let's say you don't use GPS, you don't use any GPS. How are you going to get your distance?
I would use the stars, or you could use sonar. I guess you could track the bottom of the ocean.
Well, if you're using star, you're assuming
well, that's I'm
a specific geometry, right?
I'm getting to that. So if we use the stars and then we assume that it's flat, then suddenly we have a problem with that math, right? Because we know there's a 60 nautical mile per degree relationship everywhere on land, every direction. So if we go on toward the water, why would it suddenly change because we're over water that those stars would not comport with the results we got over land? So that tells us how far it is. That'd be easy to do. We can also do radio communications because we know how fast radio waves travel through the atmosphere. That'd be a pretty accurate way of doing it. Time the sun. Call your buddy in Hawaii. Tell me when it's sunrise. Mark the time. Then I tell you when I see a sunrise. Mark the time. Or set. Either way.
All right. Where are you located, Zanik?
California, Bay Area.
You're in Bay Area?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
Oh, good day for me. It's like almost right above me, bro.
Yeah, remember on his American Gladiators appearance when they did the little vignette on his life, and he was sitting there behind a computer, and yeah, he's in. It says the city he's in.
I'm a Zanuck fan after watching that.
Yeah, we could do experiments about how far we all are from each other by just looking at stars and comparing the angles at any particular time.
Wait, is that real? Like, were you actually Ninja Warrior, or am I just retarded and don't get comedy?
I think a bit of both.
No, it's real. It's real. That, at least from what I've
These
heard.
things are mutually exclusive. Okay.
Do you remember that show, American
Yeah,
Gladiators?
like he was on the show, but you are also retarded.
Can I see it?
Well, I think the whole thing is that he kind of prefers that, like if you know about it, you know about it, but like I don't think he wants to. I don't know.
Yeah, nobody wants to reveal to you the secret of Zanuck.
I mean, you can say that he has been a little bit not wanting to talk about it. However, he has a YouTube channel which the name is Zanuck. So just look up YouTube Zanuck and it's on there. I mean, I don't think he's hiding it. It's the same name. If he was wanting to hide that or something, he could not make it that or tell us not to talk about it or something. But
Zanuck was going up against that huge guy at the end. It's kind of funny. He almost got it. He was like running around in circles, and then the huge, I don't know, dude, that guy was huge. Where the fuck they find that guy?
Well, the one that you have to climb the pyramid thing, that's where Zanuck, he got just like the huge guy just ripped him and they went falling like all the way down the pyramid. That was a big drop.
That's people usually die. You can die on that freaking show.
Yeah. That looked like it could have been dangerous, but his huge body in your embrace, his huge body seemed to buffer your fall.
I don't know. It's I just got really lucky. It could have just snapped legs and bones and things really easily. I don't know how I survived that.
By the way, I was going to say just before, in terms of just back to the topic, in terms of the 69 miles per degree, you guys keep saying how that can't work over a planar surface. There was a day when Ruhif was in here and he shared a screen, and basically on GeoGebra, he took just a flat sort of baseline horizontal and then a vertical, and we were looking at just basically doing the math on it over a flat surface, and it wasn't exactly 1 degree, but it like varied a little bit, so it wasn't exact, but and definitely when it got down near the horizon, it was not as accurate, but it was like roughly 1 degree. You can even do it again. I'm sure Bacon has GeoGebra or any program.
How do you do that, man? It doesn't make any sense if you could.
Yeah, he did it right here on the live stream. Yep.
Yeah. What did it look like? Just give me I don't just believe you.
Fortunately, today I created a self-updating graph that shows the 6 nautical miles per degree versus all you would get on a flat surface. So I can show that. Just give me 1 second.
The thing is, you need to incorporate, though, the North Star is not going to be fixed at an altitude, because that would be an orthographic, like a third-person view. So you have to actually lower the North Star, because that's what it's actually doing in your view. So when you lower it over a plane, you're basically creating a dome over a plane is what you're doing, because due to perspective, it's sinking on in your field of view.
Azimuthal grid.
No, that won't work either, Geo. It has to not only
that's what it's called. Azimuthal grid.
Be in a dome, but which would lower it.
No, azimuthal grid.
It also
you just heard me say the word like 5 times. Repeat it.
It has
with your lips.
It has to change altitude too, Geo. It has to actually change position for me versus you. It's not just being in a dome that does it. I've already shown why the dome doesn't work.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about like a physical dome in that sense. Like I wasn't necessarily referring to that. I was just referring to
positional dome.
The azimuthal grid, the word that I just used fucking 10 times.
Yeah, it won't work on a using trigonometry. unless you actually.
For example, just real quick, do you see this little perspective thing? So as the Polaris is moving away from you, or the sun is setting, or whatever, it's lowering in your field of view. I'm just saying that is creating a dome shape, the field of view, due to perspective. I'm not right now saying that it is a physical dome above the earth. I'm not even getting into that. I'm just talking about when you go outside, the sun rises, you can point at it. It rises up around you. You're still pointing at it, going up. It's right above you, still pointing at it, and then you point at it all the way down to when it sets. That's a hemisphere. It's a hemispherical field of view, is what I'm referring to.
Why would that be a hemisphere field of view? That's the opposite of a hemisphere field of view.
It'd be a hallway.
It's a hallway field of view.
You guys join Livestream?
I'll join Bacon.
And I didn't mean to insinuate that you were talking about a physical dome. I meant if the shape of these objects were in a dome configuration, that would not work either.
I like the pretty blue and
of course, you're taking perspective into account. That's a given. Trigonometry uses things that make up and provide the fundamental foundation for perspective.
Well, what I was saying originally is that, well, like I said, one day Ruhif, because I asked him to do it, he begrudgingly did it. And you just go to GeoGebra, you have a horizontal baseline, you have a vertical, put the North Star and put your little dude, and then just as you hash it out, it is 1 degree. It's 1 degree per 69 miles when you hash that out. Although it varies a little bit. Sometimes it's like 1.3, other times it's like 1.2. It varies. Now, when you get down to the horizon, it definitely varies a lot more, but then you get into refraction, you get into all those other things. So that's why they say in celestial navigation, don't take readings within, 15 degrees of the horizon. That may be why as well, because it gets exponential at that point, like it changes. But the thing about the 1 degree, it does work over a planar surface with a celestial sphere, with a dome of vision, a dome field of view, as it were. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a physical dome right now. It's a dome field of view. And then the other thing I was just going to say, hold on. The other thing is that whether it's 1.3 degrees or 1.2, I have not seen verification of whether it's exactly 1 or whether it's 1.2, 1.3. And none of you guys over all these years have ever provided any actual real world data or observations or measurements that actually show that it's precisely 1 degree. I've never seen you guys ever do that. You guys just repeat it and claim it as if it's fact, but I've never seen anyone actually show it.
The sextant shows that. And in fact, you and I can do it today. We can just say, go look at a star, but we'll both cite it. We'll see the angle in your field of view. Be easier in certain directions, whether it's north or south or east or west. And we'll say, I can tell you how far away you are. And there'll be a 60 nautical mile per degree relationship. And we'll be able to verify that by highways, Google Maps, or whatever. It's not that hard to do. Look at the picture I showed. This idea of this spherical orientation, not a dome, but a spherical orientation of these objects doesn't work. And the trigonometry is horrible. Anywhere near the horizon, not even at the horizon, but anywhere near, the horizon.
Yeah, that picture shows 1 that's all the way down to the horizon.
Well, above it even.
Right.
Anywhere. All of it's wrong.
And you can't see 1 degree.
They're making things that are 5,000 miles. It should be 3,000 miles. It's just you're thousands of miles off. You're 20%, 30% off in many cases. Sometimes you're closer.
Why would you be so off?
It's straight above your head and things, of course. But anything as it goes down, it just gets progressively worse because of trigonometry. Because trigonometry specifically says you positively cannot have a 1-to-1 relationship between an angular deviation and a distance value. That is a sine, cosine, tangent ratio that is part of the laws of math.
Meaning you can never get the right answer. So you always come up with the wrong answer.
You have to change the positions of these objects. And that we've
No.
shown that they don't change.
You're missing the point. You just said you can't come up with the right answer. It's impossible.
You could potentially have some light bending that would give you.
All right. Sorry, I interrupted you, but I was going to say you're sharing it on your screen. But yeah, go ahead and finish what you're saying. If anyone wants to look at Bacon, do you want me to share it on the live stream?
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah.
All right, I'll share it. Yeah, because you've got it here. Except, let's see. I interrupted you though. Sorry. Finish what you were saying.
Oh, that's fine. If you get the 6 nautical miles per degree on flat Earth, if there's somehow a mechanism that makes that geometrically possible, that would be a problem for navigation. So the distances that we're assuming on navigation would have to be wrong. So we should be getting the wrong coordinates, and that's not happening. So I don't think having 6 nautical miles per degree on a flat Earth is a viable option.
That's a great way to present it, because Steelman's their position, and shows that if it did happen due to refraction or any of the reasons, that it wouldn't allow you to navigate accurately. So,
all right, I don't feel like there was anything really substantive there. You just sort of said no, but that doesn't really correlate. I mean, humans have been okay before the globe Earth idea was fabricated by Freemasonic Jesuits. The Earth was seen as a stationary geocentric plane since the dawn of time, and they've been navigating on it literally since the dawn of time and creating maps on a flat surface, meaning a flat table. They were creating maps, grid systems, GPs, and circles of equal altitudes, literally since the dawn of time, and navigating the Earth. Now,
generals,
this Jesuit idea of a globe Earth that has come to plague the world has now claimed this globe. So for you just to say like, no, it can't happen, even though they've been doing it for millennia. And then even for you guys to make celestial navigation work on the globe, you got to add these haversines and these radius values, and you've got to do all these funky ad hoc calculations. You have to make a fabricated horizontal, you have to make a plane that shoots off into space in your model. So you have to make a plane as the foundation of it to have your horizontal baseline. So,
yeah, but I was specifically challenging the 6 nautical miles per degree, because I don't think any of the ancient methods before the 1800s were using 6 nautical miles per degree for navigation. So even though you can have like older methods that can successfully help you get places, that doesn't mean they depend on the shape of the Earth, or that they can use any information from the sky to get their coordinates, or that they can use distance.
You don't think they knew that?
Sorry?
You don't think they had like buildings with windows, that the sun came into the windows at certain times in the year, and that their whole counting system was based off of 6, not 10, and that they counted things in degrees of 6, and the reason we have 360 degrees is it's divisible by 6, and they divided the sky into 12 parts, which is divisible by 6. You don't think they had an idea of degrees, and they don't think they based it off of 6? This is ancient Babylonian shit, bro.
I don't think you got my point. I don't see how that relates to anything I just said.
Because they measure the skies in degrees of 6 using windows in a fucking room where the sun appears during certain dates of the year only in certain windows.
How's that related to what I said?
In ancient Babylon.
He's showing you how they got their. He's showing you how they got the ratio and stuff, and they used 6. They incorporated 6 by the windows, just like how they did it and everything.
I was just gonna mention that the 4 points that I got.
Where's it?
The Jeremy's idea of the 4 points. So if the measurements that I got from those 4 points are accurate, that would mean the distances you get from 6 nautical miles per degree would not be coplanar between those 4 points. That doesn't appeal to any coordinates or anything. Just if those readings are accurate and there is a 60 nautical mile per degree relationship, the distances will not comport with a flat surface. That's why either.
Are you claiming to know the distance to a star,
No.
or are you just claiming to know the distance between 2 cities?
Between observers, I'm not claiming to know any of that. I'm saying that if you start with the assumption that there's a 60 nautical miles per degree relationship, that wouldn't match observation on a flat Earth.
Was that a would or wouldn't? I didn't.
Wouldn't.
You said that a little.
Yeah, wouldn't. Yes, because we can cross data, these kind of readings from different positions. Like a position observing a star that is above another position that you can also observe star from that position. So you can now use those angles to determine distances if that assumption is correct. And if you do that,
real quick. So you're going to 2 different cities on Earth, and you're looking at a star, and depending on what angle you see the stars at and how far apart the cities are, you're calculating the distance to the star. Is that what you're saying? And then you're going to a new location and saying, well, we know the star is this far away and over here, therefore it can't be an FE.
No.
Well, I think
determining.
I think he's saying he's calculating the distance on the ground based on the angle, by the 69 miles per degree.
Yes, I'm not saying that 6 nautical miles per degree is true.
A visual angle to a light in the sky is not a physical measurement of the ground beneath your feet.
Right, sure. I'm not saying that that's the 6 nautical miles per degree is true. I'm saying if it was true, if you start with that assumption, you get into contradictions on the flat Earth. The Earth can still be flat if that relationship doesn't hold. If the relationship holds, that contradicts distances that you would get from observation. I'm not sure if I made that clear, but
what distances? Where's the contradict? You're claiming there's a contradiction, but then you're not clearly pointing out where the contradiction is.
I didn't get it yet, but yeah, you're right. I didn't point it out. So, if you get for the elevation angle of a star from a certain position on Earth, and you have another
Elevation angle. Okay, keep going.
Right, and you have another person that has that star directly overhead. Now, if the 6 nautical miles per degree is true, you can then know the distance between you and that person. If the relationship is true, only if the relationship is true, right?
Yo, yeah,
Which
I
might not
agree.
be.
I agree. I
Right.
agree with you, Bacon. That's how it works.
Right. Okay.
If
So
if I have the star at 60 degrees and you have the star at 90 degrees right above you, and we know that it's 60 degrees, 60 nautical miles per degree, that means I got 30 degrees. 30 times 60, I got 360 nautical miles to go. Or no, 180. 180. Sorry.
No, it's all imaginative. It's all imaginated. The distances are all
okay. Right. So if you do that for now, if you pick those 2 points that you already did that, and then pick let's say a third star, where there's also someone below that star, you can do the same thing for that star, and the person that is there can do the same thing back to you when there's a star above your head. So you can start doing these readings to get distance between multiple points. If you can have a person below a star and another person measuring the elevation angle. If you have enough of those.
So to clarify, we have 3 different positions on Earth. And so 2 people are standing beneath 2 separate stars. And then the third person is looking at either star, basically, is what you're saying. And the 2 people, it's 90 degrees for their 2 stars. But for the third person, the 2 stars are going to be at a certain elevation angle from their observation. Is that where we are so far?
Yes. And we can pick a third person that also has a star overhead that the other 2 can see. So everyone can
3 points, 3 stars. Each person has a 90-degree observation for their personal star, and then 2 additional elevation angles for the other 2 guys' stars.
Right.
So 9 data points because you have 3 people and 3 observations per person.
I have 2 observations per person, so 6.
And which one of them are starting from 0?
I was counting the 90-degree one right above their head. Yeah, 6
Okay,
is 6 is more simple. Yeah, six. Yeah, 6 observations of the other person's star. Got it. Okay, I'm up to date. I'm on the same page.
All right.
So the 3 guys on a sphere, though, which one of them are at 0?
Okay, so those 6 observations, 3 of them are redundant because you have person A sighting person B and person B sighting person A. Those 2 should get the same distance, right?
Correct.
No.
Yes.
Not on the sphere, no. You're talking about if they were standing on a flat plane. If going from a flat plane, they were all at 0, standing where they stand. 3 people on any position on a sphere are not going to be at the same position. Each other's feet are not going to be the same. They're not going to be calculated as 0. It's going to be something different than 0 for each person. So him over there at his altitude off of the sphere, at or wherever he's at in longitude, latitude. For you up where you're at, because you'll be the one in the middle, you'll be the highest point. And then you got the other guy to your left, which will be lower than you also, but at a different point than the guy at the right. So how are you equivalating all these people to have the same measurement or the same thing to calculate with each other if no one's at 0 except only one person can be at 0? You can only equivalate one person's feet to be the 0 base, right? Where's that at? That you're going from?
Bacon. So for the 3 people, right, we got 6 observations of the other person's star, and then it's going to come in pairs of 2 because A looks at B and B looks back at A. B looks at C, C looks back at B. And basically they're going to have the same elevation angles. Thus, you're going to have basically 6 observations, but they come in pairs, so 3 distances. Yeah, I'm on board with you.
Right, exactly. Okay, so now once we add lastly a fourth point, so we get a fourth point that also has a star overhead and can see the other 3 stars. And we can do all that again. Now,
This is a lot of
how are you
mental work.
having the same angle at 3 different distances? It's not making any sense. Every different distance would make the
that's the
angle
last
change.
person I'm adding. So
Hold on, Demo. Let's just let Noah and Bacon just get through this.
Yeah, but how's he going past that?
we can go back at it once I finish the whole thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Right.
So the fourth point, Bacon.
Now you have 6 distances once you add a fourth point, because you already had 3. Now that fourth point is
so
gonna, that
if
fourth
we
point. Go ahead. Okay, that fourth point is gonna add you more 3 distances that fourth point can get to the other 3, and that the other 3 can get to that fourth point. So in total, now we have 6 distances. And that would be
6 distances and 8 observations. Or no.
12.
It would be 3 observations per person times 4, so
Yeah,
12
12.
observations and 6 distances. Yeah, I'm on board with.
Right. Okay. So if you imagine how what kind of shape they're doing, it's something like a square with 2 diagonals in
With
crossing
an
the.
X.
Exactly.
Yeah, with a square with an X through the middle.
Right. So if you have now a 4 sides and the 2 diagonals that connects the opposing edges, you can now validate if that can fit a plane. Because if you have like only 6 of those, only 5 of those, the missing one can only have 1 value to match a plane. So if that doesn't match, you're going to get a different distance than you would expect on a flat surface.
I think I understand what you're saying, actually. Yeah.
Right. Okay, so I already done this. I mean, I didn't do the measurements, but I predicted which positions on the Earth you should be able to do those measurements. And then I went to Stellarium to get them. So I'm trusting that Stellarium is accurate, which so far it seems to be. And that does hold. The distances that you get between those 4 points and the 2 diagonals do not match a plane. The diagonals are too big to match a plane, but they match a sphere with the radius 3959. So
you already did the calculations and everything?
Yes.
Do you
I
have
can
that?
I can
Is
send
that
you.
what you're
Yeah,
live
sure.
streaming?
No, I was live streaming something I would explain before that.
Are you talking a sphere or a flat circle?
Well, Bacon. So wait, I was only partially listening, but does that mean that you're needing the distances between the cities to verify whether it's planar or has that spherical thing you're talking about? It depends on the distances between the cities being correct.
Well, no, actually, we are using the 6 nautical miles per degree to get the distances. So if the 6 nautical miles per degree, we should be able to validate if those 4 points are coplanar. So if it turns out they can't be coplanar based on the 6 nautical miles per degree, then it's one of the two. Either they're not coplanar, or the 6 nautical miles per degree doesn't hold. One of those two has to be false.
All right.
This is a pretty I like this one.
That's what I was saying before. You could have some refraction or something that could allow you to have 6 nautical miles per degree on the surface, but that wouldn't match observations that we have. So that would change the values that you get from navigation. That would change a lot of things.
Quickly, guys. If we were living on top, if you took like a sphere, cut it in half, and we were the top half, and that was it. There was no bottom half, right? Could you pull this off, being on a hump? You know, like the back of a fucking turtle, where they.
Yes.
So if you were to be on a hump, could you answer all the questions? But you would probably need 3 south location magnetic points for the convergence to happen on the lands that we live in. So one at the bottom of Africa, near the Antarctica, one at the bottom of Australia, and one at the bottom of South America. So you've got your convergence, therefore your equivalence in the popular areas is all going to be equivalent. Thank you.
I'd just like to say, I think every globe Earth enthusiast that comes to debate could take some pointers from Bacon, because Bacon is actually trying to be productive. he's not just defending it. I mean, he does a fair amount of just defending it to defend, but at the same time, he does seem to actually want to look at some of this stuff and break it down and, get data and try to compare what would actually be needed to hash this out. So props to Bacon.
I feel like I gotta do that too. I mean, not to to belittle that that statement.
Shut
but
up, Arma.
Yeah, Arma
Shut
does.
up.
Yeah, Arma gets a gold star.
All right, there you go. All right, okay, we're good. All right, keep going.
Well, it's just like some Globe guys want to come in here. They just want to fight and tell everyone they're wrong, and it's like that's kind of boring. It's like if you want to do that, like go do it like do it with Chat GPT. Just go in circles. You know what I mean? If that's what you need to do. It's more interesting to actually be in like problem solving mode, and instead of just being a zealot for one particular idea, to actually want to bring something to the table and look into what hash it out as to what we would need to decipher, and to actually have something productive that could be put on the table.
What about the helium plum? Why?
So Bacon, you were saying the last thing you were saying that you're saying that the 60 nautical miles would have to be wrong, but what about the distances between the cities? See, that's the other thing. That's the other factor. Because you were saying those 4 points, but how do you know those 4 points are those distances? That's the other factor. See, I think that's where part of this deception could be, is the actual distances on the Earth could be off. So, okay, just real quick. For example, in terms of GPS and everything, it is possible in my mind that they could be giving accurate planar distances in areas that we all populate. Like, someone lives in San Francisco or Los Angeles or whatever, and those could actually be planar distances. But when you're talking about long distances, like from New York to South Africa, Cape Town or whatever, now you're talking about over huge distances over water. There could be fudgery there. And they know that people are not going to be getting in a boat and accurately measuring the exact distance when it comes to that versus just measuring, in your city. You know what I mean? So what about that factor?
Right. Yeah, so I think you could have, let's say, there's a projection, I think it's called Miller or something projection. It looks like the A map, but it kind of solves the distortions of the continents below this in the southern hemisphere, and that gives you much more precise distances. But the problem is that if the sky is something that is rotating above something like that map, in order for the coordinates to keep matching the sky, the stars will have to change speed, so they will have to slow down and then speed up to keep matching how they're observed from the southern hemisphere. The A map doesn't need that because the A map has already the same distribution of longitudes on the southern hemisphere that you have on the globe, so that matches observation. But if you want to fix the distances, then you screw up the scales, and now it no longer matches. The longitudes no longer matches the observation of the sky, unless the sky is speeding up and slowing down for that to happen.
Wouldn't a star do that anyway, or anything like an airplane, right? It looks a certain way, like going a certain speed up close, or going a certain speed as a star. Like, isn't that what stuff does anyway? Like if it's going out of your view and it's going in a straight path, how could you tell how fast or slow it's going away from you? That'd be weird.
Bacon, does this projection I just posted solve that, with the southern latitudes still converging to a point in the 4 southern quadrant regions, instead of stretching out like it does on an AE map, like a dartboard? So instead of going out like a dartboard at the equator, they start to converge in the 4 southern points.
Well, the stars that are above the equator will have to be moving like a square, right? So that they're always above the equator. I'm not sure if you want to go with that.
I'll take out a portion of that map, probably the top left-hand corner, probably take about 20 degrees out. More like a try, because even the old depiction of Jerusalem at the center and there's 3 leaves, that's kind of something. But if it's raised, if it's convex or it's concave, but still that type of flat idea with adjustments and blah blah blah. Maybe a mountain and the Tower of Babel and all sorts of shit like that. But a hump.
So basically, put it in a triangle grid.
Triangle grid.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. I get you. Yeah. So like you can match it all together using the same shape and an equal shape, because you try and do that on a ball, there's not one equal shape you can use. But then again, on a raised hump, it's going to be the same, isn't it? But you're probably going to have better joinings with triangles, yeah.
Yeah.
So trilateration, that's how it works. But
yeah,
in ways, orientation. I guess when you're on a hump, your orientation, if you're looking upwards, changes as you move down towards the sides. And if the sides was the south, it makes sense that there would be maybe 3 attractive points doing a Tesla type of vortex type of movements. So the nodes of all the planets and stuff like that, you kind of look at it from above and it looks like an astrology fucking chart. You know what I mean?
I also know that there's no proof of the distance or the elevation from each other. Like when we keep talking about all this other shit, you need the elevation difference. So the key thing here is, are you on the elevated structure of a sphere underneath you? Like when you get the degree, the coordinates, or anything. Like, are you actually standing on a thing that just has topography, like a hill, right? And you're on the top point or somewhere in the middle, or are you on a flat plane with topography, or are you on a globe that appears as a fucking globe? How can you differentiate these three? There's a way physically. Now, how do we do that? How do you prove that you're okay? There's no depth. Everything they get is from a 0 point and angles and this and that from a flat baseline. Where do they prove depth from that? The globe has depth. They haven't shown any depth. If every person on the globe gets the same reading of an angle to this or that, that's a flat plane. You can't get that on a globe.
Yeah, that does link. Bacon, are you still here? Because that kind of links back to what we were talking about, what Demok is saying there. Because in order, like in terms of your angles and the 1 degree per 69 miles and trying to hash all that out and trying to get the shape of the Earth based on that and the surface and the distances, there's definitely a way to do all of that. But the thing that in my mind that is required is to have the correct distances between the cities, for example, or between the actual, the soil on the Earth, to have those correct distances that for sure. And then you do have elevation to incorporate as well. So don't you think that would be essential to decipher this with your 4 points and the X, the way that Jeremy was talking about? So how to get those distances?
Well, I mean, take for example, when you're traveling from city to city, like my guess is, the impressions that I have is that if those distances were off, people that are traveling would notice. Yeah, I'm not sure if I need to elaborate more than that.
Right. Well, you're saying it as a comparison to GPS?
Yeah, well, compared to their coordinates, which you can get independently from GPS.
What's the highest altitude you can drive up or down, Bacon? From what point to what point is the highest depth you can go up or down in miles?
I don't know.
You don't know? Don't you got GPS? So go to Google and say, what's the highest or lowest depth from a point of 0 can you drive in reality? And if it doesn't say 7,000 kilometers, you're not on a sphere, buddy.
Well, what if we take it off the land so we don't have elevation, we don't have any of that to deal with? Bacon, let's say that there was enough funding, that there was infinite amount of money to do a project. How could this be done? It like in the ocean, for example, like what to get the distances that we would need to decipher the angles between stars and to get distances like on.
We need 4 people who are a couple hundred miles away from each other, basically.
Can we do it in the ocean though, where it's flat?
We could do it in the ocean, or we could
Well, see,
even
that's
have
the thing.
someone like we could have someone standing in Southern California, someone standing in, let's say, Vancouver, Canada, someone standing in Florida, and then someone standing in New York City, and you could do it that way.
Or up
Because
and
that would be basically what you're doing is making a square, and then putting an X through that square, and so you could just use the four corners of the United States for the corners of your square. Well,
Right,
it's not
you
a
guys can
perfect
get
square.
you can get the distance
It's
to
a
each other.
it's a
Great.
four-sided polygon.
Right.
Right,
But
you
then
guys
how
can
to
get
get
the
how to get the distances then? The accurate
how to get the
distances.
depth. Well, what you want is the depth between you also. The differential in height and like who's at the lowest point, who's at the highest point, and who's in between. And then the distance. I believe you can get the distance all day. I don't think that's a problem. I think the problem is proving the depth of a globe. We never go too far up or too far below. Like, so if your 0 point's the ocean and you can go 1,000 miles up in the highest mountain, for example, and then you can go 1,000 miles down in the lowest peak, that's only 2,000 kilometers of depth, and that's only 1,000 kilometers of depth for the soil. Beneath that top soil is supposed to be 7,000 kilometers. You can go out and down, so like you're supposed to be able to demonstrate this. We don't have that. We only have literally the highest mountain and the lowest part of the ocean, which is 7 miles. It's not even 1,000. So, I mean, something's not going on. I mean, something's not right. Even if you add 7 miles under the ocean, like you dig 7 miles down beyond that, that's only 14 miles down, and then however high you can fly. There's no depth. You have to be able to demonstrate depth, whether on ocean or land.
Hey, do you reckon if the water levels get high enough, the weight of the water will be enough to split the cracks in the Mariana Trench even wider than before? What do you reckon? You'd have to, on a flat surface, obviously.
I'm just saying, if we're on flat water or rounded water, which one are we on? Which one are we getting our elevation angles from? So we can get the distance from each other. But what about are we on spherical water or flat water?
It depends how they can calculate what the height of that particular mountain or something is, and if they get that wrong in the first place, then the elevation of that second point is incorrect to start off with.
You know what's interesting? I just did an old Google search, and it's not to say that they're completely accurate on this, but it says the depth of like the max depth of the ocean is this is of the Pacific, is 36,000 feet. And it's just interesting that like the height of Mount Everest is like 30,000. So it's like the highest the land is 30,000. The lowest the land is 30,000. 30,000 up, 30,000 down, roughly. 36 down, 30 up. It's kind of interesting that it's like the same. The depth of the ocean and the highest mountain is almost the same from sea level. I don't know if that's just a coincidence or.
Well, it's 20%. Cool. It's 20% higher, right?
What of
36,000 is 20% bigger than 30,000. So they're on the same order of magnitude, but they're not like exactly the same number.
I think isn't the claim that they could take Mount Everest and put it in the Mariana Trench and it would still be like thousands, maybe not thousands, like fucking miles beneath the surface. Like it'd just fully be under the water, no problem.
The average elevation is half a mile, and the average elevation below sea level is 1.4 miles. So, if that helps.
What?
So the average elevation above sea level is half a mile, and the average elevation below sea level is, if you took all the water away, the actual ground itself would be 1.4 miles lower than sea level. Average.
That really doesn't make any sense to me, but maybe I'm just not smart.
Yeah. Well, listen, once you go past 3959, you're supposed to be able to drop down past that amount of water and that land at that point. So if the water's 1 mile and you fly out like 10 foot above that 1 mile water, and you keep going past 3959, say you go to 50,
Are you retarded?
The Earth should be behind you. And you should be able to drop way more than a mile down.
I think Bacon brought up the four points and the 6 distances. Thinking about it right now, and seems
No,
pretty
he
good.
didn't. You're still
yeah.
not.
How could hold on, Demo? Yeah, exactly. Let's get back to that. Yeah, Noah, I'm into that too. Exactly. So, and this is what Jeremy has been asking for weeks and been talking about as well. I don't know if he's at his mic or if Jeremy's here or not, but yeah, Noah. So you agree that could be definitive in terms of those points fitting on a planar surface or on a sphere,
right? Because the six distances that you get, if they are coplanar, have to have a algebraic relationship, and if they don't match the algebraic relationship, then it's not a coplanar polygon, basically.
Right. So then, what would be the factors that would be needed to get that? How would we have to measure the distance on the ground, like physically, with like chains or a little wheel, to actually, or with drones? Like how, what sort of like I was thinking almost like if you get like a Lego kit, you have to build the Lego kit, and it's got instructions, do this, do that. And just using that analogy, like what would be the itinerary of what we would need to do to accomplish that task?
Well, basically, the distance is determined from the 69 miles per degree, right? So say you're in New York and I'm in Miami, right? And you have a star above your head. And for me, it's not above my head. It's a couple degrees down, right? Maybe like 45 degrees. I don't know. I don't know the exact measurements, but basically the amount of degrees it's different from zenith for me would be the distance it is. That amount of degrees times the conversion of 1 degree per 69 miles would give me the distance to you. Would give me the distance between Miami and New York.
Right. Well, I get that idea of calculating it via the angle to the star, but isn't that kind of assuming that okay, so I guess one thing to do, okay, so what if we verified the 1 degree per 69 miles physically, like did that several times, like 1 degree and then measure 69 miles, 1 degree, measure 69 because wouldn't you have to
and you wouldn't have to do it exactly like that. Like if you had an accurate enough measurement, you could do it like half a degree for 35 miles, you know what I mean? Or whatever, and some change, right? Or you could do it like, it wouldn't have to be exactly 69 miles. You could just basically have 2 people, however many miles apart from each other, and then measure the angle from zenith of their star that's right above them and kind of confirm it that way.
Right. So you'd either have to verify that relationship, and of course, then, I mean, is it then an assumption to assume that relationship continues on the Earth? Like, is that even too far to say, okay, if we did for sure 1 degree per 69 miles, we do it once, twice, 3 times, does that mean that ratio, is it then an assumption to say, okay, well, then that ratio is everywhere? I mean, is that too far of a leap, or is that, safe to do? There's that.
That's a good question. Because the devil's in the details, right? That's a really good question.
Because the other way to do it is to actually measure the distance somehow physically, like literally on the Earth physically.
With unrolling a string.
Yeah, like with chains, like they used to do it, or like a little wheel, or I mean, if the finances were there to do it, you could potentially do it with drones. Like you could have several drones that were, all its particular distances and use laser measurements. Like there's ways that you could do it, with funding in terms of being.
I'm also thinking like the devil's really in the details here, like. But yeah, I'm just pondering Bacon's thing. It's very this has got to be one of the best things I've heard from the Globers for like probably like a year and a half, honestly.
Well, this example 4 points,
celestial navigation is full of examples like this. Like this isn't like the only thing or the unique thing. There's like many different ways you can use facts about navigation to come up with examples like this one. I can find more if you want to. But
well, Bacon, you're currently elevating your entire Globe Earth, all the Globe Earthers' reputation by actually bringing something to the table instead of just battering on in circles with some zealotry and just trying to annoy people with just circular arguments. So
I will bring up this stuff about navigation all the time.
I know, and Zanuck usually sideswipes you with some heads-up display and just goes in circles. So yeah, you've actually not been interrupted this time. But isn't Jeremy the one that started this whole quest with the square and the 4 points, and that's kind of what got this started, right?
No, I mean, I think it described, or I think Jesse Gordon described it to him, or I described to him. But there's like it's not a new idea. I mean, it's since the time in which that GIF exists, in which you have like 4 distances and then the diagonal doesn't match. There's like a GIF about that. As soon as you accept something like 6 nautical miles per degree, then we don't have to appeal to Google Earth distances anymore. You can get the distances from there. So it's basically the same argument. It's just a different source for the distances.
Right, but there's another angle to it that was the first time I heard when Jeremy brought it up, which is the idea of having 4 points that are at GPs of 4 stars, and then using the angles of the GPs to the 4 stars in the 4 points as part of it as well, to then verify all of those points with the X in the middle of the square.
Yeah, so it is exactly that same example of the diagonal that is too big, but instead of getting the distances from Google Earth, we're getting the distances from 6 nautical miles per degree. So we need a star overhead one of those points and the other one's measuring the angle to it to get the distance. So it's that same idea. It's just the distance is, instead of coming from Google Earth, it's coming from navigation, celestial navigation. But that's just elevation. There's still a lot of issues like that with azimuths that I've been trying to point out these recent days, because with elevation, we know refraction is playing a role, so maybe there's a wiggle room for that to work on flat Earth, but that's not something that is considered to be of any relevance to azimuths. And you still get huge discrepancy also with azimuths. So anyway, it's just a different point that you can get from navigation that also would be a problem for Earth being something like the AMAP or any flat map.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, wording it that it's a problem for the Earth being a planar surface, you're wording it with a bias there, because it could be a problem for the globe model that we're being given. Meaning the problem might be, like, for example, let's say the Earth absolutely is a planar surface and that they're deceiving us with the globe. That could be where the problem is the incorrect information, where they're fudging it, to tell us it's a globe rather than what the Earth actually is. I'm just saying you're kind of framing it as a bias, like, oh, it's a problem for the Earth being a plane. Well, how about it's a problem for the claim of the globe? It could just be the other way.
But the 4 points that I mentioned are not using any of that information. So if a person,
well, sorry to interrupt you, but hold on. Shines had asked in the chat if you could reiterate this just to sum it up for the listeners. She said, "I missed Bacon's point. Can you please reiterate for the listeners?" So because you were about to do it, I'm sorry to interrupt, but do you want to lay this out again just for the?
Sure.
Yeah,
no problem. So, are you there, Shines? Just I can.
Yeah, I am here. Thank you so much for doing this.
That's fine. So you've probably seen this GIF in which you have like a foresight, something like a distorted square with 2 diagonals, and one of the diagonals is too big; it doesn't match the square. It's not exactly a square, but I'll just call it a square. And once you put those same distances over a sphere, then the diagonals match. Have you seen that?
No, I have not. I've never seen that.
Right. So the whole idea is that if you have all the distances between 4 points, you can actually know if those 4 points sit on a plane, if those distances are on the same plane or not. If you have all those distances. So for example, if you have a square and the two diagonals of a square has to be 1.42 times the sides, for example. So if they're more than that, they can't fit a plane. They can't be straight lines between the diagonals of a square because they're too big for that. So if you get distance from Google Earth, you get a bunch of examples like that. Just pick any 4 points far away from each other, get the distance that Google Earth gives you. They don't fit a plane, but they do fit a sphere. Of course,
I mean, wouldn't elevation changes come into play with that? Just simple elevation changes?
Well, not from navigation. So that's where another issue that using celestial navigation would solve is that the drop from the stars isn't related to topography. So topography doesn't affect how much the angle is going to drop. So the distance you get from celestial navigation would be like over a straight line over sea level. It doesn't get higher or lower, it just follows sea level. So if you get those same 6 distances instead of from Google Earth, you get from measuring angles to stars, you'd also be able to distinguish between those points being on the flat surface or they being on the sphere. Oh, Matthew just posted the GIF that was mentioned.
Yeah, I've actually seen that before, so I know what he's talking about. And I think that this is a really cool conversation. I've always enjoyed these conversations, but I think there are a lot of variables, like how we are witnessing the stars, what's actually going up on the sky. You know, there's tons of optical illusions that play with our minds, and people think that like looking up the stars, there are no optical illusions, but there very well could be that we just haven't realized yet. So if it all comes down to how we are witnessing the stars and how we view them, that's saying that it must be a globe. I don't know. I think there could still be variables there.
Oh, but that argument, what you just said, it wouldn't be a problem for this. It would be a problem for the assumption of 6 nautical miles per degree. So if what you're saying holds, like that there are distortions that could account for that on flat Earth, it would have to mean that the 6 nautical miles per degree doesn't work. Because if it did, you'd get wrong distances. So that 6 nautical miles per degree would have to be wrong because of the distortions you're mentioning, for example, or because of whatever else. But that can't be true if the measurements of the elevation angles don't add up to coplanar points. Like either this, it's a pretty simple syllogism. Either the 6 nautical miles per degree is false, or Earth is all those those points are not coplanar. It's either one or the other. You can have both if the distances don't happen not to be coplanar.
So after all this, we come full circle. I leave for an hour and we're back with a perfect summary. Good job.
That's what I wanted him to do. I wanted him to summarize the point. That was the point of him doing that. So
no, I mean,
what if they only call it a nautical mile for refractive reasons because you're looking over water?
69 statute miles, 60 nautical miles. What's the difference? The funny thing about nautical miles, it stands for the 1 degree per 60 nautical mile relationship. So that's what that means, or 1 degree per some distance, and that distance is nautical miles. Each nautical mile is 1/60th degree.
Is somebody whispering?
Yeah.
No, we're all here. It was just silent for a while.
I have Xanax turned down as well. So.
Oh, Xanax talking? Let me check. I may have turned him down.
I said it's 1/60th of a mile is a nautical mile 3.
Oh no, I don't have him turned down. I just can't hear him.
Okay.
Lucky.
Stay in the dark.
I don't have you turned down, and you sound really low for me too, really far away.
Okay, how about this? Is this a little better?
Oh, now it's worse.
Okay, good.
I can hear you. Yeah, I liked it better when I couldn't hear him.
I know. It's the truth. That's what they say. You know, they say the truth hurts sometimes. And no one likes pain.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I have Zanuck at like 128 or something, or 129. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe your mic's just naturally low or something, Zanuck. Because I mean that I haven't touched your volume in a long time. So yeah, you must have like a really low volume.
I'm not using my headphone.
So
yeah, I'm sure it's my headphones afraid to hear your voice and your proofs.
So Bacon, wouldn't the most definitive way to do this is to get the distances physically on the ground verified, like without using Google Earth, without even using the stars at all? I mean, it'd be cool to like obviously compare it to the stars and see what you get. But like Shines was saying, all the variables with the sky, exactly how the sky is functioning and all of those factors. Just removing that for the moment, and then like she mentioned the elevation thing too. So if this was done at sea level, that would potentially be different than if you're all different elevations on land. But I'm just saying, one of the most definitive ways to somehow have like physical verification of the distances between those 4 points.
And don't we have that, Gio? I drive to LA all the time, right? We know how far it is, plus or minus a few miles.
Yeah, you can try to use. I mean, I think flight times is a good candidate for distances over long. I mean, long distances. I mean, there are some issues that can be pointed out with that, but I think overall, if you use flight times, that kind of gives you what you're asking for. But I know some of the responses for that. Anyway, whatever method you think is acceptable for long distances, I would go with that. I just don't know which one would be accepted.
Drive in a straight line somewhere. You've driven, I'm sure, the farthest you've ever driven might be 3, 4, 5 hours.
Well, that's the challenge, though. You can't do it over that small of a distance. This square needs to be very large. Like you can't just do it.
Elevation changes are going to come into driving long distances too.
No,
right.
I think that's pretty negligible.
That's a pretty negligible. So we can go from coast to coast. You can go from here to LA. You know how far it is about to LA. You can use a map if you don't want to use a map. Drive it and then figure out all the turns and things you made and straighten it out. But you'll get a pretty close number to 400 miles or so from where I am to LA downtown. And then you look at a celestial body, anything north and south of us, and see what the angle is. And the angle difference will be 60 nautical miles per degree or 69 miles per degree. And you'll be pretty close. And that can't work on a flat surface. It just can't.
All right. Well, we've shown repeatedly how that can work on a flat surface. You're taking it back to just like zealotry and just banging on. We were actually in a more productive thing of trying to actually decipher it. So can we keep it in the productive? Yeah, let's keep it in the productive mode and not just in you wanting to just say things can't work on things so that you can feel better about your view or whatever you're doing.
I'm just trying to throw the math out there. Are you guys trying to make a square to square this thing out to see if you can get some coordinates?
Yeah, but that's the thing. That distance is not really related to the amount of distances we would need in terms of 4 points to show whether they're coplanar or whether they're on a spherical surface. 400 miles is not nearly large enough.
Why not?
Well, doing this within one's own country just isn't gonna provide like the extreme discrepancy in the flat versus globe like animation that Matthew posted. Like it's going to be close either way if you're staying confined to your own country, right?
Right. Like what? I mean, Bacon. What's your perspective, Bacon? Is it even to do from like Noah was saying? If you were in like San Diego, the southern part of California, all the way up in Vancouver, or Seattle, somewhere up in the northwest, and then you went all the way up to Maine or whatever in the northeast, and all the way down to Florida. Like, is that square large enough to get in your calculations to get the either coplanar or spherical in terms of if we had all those distances precisely accurate to have those 4 points and calculate it?
You mean at the four edges of the US?
Yeah.
I think the discrepancy you get there is like around 30 something miles, 20 something miles. So I think like if you're using flight times just within the US, I think that's not good enough because I think the variation that you get from flight times is bigger than that. Like if you extrapolate time to distance.
Right. So you're talking 30 miles. Yeah, that's not. I mean, yeah.
Not entirely sure. I will have to. Oh, I can check that actually. I wrote an application to calculate that. So just give me a second.
That's very handy. I'm glad you have that tool at your disposal, Bacon.
Yeah.
But I think it seems like if we're talking about like driving it and trying to get distances that way, now you're dealing with all the variables of driving out. You know, there's twists and turns and the way the roads are laid out. You're dealing with all that, and so yeah, and then the amount of you just said 30 miles. Yeah, I mean, if you want to do the calculations, see what it would be, but it seems like that's too tight. It seems like the only way to maybe do it with that small of a square is to have some different accurate way of measuring distances. My mind always goes to the idea of having like drones or something. Like if you had like 3 drones that could float above the ground at, let's say, 100 feet in the air, 3 drones at 3 points. And then is there some way to measure the distances between those drones with like sensors or lasers or something? And then you could do 3 of them, do those 3, and then piggyback, do another 3, do another 3, you know, keep piggybacking them. I'm just trying to think of a way to do it, you know, that would be accurate to get a distance like that. I guess another way is like laying chains on the ground, or, you know, those little, like literally those little wheels that you roll on the ground. But then that's similar to a car, you know, driving a car and getting the odometer.
Right. The chains could at least be straight, but they'll still have to deal with the elevation changes and verifying that you're even laying them straight.
Yeah.
Is anyone here has all the 6 distance between the four points around the US, the extreme points in the US? Is anyone happy to have that? And
no,
offhand, no. But I mean, if you want what Google Earth says, you know, you can pop that up and just put the little measuring tool on it.
Right. I was trying to avoid doing that. I had to do one by one. But all right.
Doesn't Google Earth also just have a flat baseline? Like when you zoom on everything, there's no curve to it at all? I've heard that.
Google Maps, you mean? I don't think Google Earth does that, but I think Google Maps does that.
No, Google Earth. Like when you go into the simulation of Google Earth and you zoom in, like the Mariana Trench is straight, like it's flat. There's no curve to it whatsoever when you zoom into any of these things. All of it shows it's flat.
I think, like, you mean there's no topography there?
No, there's topography, but the baseline, like there's no curve to it, like at all. Like it's straight. It's flat.
It might just be that it's a really big sphere. But also, hi, Shines.
Hey, how are you? Long time, aren't you?
Yes.
Yeah, the more you zoom into a sphere, the flatter it gets.
But the whole thing, I mean, it's just completely flat. Like you're going miles and miles and miles and miles where there should be curvature, and it's not showing any curvature at all.
Well, as you move your view across the Google Earth, it doesn't move you in a straight line. It follows the surface. So if you're just zooming a lot and then it starts moving from that, you're not going to see curvature because you're following the surface of the.
As you're showing like, you know, I don't know, 50,000 miles and it's a straight line. There's no curvature to it whatsoever. That's because it's too big of a sphere. That doesn't make any sense with how big the actually is.
I'm not saying it's a straight line. I'm saying you're not actually moving straight. When you're moving across Google Earth, you keep a constant distance to the surface, so you're following the surface. You're not moving a straight line in space. You're just following the surface.
I don't think you're getting my point. So if you zoom in on Google Earth and there are many, 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 many miles where it should show curvature, it's not showing any. And you're saying that's somehow due to perspective or something?
No, I don't understand actually what you mean by you should be showing curvature.
Well, if we're going by, you know, observer's height 1.22, whatever, or, you know, the actual circumference of the world, you should be seeing curvature. And Google Earth does not show any curvature whatsoever. It shows it is flat.
Google Earth and Google Maps both use a sphere. If you look in the chat, I showed a picture. If you zoom out enough, it shows what it is.
Well, but I think what she's talking about, and I've thought about this too, like when you zoom out on Google Earth, you're looking at a big, you know, ball in space. But as you zoom in, at some point it transitions to like the actual satellite view and the actual like, you know, like the Google Maps type view, and then you're looking at a grid. So yeah, is that actually a coplanar grid in terms of not having the curvature versus when you zoom out, it's just showing a cartoon of curvature? Is that kind of what you're saying, Shines? Like the differences between them?
That's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. And that it should show curvature because between those distances, when you zoom in, it's so much distance there should be curvature there. Like they should be still showing the curve, but it just all of a sudden switches to flat as soon as you start zooming in.
I wonder how we could tackle this. Let me see.
Well, I've thought about this too, especially when you look at like the grids. Like I'm looking right now on Los Angeles. And it's like Los Angeles is huge, and there's so many miles between, and it's like all the building codes and all the grids. Like, are those actually incorporating 8 inches per mile? You know, is that actually incorporating or is that actually a coplanar grid?
Here's what you have to do. You have to get with zoning officials and figure that out.
I'm pretty sure it's curved, but it's just obviously once again you're just really zoomed in, so it appears flat.
Sense. If you have that much distance and there should be curvature, I think it has to be something in their algorithm if that's the case, because there is no curvature. It's not showing any.
I actually
why would you need to worry about anything curving in LA for construction or for building roads?
Holy fuck, are you serious?
Yeah, I'm very serious.
There would be curvature, dude. I mean, at 10 miles, it'd be 60 feet of curvature. That's a lot.
So why in the surveyor books do they talk about 200 square miles and not worrying about any curvature of the earth?
Yeah, that's the point. That's the point. They're doing
welcome to flat Earth, dude. Welcome to flat Earth.
Yeah, because it's planar. That's planar surveying. Exactly.
Do you know why they say that?
That's exactly the point that Shines is bringing up.
Why can't we have a back and forth? I ask you questions.
Because you interrupt. That's why you just interrupted me.
No, that's just an easy cop out. Gio, why do you think they do that? Why do you think they say there's no need to worry about? Not saying coplanar is not the answer. There's a reason. There's a serious reason why they don't care about measuring any curvature over 200 square miles.
He's trying to get us to believe it. It's negligible, right? So we can't find it ever. No, but you want us to believe it's there.
See, Zanuck, you just interrupted. You just interrupted again.
I'm good. I interrupted. I'm sorry. Go ahead, guys.
Well, Zanuck interrupted everybody. So.
Oh yeah, I'm the bad guy. I'm just trying
to. All you have to do is say your piece and then mute your mic. It's that simple. What you do is you say your piece. Somebody responds. You get emotionally triggered, and then you have to just interrupt and go, "No!" Is what you do every time. Say your point and pass the mic. It's fine if you want to say your point, but once somebody responds, you then freak out and then you try to interrupt. So just please don't do that. Say your point and then pass the mic. Go ahead.
Okay. So you're not answering the question. We all know the easy answer is it's insignificant. Yes, that's going to be the end of the answers for sure. But the point is, why do you think they do that? It's not that it's just insignificant. It's because the curvature over that area would not be anything to take into account. It's just too small. The curvature would
insignificant. Are you kidding? It's what you said. It's not insignificant, but it is. But it's not, but it is.
No, but the reason why it isn't is because it's known that over 200 square miles, this distance will be within inches or feet difference between the curved surface around and flat surface. So it's not needed. You're not building anything where the materials are like, I'm not building like a road and have a certain amount of tar that I need to only go this particular length.
No one's listening to you, bro.
Well, of course, you're not going to learn anything if you don't listen. That sounds like the problem's been your entire career here.
Have you passed the mic yet, Zanuck?
Yeah, right now.
All right. Okay. So 200 square miles is a significant amount of curvature. So in terms of like city codes and buildings and property lines and all those factors, that is very significant. Now, the fact that, so you just did it again. You didn't pass. So you didn't pass the mic?
Well, I thought we were having an interaction, but
no, that's not an interaction to scream no in the middle of someone talking. That's not an interaction. That's you screaming no and interrupting what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
I mean, do I have to sit here on the mute button every time I speak?
No, go ahead, Gio. Come on.
Okay, so 200 square miles is a significant amount of curvature for building codes and for all of these factors. And planar surveying is what is used in like cities and what Shines was saying in local areas. So they're admitting, oh yeah, we just don't incorporate that in planar surveying. Is that what they're using for Google Maps in these? So are we actually using the planar coordinates? And the only place the curvature comes in is in the CGI cartoon and in the quote unquote geodetic surveying where they're calculating curvature and then making CGI cartoons when you zoom out on Google Earth. I'm done passing the mic.
You made 3 points there. For number one, I'll go backward because it's by memory. The geodetics are going to be measuring this via plumb line variation. Number two, going backward, the significance of this curvature, what does that even mean? Significant as compared to what? Yes, there will be over 200 miles, or let's say it's 10 by, even it's 100 miles, 10 by 10, or 15 by 15, or 12 by 12, 12 miles, there is a significant drop because with respect to your height as a person, but with respect to the distance, the chord versus the curvature is not significant. So that's not a significant value that they have to worry about because they're not doing anything that would relate to having an error based on that quote significance of the curvature. So it's not a significant issue.
Dude, at a 10-foot eye height at 200 miles, there's 25,636 feet of hidden height. That is huge amount of discrepancy.
We're not talking about 200 miles. We're talking about 200 square miles. You know the difference, right? There's no 200 miles in 200 square miles.
True. Yep.
So you obviously missed that. 200 square miles would be 12 by 12. 15 by 13 by 13, something like that.
A little more.
Whatever, 14 by 14, doesn't matter. So you get that.
Yeah.
So it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. There's not a lot of drop. There's over 10 miles, might be 20, 30 feet of drop. That's not the thing that people worry about when they're paving roads or laying cable. They're worried about distances and materials that are used. They're not talking about structures because everything's built to plumb. Everything's level along its path. So these values are not significant. They don't matter. Now,
well, it's like 14 by 14 miles is 196 square. So at 14 miles at a 5 foot, but really you'd have to have a 0 foot, because if we're talking about like building codes, you're really right at the ground. So I mean, if you call it 1 foot,
fine, just drop doesn't matter.
It's like 100 feet. Yeah, but that's kind of the point. This is the reason that would be the reason if it's only 100 feet different. This would be the reason that you're interrupting again. Okay, so anyways, at 14 square miles, 100 feet, but that would be enough reason for them to say, oh, yeah, that 100 feet is not enough difference, so we're just going to use the planar surveying, which is what the Earth actually is, within the areas that you guys are actually driving your cars around, where you're going to the grocery store and you're going 10 miles here, 20 miles there, and it matches your car and all that stuff, not incorporating the curve of the Earth. So that's the original point that Shine's brought up.
Yeah, that doesn't matter because the distance between a flat surface and a round surface, and that's why they say 200 square miles or something like that. So that does not matter because the chord versus the curve distance is not much different. Now, yes, there is a drop, but that has no bearing on anything construction-wise. Nothing that they build will be based on that drop, that 100-foot drop over 10 or 14 miles.
Yeah, but when we go to larger distances, not to change the topic, but when we go to larger distances, we still get the planar geometry.
That's
like
what you
do long distance observations, and then you guys need to try to bring up curvy light and made up refraction with calculated radiuses to try to write that off. So there's a problem there too.
Well, no, they actually measure a distance for where they're going to lay a cable, for example, some kind of telephone cable or whatever, and they use that distance they measure and automatically incorporate. Now you may say, "Oh, isn't that convenient?" But they automatically incorporate the distance because they've measured the distance, and they are measuring a curved surface, not the chord. They're not go drilling through the earth and cutting the corner of the curve to get the distance and then figure out the distance. They already measured the distance, which is the curved surface. So again, it becomes a non-issue.
I did the calculation. If you have 15 by 15 miles, which is over 200 square miles, then the drop is 150 feet. That's the height drop. That's 8 inches per mile squared. And then if you figure out how much of a difference between the chord and a straight line is, it turns out to be 1.7 inches.
Not very much. I mean the chord and the curve line.
Chord and the curve, that's right.
So that little, I would think it'd be more than that, but that's just because to show you that it's not a.
Well, you said that's 15 square miles, right? It's just 15 miles. What if we do that? What if we do that with the reaches of the USA?
Right, because that links it back to what we were talking about originally, and this is why, Shine's brought up the difference between the local area and whether that's planar versus the zoomed out. But then that's why it links into the original thing we were talking about, is like making a square large enough to be able to actually decipher the difference between the two.
Yeah, because we ain't going to be able to detect 1 inch. We don't have equipment sensitive enough. We need the discrepancy to be, I don't know, what.
Wait, 1 inch?
What would make you feel? I mean, what kind of tools are we? That was the conversation I had before. Like, what kind of tools could we even use? Gio was saying chains. That's usually right. I think when people are measuring long distances for like city planning, they'll use chains because it's a material strong enough that they can pull it taut without it breaking. You know, it's like 60 feet at a time. I think a chain is. But then trying to get that to go in a straight line over and over again, you'd have to use like lasers in tandem with chains or something like that.
Yeah, well, this is why there's that difference. I mean, even like the mainstream view, they'll say planar surveying, we don't incorporate the curve of the earth at all. We treat it as an absolute planar surface, no curvature whatsoever. And that's what they use for building and all the practical things, you know, laying railroads, etc. And then it's the geodetic surveying where they start to say, oh yeah, now we're going to calculate curve into it. And then they start, you know, in the longer distances, and then they're fitting that into the larger grid systems that are being given by like the WGS 84 and all of those factors. So like part of this globe deception would be involved in this discrepancy, and more or less they're getting away with it because they know that most humans are just driving in their car, going to work, doing what they're doing in their local areas. They're not doing massive measurements of distances over huge stretches to actually decipher the difference. And they also assume that they'd pump enough pictures of a blue marble and say they landed on the moon and hope that we all just would let them get away with it.
It just sucks that lasers like expand the further they reach. Well, I mean, if lasers just stayed looking at like a nice solid narrow beam, that would help a lot. But unfortunately, they don't.
But you can make an infrared beacon and infrared laser. So there's like methods.
Oh yeah, that'd be best.
To extend your ability to project a beam.
No, that's interesting.
That's a good point. Yeah, infrared lasers. You wouldn't be able to see them, which also kind of sucks. But yeah, they'd go the straightest and the longest. Right?
Well, like for example, Fundy, if you had a beacon per se that was beyond its ability to refract around the surface, but you could see it in the sky, well, that would be expected. But I would suspect it would actually be found along the surface as well. So that would be one way to think about it.
Hey, just for my own sake, if anyone has this answer off the top of their head, who's that one guy who won the bet about like you can't send the signal that far over the Atlantic Ocean or something like that, and then he got it? Was it Marconi or I forget the word?
Yeah,
Marconi was it? Yeah, I'm gonna do some personal research into that experiment.
Riggs, what you just said made me think of Jay Tolan when he's doing the infrared shots. Like, how cool would it be to have some kind of like either infrared laser or sensor, or to combine? Because, you know, a lot of these guys say, oh, he's not really looking at that landmark, you know, over these long distances. How cool would it be to have some kind of sensor or some kind of way to make the connection between where he's taking that footage from and the actual physical location to verify that it actually is that location? That would be pretty cool.
Well, you know, I'm wondering if there could be like an infrared data stream that could be created so that it pulses and sends information, and then you basically just try to see at which elevation does it cut off. Like, what's the lowest you can go where the data stream cuts off? So it's not just like visible, but it's actually functional. You know.
Right, where you can get some like Morse code signals or some shit. Something simple.
Sure. Yeah. That way it's like definitive that you're getting that signal, and it can't be like disputed that you actually received information that was on one side and was not known on the other. It was like encrypted or something. As sort of a validation tool.
You're saying what part of it are you like interested in knowing? Do you like the where the edge of it is, like what
well, no, I mean like
lowest the floor?
So one of the ideas that might get us in trouble is that infrared beacons. I think you can get them like military surplus or something.
Okay.
Which is not a great idea, but it is also a great idea. Um, so it's one way to like, whether it's in a balloon or on the surface or on a mountain or whatever, you wouldn't be able to see the light, but you could read the light through a sensor. Like looking through. Okay,
Line
so
of
like if
sight
you
technologies.
like my webcam, like every camera can actually detect infrared, but usually there's a filter that filters it out. So like my webcam, it's so cheap that it actually just has the full camera on there, and if I have infrared LEDs, I can actually see them project out in like a red purplish hue. It's actually really cool.
No way.
Yeah. So like a webcam, you don't even have to modify it. You can just actually just see. You can literally see it. You can see the beam of infrared light. It's pretty cool. But like if you were gonna makeshift like a nice camera or a cell phone or something, you'd have to like break it apart and get it serviced and take that sheet out.
Okay, well
It's like
check
a
this out,
plastic
man.
filter.
Check this out, right? What Geo is saying, right? I think I got it now. Because like, what if you combined his infrared camera, right, with an infrared laser somewhere where, like Gio said, oh, he's not really saying that far, that landmark where, he
Right.
in his videos, he's like, oh, there's like the tip of Lake Superior or whatever, right? And they're like, no, he's not seeing that far. That's impossible. But what if someone had like an infrared laser or some sort of infrared light of some sorts, and it flashed at a certain rate, and it's like, nope, no mistaking it. That's the like laser. Someone's standing there on the shore of it, and there's him flying over fucking Georgia or wherever he flew over, and you'd be able to make that. I mean, I know a camera probably isn't the most sensitive of tools, right? Like an infrared camera, but I mean that would be great if infrared laser combined with infrared camera long distance, and it flashes at a certain pattern, and you get that like undeniable like signal being received.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's an idea, right? I mean, I'm just spitballing.
You'd have to point it pretty accurately, though.
I really think the infrared is probably our best bet, because people who just get a signal, they don't. Because here's an example, right? Like, oh, they bounced it off the ionosphere.
Exactly.
But
Exactly.
if you could see it, that would actually it might be able to handle the objection because you could visually see the beam.
You're right. Yeah. Yep. I'm completely on board with you. That makes perfect sense.
Infrared lasers are like not like any other lasers, except they're just refracted slightly less. You could get pictures.
That's the point.
You could disseminate the entire spectrum about how much they diffract and how much less they do, but it's not a huge percentage. I mean, even though infrared does refract less,
yeah, I didn't ask
not a big difference.
That's the thing about that, Zanuck. I didn't ask.
Looking at where these objects are, known distances from where you are, and the angle. And I say this all the time: the angle at which these objects reside in your field of view. Tolan is the master.
Anyone else ask Zanuck?
I mean, it's almost.
I don't even know what he's saying.
He's seeing like
he's just whispering
Russia
into
from
the
my
mic.
doorstep.
You can't hear him.
He's like Palin. No, he's pointing to clouds and dust and things in the upper atmosphere. Is like, oh, there's Antarctica. I mean, he thinks of a word, a geographical position.
Who are you talking about,
That's what it looks. That's in that direction.
Who's he talking to?
Who's he talking to, and who is he talking about?
He knows I can't hear him, so somebody else figure it out.
Until I posted a picture of. I just made a kind of a GIF of a picture of how funny he is. Here's Australia. Here's Africa. Here's Sea Cortez. I see. That's not where Sea Cortez is. That's just slightly south of LA. There's nothing there, and there's a cloud bank there, by the way. Nothing there.
You said
Jupiter,
you.
surface of Jupiter. I mean, you just don't get a picture and name whatever you
Oh,
want on there. You have to have
oh, you
something
did
like,
make. There's your mom. There's the South Pole.
yeah.
And that's pretty funny. That's pretty funny, but I think that's a bit of hyperbole.
Well, yeah, because everything he says up until Sea of Cortez is absolutely true. That is Mount San Jacinto. That is the Salton Sea. We know that's what they are. We know what they should be angularly from his altitude. And if he has a level line for reference, we'd be able to verify it distance-wise. But when you then suddenly, there's this black area, which is just, upper atmosphere pollution. That black area looks like it could be water. Let's call that the Sea of Cortez. I mean, come on.
I mean, you might be cherry picking a specific
No, everything
screenshot
he does.
of the video here, and maybe he does the same. But we're not relying on what's already been done. We're talking about what can be done in the future.
Right. So if you want to know how far something, or if you can see something in a field of view, infrared helps a little bit clear out some of the errors. But
it sure does.
Perfect.
Yeah.
But it's not going to give you any kind of,
it's going to give us a benefit. It's going to benefit us. It's going to give us an advantage.
What's the advantage?
It's going to do the best job anything could do. I mean, do you know about something below infrared that could work the same way and be caught, like picked up on camera? Can you pick up can a radio? But as far as visuals, can you have like a radio transmitted what am I even saying
what
here?
What do you need radio waves for? What do you need even?
He's getting worried now.
By the way,
Xanac, this is just for my own benefit. Okay, this is just for me. Are there radio wave cameras like infrared cameras? Does it work the same way? Do they exist? Because that'd be better, right? It'd have even less refraction.
You can definitely transpose what it receives.
No, but is there? But it's a yes. It's a yes or no though. Are there radio wave cameras?
Radio cameras. I'm sure there are.
So is there something like along along the same frequencies as a light and like a light frequency and a frequency of like a radio wave?
They're the same.
That's the same.
He claims they're the same.
Are you
sure. I don't know for sure. To be honest,
talking about just funny. Are you talking about just reducing the amount of refraction there, or seeing farther? What is your main goal?
No, I'm saying. Well, let me ask you this first. If the answer is not what I expect, I'll adjust my question. But does the sun emit radio waves?
Sure.
Okay, so then if the sunlight is shining on something with radio waves, do those radio waves not bounce off of it and just like any other spectrum of light, like visible light or infrared light?
The long waves will bounce off things.
Okay, so then I don't my question is is there such thing as we all know there's infrared cameras and there's visible light cameras. So are there radio wave cameras that could see with even less refraction going on?
What is that?
Because it'd be the best.
What's your goal? What are you trying to get?
To see clearly. To see clearly as far as possible.
Why would a longer magnetic wave? Why would that get you a clearer picture?
Because there's less refraction and less scattering and less diffusion.
They're still going to claim.
How much refraction do we have with a
something's in the way?
50 nanometer wavelength versus a 800 nanometer wavelength? What's the difference?
It'll be better.
It's not much, not visibly.
Hey, one sec. I got a visitor to my home.
Yeah, I just think it doesn't matter what you try to present. They're just gonna the globe side is still going to try to say, okay, even if you're using a different, there's still something obstructing. There's still something that's affecting, and you'll never get a clear picture, even though NASA somehow gives us clear pictures.
All right, it was just an Amazon delivery guy who got the wrong address. Never mind. Anyways, listen, if you don't know if this technology exists, you can just tell me, because I don't know either, man. But I mean, can infrared cameras see further than visible light camera detectors?
Well, not necessarily, because radio difference
No.
between an infrared camera and a visible light is that you have all the wavelengths in a visible light, all the visible wavelengths there. With infrared, you're kind of narrowing it down to a very narrow band of 400, 300 nanometer length wavelengths. So any visual electromagnetic frequency or wavelength that you take will see equally as well.
Well, we know that the infrared cameras aren't so specific. They pick up infrared and near infrared.
Well,
so
they're not really.
they're not so
really
pinpointed and exact.
Cameras, filters. They're filtering out the visible light spectrum. Some of it, not all of it. Some of it.
But to tell me if this technology exists or doesn't exist, like, are you comfortable with giving me a yes or no answer that like a radio wave camera exists? If you're not, that's fine. I don't know if that exists either, but just tell me. Not sure?
I'm sorry. I think they exist. I don't know for sure.
Okay. Okay. Well, okay. Then I'll stop asking you questions about it and look to other places.
Fair question about it. I just don't know what your goal is. So they have cameras that can take
to see the furthest and most clearly.
They have microwave cameras.
Okay, well, no, microwave. Microwave isn't low wavelength, is it?
No, it's short wavelength. Microwave.
Yeah. Microwave is above visible light, isn't it?
Yes.
Or like higher frequency. Okay, so that's the opposite of what I'm talking about.
A lower wavelength, high frequency.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Good. Yeah, good summary. Lower wavelength, higher frequency.
Yes.
That's the opposite of what I'm interested in figuring out. But it's all good. I got everything I needed out of this conversation. Thank you. We can move on to someone else's questions. Mine were answered.
I think it would be helpful to have some pilots who are like people who are just like they have an airplane and they're I don't know if there's too many of them on the flat Earth side that can just go out there and do this stuff. Like people who are motivated. Like I think that would help.
I'm gonna do some activism or something. Invite them to the server. I mean, well, I don't know what to tell you. You gotta get certain people interested in participating.
Yeah.
Put up some flyers, I guess.
Some flyers.
Yeah, some flyers. Oh, my bad. Yeah, you got. I thought what I said wasn't understood. What you said wasn't understood by me. I got it now. Yeah, that's hilarious, bro. That's fucking hilarious. Yeah, pun unintended for sure. Some flyers. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I love it. Hey, by the way, how did any of you get the invitation from Shines earlier about some event happening tonight in a couple hours?
Oh shit! What is it?
I don't know. It just said it used an abbreviation like PPM or something like that. It said like Witsit. I don't take it literally. Or that I know what I'm talking about. It was like Witsit letter. I don't know what they stand for, but apparently there's a Witsit event tonight on the Asylum.
Is there Shines? Is that another server?
Oh, it's on the Asylum.
Oh, okay.
That's Shine server.
Oh, okay. I don't think I'm on that. Oh, okay. I don't think I'm on that one.
Oh, my bad. It's MDD. I was just wondering if anyone knows what the Witsit MDD event is tonight.
Wait, the Asylum?
Yeah, the Asylum Witsit MDD event. Oh yeah, which one? It's the Asylum V5. Probably the 5th edition. It's gone through different hands of yeah. We're all part of this story. Yeah, man, the asylum. That's had a rocky past.
Man. Let me see.
Who's the baby hot micing? And anyone else hear that? I thought I heard a baby babbling in the background.
I think it was.
I think it maybe was Shine's kid or something. Shines.
That was Strange Days. I muted.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I go in and out. If I mute, it's probably because
your toddler's piping up in the background.
Yeah.
No problem. Yeah, no problem about me.
So the asylum is another. I think. Can I just search it on my Discord and find it?
Probably. Nah, I don't think it's a public server.
It's an invite only.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure any of the members can invite anyone else, so it's not like super like secretive or anything. But yeah, it's not something you'll be able to find on Google or something with like a Discord server search.
Sweat.
I really wish Shines would join in and explain to me what the event happening in 2.5 hours. I think it says 2.5 hours. Apparently, there's some event with Witsit going on.
No, yeah, he's going to be on Modern Day Debate, and so I was going to stream it in my server. We can stream it. I don't care where we stream, but I was going to stream it with people so we can watch and pause and talk and just have a good time. But yeah, anybody who wants to watch a Modern Day Debate, I guess Wit's going to be on there at 5 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Is what's going on.
Who runs that? Who runs Modern Day Debate?
That guy, I can't remember what his name is. He's the guy with the brown hair and has like the newscaster voice.
James Coons.
There you go. Thank you.
He's got a big Subway tattoo on his back.
What the fuck?
Like
he gets free subs.
Subway like the restaurant?
Yeah. You gotta
He
see
does
it.
not.
It's so funny. It was a
Oh
joke
my
not
God.
that long
That
ago.
is super
Someone
funny.
asked him.
Share it.
I gotta find the debate he showed it in finally. I think it was an Alex Stein debate. It was hilarious.
Like the
That is super
letters of
funny.
Subway with the arrow out the S and the arrow out the Y, like the
Yeah,
logo.
no, if you look it up, James Coon Subway tattoo, you'll see it was like in Las Vegas. They had a thing that if you got a Subway tattoo, and 2 others got small ones, and when he showed up, they said they're only doing the big one, and he gets like I don't remember. It's like subs for life for him. I think he figured it out. He said
Oh
it in
hell
the
yeah!
agreement. He figured out he gets like one. He could eat 1 sub like
I
every
just
day for the
found it.
next
It's the
50 years.
foot long. It says Subway superfan gets free sub for life after getting foot long tattoo. Oh my god! It even has a video. This is insane. Okay, I'm gonna post it in chat. This is so funny.
Oh my god!
There we
It's
go.
so
Yeah,
funny. It's so ridiculous once you know that about him.
that is huge. Oh, that is.
It looks legit too, like a sticker or something. It's such a good tattoo.
I stopped calling Subway. I don't know. I came up with some joke term to reference Subway the restaurant a while ago, and I haven't said Subway in so long. For the past couple of years I've been calling it fill a loaf. Fill a loaf.
Yeah, seriously. Like that's
here's a loaf of bread. What do you want me to fill it with?
No, I thought maybe he lost a bet or something and had to get a tattoo of someone else's choice.
Yeah, it sounds like he lost a bet, but apparently it was willing. I don't know.
No,
Yeah.
I know a guy who actually got the word tramp stamp tattooed. Where
What, like one of your friends in your personal life?
Yeah,
you know
a guy I worked with. Yeah.
Oh no! Oh no!
He lost a bet.
Oh man, must have been a high stakes bet. What did he get it? What did he get if he won the bet?
Dude, I don't even know. I think the other guy had to get the tattoo, but
Oh, that's the worst kind of bet. If I win, you suffer. If you win, I suffer. No one wins, really. That's awful. They must have been drunk or something when they made that bet.
I can't believe he actually went through it. I would be like, no, I just didn't like. No, I'm not doing it. Not doing it.
I saw this hilarious comedy skit last night where this drunk guy goes into a tattoo shop and he's like, all right, I want a tattoo. And he's like, I don't think I should give you that tattoo. You're obviously drunk. And he's like, no, man, I swear I put a lot of thought into this. I want Bowser with a pair of sunglasses on, wailing on a double neck guitar, and he's on a surfboard and there's waves coming up underneath him, and it says
Sounds
rock on.
gnarly.
And then he says, no. I want it to say, happy birthday, Rick. Because my best friend Rick, it's his birthday tomorrow. And when I show up with this tattoo, he's going to flip out, dude. And I want the whole thing on top of a pot leaf. And then I want that on top of a heart. And then I want the whole thing in front of a cross because I'm very religious.
Oh, he's getting it all in there.
I mean, I've thought about getting that tattoo myself because that does sound like the fucking most badass tattoo ever. Cross, pot leaf, heart, Bowser on a surfboard looking over his shades. Happy birthday, Rick. Wailing on a double neck guitar. Fuck yeah. But honestly, I have to admit, I don't have any tattoos. I've never. Like I'm okay with the idea of tattoos, you know, like I have nothing against tattoos. I think they're kind of cool and all, but I just don't care about anything enough to get one. It's like, what would I want permanently stated on my skin? You know what I mean? Like, no offense to any of the people with tattoos in the room here, but I don't like, I love mom. Well, what if she does something fucked up to me in the future? I'd have to get that removed. Like I no longer, you know, everything's open to change in the future. I'm
Well,
not sure.
you just wait till she's dead. And then get I love mom.
Does anyone in here have a tattoo that's just like that? They're like they don't regret. Maybe a Christian has a cross or something tattooed. I don't know. Maybe the birthday of a child. That's one thing, right? That's one thing I can get down with. If you have a child and your birthday, like their birth date on you, I guess, like, yeah, I could get down with that. But I'm not sure anything I give enough of a fuck about to tattoo on me. I'm waiting for the day where I figure out something. Earth is flat. Oh, that would be embarrassing if someday in the future it turns out not to be. I wonder if any of the Globers would tattoo ball life or I love balls or something. I bet a few of them have it on them already. Hey, is anyone here? I don't know if Noah's still in the room. But is anyone here a big fan of gematria? Apparently not. All right.
Wait, hold
Never
on.
mind.
I'm trying to remember what gematria is. Isn't that where you like the letters and you figure out what the number is, and then you reduce it to whatever? It's like a number reduction system, right? With letters. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, pretty much so. Some of the things you mentioned just there are like optional versions of it because there's several different gematria transformations, but the general idea is assigning numerical values to letters so that every word and every letter has like a numerical meaning to it. But then like you said, reducing, you can either leave it alone as it's like sum of its total, or you can then reduce it where like say 11 equals 2, because you take 11 and then you add its numbers together to fully reduce it. And there are some like 99, right? Like 99 reduced to one level equals 18. Then you
Yeah,
reduce.
but 18 it would reduce to 9,
Well,
right?
exactly. Yeah. So like, there's different forms of gematria, and there's different. They call them ciphers. Like ciphers are all about the association, the numerical association with the letters. So like, there's the reverse gematria cipher, and then where like Z is 1 and A is 26. And then of course it's dependent on what language you're using, whether you're Greek or Jew, or Hebrew or whatever, right? And so gematria isn't just this like one single thing, but in essence, it is assigning numerical values to letters, and then however you want to take it from there, like adding them all up, reducing them, fully reducing them. There's a few different ways of approaching.
But isn't there also something that comes along with it? Sorry to cut you off. There's something that comes along with it with like Hebrew or something along those lines where it means something. Like if it reduces to this number, then there's like a definition or something.
Well, specifically in Hebrew, they didn't use numbers as far as I know. They actually use the first 9 letters of their alphabet as the same symbols as their numbers. So like as different than English, like A is not the same symbol as 1. We have our numerical symbols and we have our literary symbols or grammatical, whatever it is, right? Grammatical, whatever, alphabetical symbols, right? And they're not the same. But like Hebrew didn't have, as far as I've been told, they didn't have numerical symbols. They just used the first letters as the same symbols as their
was there only
numbers.
9? Because
Well,
really,
that's a good question.
there's
I don't
9
know.
and then 0, right? I'm really into the numeral, as you know, like my 3, 6, 9 math and all those charts that I do and stuff.
Right.
I'm really into all of that. So I'm curious to know, did they only have 9 or were there 10 or like what was their base number system?
Right. And you hit the nail on the head there with what is their base system. I couldn't tell you, but what I can tell you is that it seems to be a very popular trend to use base 10. And we can talk about our thoughts on that, but I don't have like you disagree with what part? What do you disagree with, Shines? Hebrews used a base 10. I mean, all I was saying is that it's a very popular motif or trend or whatever.
What I would say is that,
most cultures use a base. I'm just saying most
base
cultures use base 10. Yeah, but
and
not
I'm
all
saying
of
they're
them.
wrong. I'm saying they're wrong and that the 0 should just be the center of it. And if you get rid of the 0, you end up with this. And this is very sloppy. I need to rewrite all this. This is like from when I was pregnant. I was waking up with these dreams and how to write all this stuff down. But if you get rid of the 0 and it's just 1 through 9, creates X marks the spot. Everything is like so aligned. Everything is so perfect. This is literally how we see. It is perspective. It's a top-down view of a pyramid. It's DNA. It's the Big Dipper. It's everything. Like you get rid of the 0 and it all connects. And it really goes back to Tesla and like 369 is everything. And you can't, once you understand this little chart that I posted, I know it's messy, you will see it everywhere. It is in everything. It's literally how we see. It's perspective. Like that is what perspective is. It's amazing.
Did you say you just posted a picture that I should look at?
Yeah, I put it in chat. It's super messy. I woke up in the middle of the night when I was pregnant with my son and like would jot down all these things, but this is the most based one. And then 0 would be down the center, and then you could do negative on the other side, and then it connects the 2, and you can see that. Like there's all these different charts that I would draw. I would wake up literally having to write this stuff down when I was pregnant with my son. And then what's even weirder is that when I gave birth to him, every single thing about him, his birthday, his weight, his height, his social security number, his medical record, like every single thing about him reduces to either 3, 6, or 9. It's really like, I'm like, okay, now this is weird. But it really is. It's in everything. It's DNA. It's the top-down view of a pyramid. It's our perspective. It's how we see. I can post some of those in here as well. Like it's in everything.
Yeah, totally, Shines. And I see what you're saying about the pyramid, because the picture you posted, the numbers are more tightly packed horizontally than they are vertically.
Yeah, and it doesn't need to be that way. It's just the way I drew it.
Right. You could. Yeah. It's just the nature of writing on lined paper.
Yeah, so if you look down
and
below
how
and
you
all these
space them
pictures
out.
that I just posted below it, it is all of these things. It is X marks the spot with 5 at the center. It's how we see Mount Meru. It's the pyramids.
Oh
It's the Big
shit!
Dipper.
Look
It's
at
all of
you.
it. It's in fucking everything. It's everywhere. It's the bullseye. It's like it's it's really cool. I really think the Tesla, like, he knew what the fuck he was talking about.
When
369
he's
is everything. You got to get rid of that 0.
unfortunately, it's not a big deal, but I listened to someone do this podcast about that quote, like, if only you understood the magic of 369, it would unlock the keys to the universe, or something like that. That I'm quoting incorrectly. Someone tried their best to track down any original source that Tesla actually. That's a quote belonging to him, and they came away thinking like, well, I don't know where this quote came from, but it doesn't seem anyone's justified in saying Tesla was the one who said it. So it's like a mysterious quote that is attributed to Tesla, but has no evidence that Tesla was the one who said it.
Totally.
But
Yeah.
but there's definitely something there about the 369. Like one of the things I could mention, very like that I understand very well, is we were talking about the full reduction of numbers, where you reduce a multi-digit number down to a single digit, and there's a fascinating pattern when you do 111, 222, 333, 444, 5, and so on. And so 111 reduces to 3, right? 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 3.
Yeah.
And then 2 plus 2 plus 2 equals 6, and then 3 plus 3 plus 3 equals 9. So then the next one, so we did 369. 1, 2, 3, that's 369.
Everything is 369. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. The 1 and the 2 is the 3, the 5 and the 4
but
is
then you
9.
do 4.
Yeah,
but
the
then
7
you do 4. But then you do 4, 4, 4, and that's 12, which is the 3.
But you don't
and
even
you
need
do
to
the
do
5,
that.
5.
Wait, listen, you don't even need to do that. So if you
Oh
do
shit!
1,
Okay.
2, listen. So if you do 1, 2, that equals 3. 3 is so if you take out 369 from 1 through 9, take out the 369. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 5 plus 4 equals 9. 7 plus 8 equals 6. It's like even within that, there's always a 369 reduction. So 3, 6, and 9 are the numbers of everything.
7 plus 8 equals 6.
2 plus 2 equals 4.
No, but listen, guys. Let me just go all the way through this. We're talking about 1 through 9.
Wait, hold on.
But,
Zanuck got it wrong. Zanuck, I said 7 plus 8. That reduces to a 6.
Equals 15, which equals 6. That's what he said.
Exactly. Yeah, it equals a 6.
He
So it's all
he
3, 6, 9.
didn't get anything wrong.
9.
But let me finish this real quick.
7.
So what I'm talking about is 111, 222, 333, 444, 555, 666, 777, 888, and 999. In order they go. 111 reduces to 3, 222 reduces to 6, 333 reduces to 9, and then it repeats. 444 reduces to 3, 555 reduces to 6, 666 reduces to 9, and then you repeat with this 789. 777 reduces to 3, 888 reduces to 6, and 999 reduces to 9. And there's this 369, and when you do this like triple numerical like repetition and then reduction, there even in that sense there's this 369 pattern. And then we all know about Marco Rubio's vortex geometry, where you start with 1 and you double it, and you double it and then reduce it. So like 1 doubled equals 2, 2 doubled equals 4, 4 doubled equals 8, 8 doubled equals 7, 7 doubled equals 5, 5 doubled equals, here we go, back to 1. And then it just restarts. And the only 3 numbers left out on that were 3, 6, and 9.
Yep. It's in everything. Like when you really start doing these maths and doing it for yourself, and like I just posted 2 triangles that I created, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and then backwards, and then up to 1. It creates a triangle that is like a full triangle. The other one is an absent triangle. Like it is in everything. And it's amazing how much it is in everything we see and everything in nature, but you have to get rid of the 0. Once you incorporate the 0 and then you carry over, like you have to go 1 through 9. And then when you put the 10 under the 1, that equals 1, right? And then 11 equals 2, and then 13, so it's always in line with each other. If you add the 0 and you put 10, on the end of that, and then the next number is 11, then you would have a 2 under the 1, and you would have a 3 under the 2, and it fucks everything up. Like, you have to get rid of the 0, and then all of these things start coming into play where it's everywhere in nature. It is literally X marks the spot. It's how it's really cool. I think people should get more into vortex math so they can really see what this is all about. And I don't know if Tesla said that quote. And if he did say it, I think he was saying, like, he doesn't even understand it. But if we can unlock what this actually means, we could therefore understand what's going on around here, because it is all locked in through the one system, and it is the 369 that is carrying this over, and it is projecting these images that relate so much to nature that there has to be something there. There's too many coincidences for it not to be that there's something bigger here. You know what I mean?
I totally agree, and I'm searching for the answer to that mystery. But there's only one question that needs to be answered in order to get us there, and it's basically the same question that's already been asked. But we all know the base system of counting is an arbitrary, like, cultural, like, man-made decision. There's no like there's no good reason that any of us are aware of that we have a base 10 counting system, because you can have as little or as many single digit numbers as you want. You could have 15 single digit numbers and make your first double digit number the value of 16 objects in front of you, as we refer to it by that word. But
It's called
16.
hexadecimal.
Well, sure, 16. Like, that was just a random pick. Sure, it has a name, but my point is that we all know that base 10 or base whatever is like a man-made arbitrary decision for where to loop single-digit numbers into a double-digit number. But around the world, even these, like, so-called disconnected cultures, they all find themselves, or most of them find themselves operating with a base 10 system. And of course, that could relate to like 10 fingers on a human hand.
That's probably the likely source, yes.
Sure. But just to say something about me, you can call it a belief or faith or whatever. I think something as significant as, like, the lingua franca, right, of base numerical systems, probably has, like, a really good like, sort of esoteric reasoning behind it, that there's a secret that like, reveals itself only through the system of base 10. I think it isn't as shallow. That's all I'm saying. I think there's deeper reasons that base 10 is used than just the shallow association with our fingers.
But base 10 is based on 2 times 5, and if you really wanted to do everything 369, you'd have base 12. And some cultures did use base 12, others use base 5, but almost everybody used base 10, just a few exceptions.
Yeah, you can use 9 or 12. 9 or 12 would work with this same systemology that I'm posting right here. It would still show the same thing with 5 at the center. But 9 is the easiest one to showcase. This is what we see. This is how we see. It is perspective. It is a top-down view of a pyramid. It's within everything.
I mean, I know that, like, there's ungulates with, like, 3 hooves instead of, like, some have 2, some have 3. And humans have 5 fingers or whatever. It's like, well, I don't want to base. I'd rather, like, where I'm coming from is that the same reason base 10 is somehow, like, spiritually or cosmically, like, important is the same reason we have a base 10 counting system as the lingua franca of, like, base systems for counting. I don't know. I just have a faith in it. I don't expect any of you to understand, but I just have a faith that there's a deeper spiritual message contained in 9 single digit numbers with a base 10 first double digit number. For some reason, I just think there's secrets lying within that, and all you have to do is figure out what makes base 10 superior to any other base system.
Oh, base 12,
than
base 12 is superior than base 10.
Well, see, I understand that, man. Like I've often said on here that maybe mental math, right? I've said plenty of times on here, maybe mental math would be way easier to learn and to master if we all grew up in a base 12 culture. Like it would have its benefits. I think you're right. It would have its benefits in superior like nature in certain ways. But I'm not sure the ability to do mental math easier in your head takes away from what I'm believing in. Base 10 there's something special to it, and that's what I want to like. I'm just trying to say that I really hope, it's really just hope. I really hope there's like a really amazing reason we operate by base 10, that it isn't just chalk down to 10 fingers, base 10, that's how we count. Like I hope there's something deeper to it than that, and I have a gut feeling that there is something deeper to it than that.
There
But I
is, if
understand.
you take away the zero. Like if you do this math that I'm showing you right here, I can, I talked to Gio about this. I could even give a present. I have binder filled with this math that I did when I would wake up pregnant, and all these things that I've written down. I should probably make them clearer, but then everything that it showcases within nature, like how, like it is in everything. The bullseye, like it's in everything. It's how we
So
structure
there's,
buildings. It's like it's literally the foundation
of
of this
course,
world is 1 through 9. It's amazing.
Except the way we count, we have 5 fingers, and so that doesn't fit the 3, 6, 9 thing. And also
Who
base
cares that
10
we
is
don't
2
have?
times 5.
It doesn't matter that we have 10 fingers. We're
so
talking about everything else. It's even within our
there's a
body. Michelangelo did it with the entire system of our body. We are X marks the spot, with our belly button being the 5, right? You can pick apart and say, oh, well, we have 10 fingers and 10 toes, so therefore the math needs to be 10. That's how we should count. But that could just be like some kind of question mark, right? Something that is a distraction.
right.
It's like, haha, tricking you. It's actually just 1 through 9, and you're missing the point. You know what I mean? Like, who knows? But there is
There's
a pattern to this, and this isn't a pattern where it's just like pareidolia and you're just making stuff up.
sure.
It is literally in everything. Like you can
Well,
showcase it
yeah.
within any object or anything that is within nature, and once you understand that, you see it everywhere. It's 1 through 9.
See, that's what I'm talking about, Shines. Like when you can find nature operating on a base 10 system, then that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I
You
haven't.
know,
I haven't found base 10
but
in nature.
but but that's what I'm talking about. And there's a quote I think ascribed to Pythagoras, but who the fuck could ever prove that, right? That this historical figure actually said this. But as far as the rumors go, Pythagoras or someone like him, one of these guys, they said like the numbers 1 through 9 are like the parents of all other numbers, and I really think they meant it on a spiritual level, where they're like the concept, not even just the symbols or the base system, but the concept of the quantity of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are in some way like the like the spiritual essence of every other number. And I hope that they understood something I don't, to where they want to give so much credit, or this guy wants to give so much credit to 1 through 9 as being like the justified absolute like single digit number amount, where everything else is just some sort of like mirror or reflection or combination of these 9 like essential essences. And that's what I'm looking for. Like is there anything about 9? And that's where your drawing is coming to play, perhaps. That there is this like essential 9ness.
Yes, there is. And five
to the
is also like the center of it.
Well, it
I
would
don't know.
be.
I actually talked to my father-in-law before he passed away from ALS. He actually worked and quote unquote helped build the Hubble telescope. He was an optics engineer. He had top security clearance. Couldn't even talk to him while he was at work because he had to, get his phone away. He was really, really, really smart. His name was Gene Cross. If anybody doesn't believe me, you can look him up on the internet. And he actually took my entire binder of like my pregnancy crazy dreams, and I would wake up like scribbling all this stuff down that I would see these images and just have to write them down. And he took them to some people at Stanford, some people at Yale, and some people at Harvard, and I'm still in communication with them through emails of them talking about how, you know, what it means within the vortex mass, what it means within this. Like, we're still writing each other back and forth. So if you have any questions that you want to ask them, let me know, and I would be happy to present them, because they're still even trying to figure it out. Because Gene was like, I have no idea what this actually means. It's almost like, you know, that movie of like The Incredible Mind, or whatever that math guy was that wrote all this stuff down in the binder. And it's like, you know, we can do these things within math and we can witness this type of stuff, but what does it actually mean? And I think that's where that quote came from. Like, no matter who it was that said it, if we can understand what is going on with this 369 and how it is in the fabric of like everything, we could unlock what the fuck is going on here. And even the top people, these mathematicians, they don't even really know. Like, we need good minds coming together and asking, you know, the bigger and better questions. But every time we ask them, we just get bigger and better questions, never an answer, right? So
let me ask Matthew a question. That was you there, right, Matt?
Yeah.
So I obviously have all these deep feelings about it, but I want to stay away from assigning like any significance in this conversation I hope to have with you real quick. I don't want to overblow anything, but I do want to ask you if you recognize some of the fundamental only once occurring relationships that the numbers 1 through 9 have with each other that never repeat. So I'll give you an example, right?
Okay.
1 and 2 have a relationship to each other that no other numbers have. Do you know what that might be?
But yeah, 1 + 1 is 2. Is that what you mean?
Well, okay. So on the number line, you know, just like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and so on, right? Into infinity. 1 and 2 is the only situation where the number that occurs after the primary number is double the one that came before it. 2 is double 1, and that relationship is shared between them, and that never happens again, because 3 can't be the double of 2 and 4 can't be the double of 3. The only time that like specific relationship occurs along the number line is in the numbers 1 and 2.
Yeah,
they
if you're talking about whole numbers, then yes.
Well, okay, we can pause a sec and talk about exceptions with decimals. So you're saying 1.5 or okay, 0.1 point. Okay, you have to go reverse, right?
If we hold on, I just want to point out that if we do this is something that is in our minds and not something that is actually going to be shown in reality. It is something that is truly
decimals
human.
don't exist. Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, but that's it. I do derive value from that comment.
Yeah, no, I would still like to hear it. I just want to point out that this is something that is beautiful. It is something that is truly human.
It is beautiful.
Yeah, it's something that's truly human.
And so Matthew, would you agree that the only time that happens again is within 1, like decimals below the number 1? We're like 0.1
for whole numbers.
0.2.
You're right. Yeah,
okay.
1, and then the right next to it is 2, which is double. Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so as far as full numbers go, 1 and 2 is the only relationship where the number after is double the former number, right? And so that's kind of cool, right? I mean, I think that's cool. You might think that's cool as well.
Yeah.
And then another like intimate special relationship of 1, 2, and 3 will be a number plus the number after it equals the number after that, because 1 + 2 = 3, right? So they have a relationship that 4, 5, and 6 don't have. 4 + 5 doesn't equal 6, but 1 + 2 equals 3, right? So there's just this miracle that's like a once in a lifetime, once in a numerical line, like happening, right? That only occurs right there. And then so here's another one, right? 2 squared is the same as 2. So the multiplicative, or what's the word for the total of a multiply? That's like when
Oh, the
addition
product.
is the product. Okay, so 2 is the only thing with a square and a product and a sum all being the same thing, right? And so that only happens once, like literally only once, right?
Right.
And then 6, and then 6 would be another example. You know where I'm heading with that?
It's the first perfect number.
Yeah, it's the first perfect number, right? And could you explain that?
Sure. 1 plus 2 plus 3 is equal to 6, but also 1 times 2 times 3 is equal to 6.
Is that the end of it?
Is that so? Yeah, it's divisors. The sum of its divisors is the number.
And you're saying I know, like I watched a video that said 6 is the first of the perfect numbers, but you're saying that happens again?
Yeah. So positive integers. So basically, the official definition is a positive integer that's equal to the sum of its positive divisors.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy though, because like 6 is the first, but it takes a while down the line for another perfect number to occur, because
28 would be the next one.
Okay, so could we do that real quick? So like 28 is divisible by 7, 4, and what?
2.
1 and 2. So 1 plus 2 plus 7 plus 4. Well, that doesn't equal 28. And 14.
So
14 plus 7 is 21 plus 4, 25 plus 1 and 2.
Okay, so
I
28.
think that checks out.
Yeah, 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 7 plus 14.
Plus 14.
All of those are divisors of 28, but if you add them up, it equals 28.
And that's amazing that there's this gap between 6 and 28, you know? That like these perfect numbers. I mean, that is some sort of wouldn't you agree that that's one of those things where it blurs the line between discovery and invention, or maybe that's the wrong choice of words, but like this, you know what they say about like, oh, do people discover math or do they invent math, or you know what I mean? But there's something true just about nature and just the essence of quantities, that there's like, I mean, I'm sure you know that there's we still don't have a full grasp on like the relationship numbers have to each other, because there's actual like what is the thousandth perfect number? Like someone just discovered the 1000th perfect number like a month ago. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. So there's a bunch of unsolved problems. Like, for example, they don't know if there's an infinite number of perfect numbers, and then they also don't know if there are any odd ones.
That is beautiful. Oh yeah, man! Don't you think that's beautiful?
Yeah, I like math, so I like that type of stuff.
I mean, that is crazy.
It's really cool.
Crazy.
And they can't, I don't think it's pareidolia, right? I don't think like there are certain things it shows up. This isn't just some coinky dink. Like there's too many coincidences for it to be a coincidence. When it gets to that point where it's like you see it in everything, there's something there. There has to be more.
Yeah, I mean, it all points in the same direction, whether it's like transcendental numbers or pi or phi or perfect numbers or any of these like sort of fun sequences or whatever. They all point to the same direction, that even when you try to like humans think they're logical, and when they examine and tell me if you agree, Matt, when humans examine the most logical of all systems we like utilize, there's still like this like sense of the divine contained within it, at the heart of it.
Right. Yeah, and there's still mysteries that we don't know. I mean, we know there's an
mysteries
infinite number
in
of
math.
prime numbers, but we don't know if there's an infinite number of twin primes, for example.
Yeah, let me say this, and then afterwards tell me what twin primes are, because I don't know what that means. But just to imagine that, like, humans think they have a grasp on logic, and we have this very logical, 1 foot after the other, nothing confusing about it. You got a one, you add one. It's 2, 3, 4, 5. It's so simple. There seems to be nothing special or divine about it. You're like, it's just numbers. It's just 1 foot in front of the other. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. And so on. And then to think anyone, for anyone to think like you got the fucking logic understood. Well, okay, apply your logical understanding to numbers, and still, even that, the most logical system that we have our hands on, still leaves us with just a feeling of like we are in the presence of God. Even in this most logical system, there's still this like magic to it that we can't even pretend we'll ever get to the bottom of. It's too great for us to comprehend.
I would say that, again, this brings us back to what the paradox, the balance, the big question mark that we live in. Like, we can ask these questions, we can discover stuff, but usually there's never an answer. There's just a bigger and greater question to ask.
Yeah.
And we need to be on that path, right? Like, instead of like, oh, we already know, we know everything. Like, no, we don't.
No, we don't.
No,
we fucking
like,
don't.
There are so many variables that are unseen. Like, we need to continue to grow and change and learn and really keep asking the bigger and better questions so we can get the bigger and better question. And then from that question, then we can get even bigger questions and, start changing things. And yeah, it really is miraculous.
That's all we got, Shines. Let's just put our, if only we could organize and tackle them as a collective.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we do have good conversations in here, but I definitely think we can have better, and we can try harder.
I'm sure we're boring a certain amount of people in this room right now, and so we should break off if we want to put a bit more serious effort onto this topic, whatever, or even expand and find the right. There's a certain amount of breaking away from certain people and involve and trying to draw in other people. You got to find your group who's interested. But Matt, what was that term you used? Twin primes. What does that mean?
A prime number is just a number that can't be divided by anything else, like 11.
Yeah, I know prime. 41. I know primes. What's a twin prime?
If you make a list of prime numbers, you notice that a lot of them have twins, like 3 and 5, 3, 4, 5, or 41, 42, 43, or 179 and 181.
How are 3 and 5 twins?
Because they're right next to each other. They're the two odd numbers right next to each other.
You just mean like partners, kind of
right next to each other, yeah.
like neighbor primes. Is that what twin prime means? Neighbor primes.
Yep.
Okay. So what's special about that?
So 29, 30, 31. So 29 and 31 are both primes.
Mm-hmm.
But not every prime is like that. So there are prime numbers.
Right. You might go 100 numbers down the line before the next prime shows up. Sometimes there's like 2 spaces between them. Sometimes there's 5. Sometimes there's 11. Sometimes there's 100 numbers in between neighbor primes. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. And so
I feel a little hesitation.
But not every prime has a neighbor.
Every prime has a neighbor, yeah.
No, not everyone does. Like 47 doesn't.
Well, no, what do you mean? Like when I say, okay, we have a mix-up of words between us in communication. When I say neighbor, I just mean like there's one prime and then there's the next prime, and those 2 primes are neighbors.
Twin primes are defined as primes that are off by 2.
Specifically by 2, like 29 and 31?
Yeah, 29, 31, 41, 43, 3, 5.
Okay. Okay. I understand what you're saying now. Okay, I got you. Go ahead.
But not all primes have neighbors like that, or not all primes have twins. We know there's
okay.
Yeah, we know there's an infinite number of prime numbers, but nobody knows if there's.
Do we though?
Yes.
Why do we know that? You don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. You don't have to answer my question. I interrupted you. My bad. I apologize.
Yeah, so we do know there's an infinite number of prime numbers, but nobody knows whether there are an infinite number of twin primes. Most mathematicians think there are, but there's no proof for it.
Fuck yeah, man. Oh my God. Isn't that beautiful?
Let me tell you why we know there's an infinite number of primes, because if there weren't...
Please do.
If you assume that there's not, then you could write out all the prime numbers from 2 all the way up to m, which is the maximum prime, right?
Okay.
So let's assume that they end at some point. So then what you do is you take all those prime numbers, multiply them together in this huge number, then add 1, and that comes up with a new prime. So you were wrong. M is not the maximum prime.
Yeah, that's a good mathematical proof. And like we were saying earlier about, I don't know if you agreed, but let me just say it again. Like, math is the most logical system that we have our hands on. Would you agree?
For sure. Yeah, because it's just talking about the raw ideas.
Right. It's just raw quantitative arithmetic, and man, would you? So this might push your comfort zone here. But would you say math? Sure, math is like the human approach towards addressing and understanding and utilizing the more essential essence of like just quantity or amounts, right? Like math is our art of approaching the understanding of like just the concept, like the essence of quantity in general.
Yeah, of course. Math is just a language we use to describe things accurately, including quantity.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And so math is our logical approach towards understanding quantity. But would you agree that quantity contains like a rational side and an irrational side to it, like a logical, and like here's the tough part. Here's where you might get uncomfortable. That like the concept of like the essence and the concept of quantity fundamentally is not a logical or an illogical thing. It's some combination of both.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, that sounds about right. There's a logical side, that's sort of the pure
and
essence
an
of
illogical
mathematics,
side.
and then the illogical side of the real world.
There's an illogical side to the concept of amounts of things or quantities. That is, I mean, that's wild right there. And like I said, it every topic, when you boil it down, all seems to point toward in the same direction. It kind of points towards God. I've read so many things where like, oh, like someone says, oh, I'm a mathematician and I found God in my math or something like that. You ever heard that sort of thing? Like some mathematician is like, I discovered God inside of math.
Understanding that there's logic and order does lead one to the divine. So yes, I could see how people can find God.
But also disorder. But also that which cannot be put into order, like pi. You know what I mean? It's like, wow, the nature of circularity, roundness, or whatever. Like, that's not even something that can be completely understood. It's something that you just kind of like have faith in. Like as weird as it is to say, a circle isn't something you've ever seen. A circle is something you have faith in. Because like circles don't even exist in reality.
That's true.
And neither does a triangle or a square or any of these like ideal formations we talk about. It's like, show me a square and I'll show you a zoomed in corner that isn't precisely erect or right angled. Look, got a little kink in there. How funny is that? What do you make of all this, man? What do you make of our position in the light of all of this like close but no cigarness? You know what I mean? It's like you can try as hard as you can, but you'll never quite get there. Like what do you make about it? Even in math,
I think it shows that there's logic and order in the universe, and that leads us to the idea of a logical, ordered designer, an intelligent designer. So I think it shows us that God exists.
But what about the disorder and illogicalness? Because to me, it results in a paradox. When I view mathematics or literally anything, I come to find that whoever made this is like yin and yang. The like it's sort of like if the universe obeyed my will, right? Like if I were God and everything happened according to my will, well, I have I have some organized thoughts. I have some disorganized thoughts. I have hatred towards some and love towards others. And to me, if you were ever using reality as something that would point you towards your understanding of God and just your observations of reality alone, I think the only conclusion would be that whoever made this is just like you. I have like a inner what do you call that, like confrontations. It to me it would seem like the person, or the being who created reality is someone who doesn't have their shit together, because it to me it seems like, oh, there's chaos and there's order here, to me, yeah, there's an amount of order to observe and recognize in reality, but it comes like conjoined at the hip and walking side by side, hand in hand with disorder. There's like order and there's chaos. And so if I said a God made this place, I would say that would be a God who is both orderly and chaotic. Because the big question is, how could a perfect being ever create something imperfect, right? You know what I mean? How could a perfect being ever create an imperfect creation?
I think there's only order and not any chaos. The chaos stems from our
There's
inability
only
to
order
understand.
in reality.
Right, and the disorder comes from our inability to understand it fully.
So just ignorance.
Ignorance is part of it, yeah.
So how did an all-knowing being ever create ignorance?
He created beings that are capable of ignorance. He's not ignorant.
So how did someone perfectly capable create someone who's incapable?
Because he made beings that are incapable. He made beings that are lower than him.
So that's what I'm saying. How could a perfect being create something imperfect?
By choice? What do you mean by choice?
I don't know, man. If I am a sentient, if I am a sentient bowl of vanilla ice cream, the only thing I could make are smaller bowls of vanilla ice cream. I could never make chocolate ice cream out of a bowl of vanilla ice cream.
Yeah, they're smaller. So anything that God creates is going to be less than him.
Okay, I see where you're coming from. So you're
Is this
saying
the Christian concept of God?
Don't ask me.
Not necessarily, no. Just sort of the idea of a monotheistic, all-powerful, omnipotent being.
That's fair.
I mean, this could be a deistic version of God, right?
Right. Those ideas are not specific to one type of monotheism.
One of my largest questions when it comes to God is like the whole why. Just like the first question a kid ever asks when they're told something. And if we go back to the very beginning of any God story you hear on a regular basis, like there was God, and then he created something. And then if you're just that kid, right? You just have that like childlike innocence. You say there was God, and he's the creator, and then he at some point like decided to create. You got to say like, okay, why would God create? And if it doesn't turn out perfectly, then that means God decided to make an imperfect creation. A perfect being decided to create an imperfect creation. Because I mean, and there's really no arguing against it in the sense that if God
Why do you
created a
think it's
perfect
imperfect?
creation, what?
Why do you think it's imperfect? What is not
Oh,
perfect about his creation?
oh no. Well, I'm not expressing my personal beliefs. I have my own take on everything.
Mhm.
I'm only trying to like operate along a certain syllogism. But I would be interested to know, if you want to, if you feel like it, talk to me in this manner. Do you think reality I don't know if you do. I don't know if you do use reality synonymously with a perfect creation. Do you use reality synonymously as perfect creation? Reality is a perfect creation. Is the
Yes,
same thing?
indeed. Reality has a
Okay.
perfect order and structure. It's perfectly made for us to dwell upon. Yes.
Okay. So then, what would so I mean, I understand the idea of create. I don't think I need to ask you what you mean by creation. It's what the creator made. Sure. But I do have to ask you then, what do you mean by perfect? Because you said this reality means is the same thing to you as a perfect creation. So what's your meaning when you say perfect?
Okay, I can tell you. My meaning by saying perfect is that everything he has made to come into existence is reasonably and well thought out. Everything we can experience in reality is absolutely wonderful. It makes sense. The senses that he gave us in order to experience the things we see, the surroundings of the very things he has created, which is, for example, food, nature. I mean, I'm just, speaking out of a corner of mind, very, very, generalizing. I mean, we could go into the details, but you see what I'm trying to say, right? Everything has made perfectly for
I
like a
understand you.
dwelling place
Yeah,
for human
it all
beings.
it all functions as it all functions as a whole. It all kind of works itself out. But well, let me ask you this then. And this isn't like a debunking. This is just an honest question. Is there anything you would call bad?
No.
You don't believe in bad?
Wait, you wouldn't
I
call
believe
anything bad or negative?
I believe in bad, yes. But
Okay, so
we were talking.
bad.
1 second. We're still talking about his
Okay.
creation,
Hey,
right?
you're good, bro. You're good, bro.
Yeah. We're still talking about his creation, right? So
Well,
regarding we need to be specific here, right? Regarding his finished creation, I would not see anything bad about it.
Okay, with that context, I get where you're coming from. That it all happened. Are you saying it's almost like fated or destiny, or are you saying that human beings can turn a negative into a positive? Because I have witnessed that things that are bad actually create good. Right but it's paradoxical and it's balanced. So you can also say there aren't good things. You can say there aren't bad things. Like it's intricate.
Okay,
I want to
don't
follow
want to
up
be
if you don't
rude or
mind.
I don't want to be rude or anything, but what Fundamental was asking me was only regarding creation itself, and I need to be specific here regarding the things that
Yeah.
have been established and come into
That's what I was
existence.
talking about. Yeah, I was
Not
talking in
bad.
the manner.
Let's continue. So the last question I asked you is if there's anything you would consider bad, and you said no, right?
Regarding creation, right? I just you need to say yes, so I know that you're still talking about creation. If you want to say in general if there's something bad, regarding things apart his being and what he has made, I can tell you yes, there is bad things.
Well, no,
but it's not by his willful being.
when I said yeah. The thing is, when I was saying creation, like the creator versus his creation, I consider along those lines. I don't consider the state creation was in at the very first moment it was made something different than what it is right now. So like when I say creation in this conversation, I'm talking about like there's God and then there's God's creation and everything it's ever been and everything it's ever done. Like the entirety of the history and future of existence and the now of reality. Like there's him, and then there's everything that anyone's ever been a part of. The totality of the universe in all of time. When I say God's creation, I'm not referring to the exact moment, and the exact snapshot of like the first moment in the Garden of Eden or whatever. I'm including all of time when I say His creation. Like right now, I would say this. This is His creation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything that happens is part of the creation. So that's why I don't understand why you cut me off and wouldn't allow him to finish that. I want to know, Clay, is it because you think that there's always a positive outcome, that something that is dark does always create something positive? It's a lesson that's supposed to be learned. Like, what is your context for saying that there is no negativity within all of creation?
No. See, you're misunderstanding me. I wanted to I was still talking specifically about what has been established into existence. What works within that existence is a different story. I'm saying what he established to be in existence, there is no bad within it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
Does
and that was
sense
my.
to you? If we want to follow up and go into the
Hold on.
things of what happens in this creation and so forth, yeah, we can
No,
talk
it even
about
goes.
that.
It even goes back right to the beginning of the Like, so what timestamp are you dropping off with creation? Like, is there a time period that you're like, oh, okay, this is where I want everything
No.
that's been created,
I'm
or
saying
are you talking about all of creation?
I'm
That
saying
even means right now.
No, I'm saying what the one who has made all things, the Most High, the author of all things, the things he made are very good, and there is no bad in it.
Okay, hold on, Shens. I got a good grip on what he's said so far and where we left off, because where you came in and where things started like getting a little.
Yeah, I was listening.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely, Shines. I just you hopped in because I know where I'm coming from, and you wanted to I know you do.
And you also know where I'm coming from, and it's a simple question. It's a very simple question.
But let me get this back.
Outcome or whatever. Not
hold on. Hold on. Let me ask the question where we left off on when all the thoughts were organized. I was asking, is there anything that you would consider bad? Right. That was where you hopped in. But go ahead and re-answer that if you don't mind, man. Is there any part of creation you would consider bad?
Okay, so again, I need to be specific, right? Everything that has been made to be existence, right? When we say existence, creation is something that exists, right? It has come out of nothing into existence by someone who is the author of it, right? So everything that you call creation has the one author of it all. And in a sense, when we just talk about the creation itself, what has been established to be existent, no, there is no bad within that.
So hold on, let me ask you this in a different way. So the way that I look at the world and I look at creation is that there is a positive and a negative, and the positive can create bad and the bad can create good, and therefore it is all, undulating and things are happening all the time. What you are like, I'm hoping I'm trying to understand you, is that you're saying because of this positive and negative balance, this paradoxical undulating thing that is continuously happening, that it all ends up being good. It's for a purpose and therefore it's good. Is that what you're trying to say?
No,
I don't think he's saying
still
that.
Talking about
I really don't. Yeah, everything is creation. Even right now, what we're doing, being on this is part of that.
Let me if you don't mind, bro. Sorry to speak for you, but I think I might be able to communicate Shines where you're coming from. But I also think you've backed yourself into a corner. If creation is there's no bad in it, that means humans are the ones who introduce bad into reality. That it's like you're saying there's only badness in the world because humans did bad things, and without humans, bad wouldn't exist.
See, but that doesn't even make sense. That wouldn't even make sense too. He's totally backed himself into a corner because is it just human perspective? Like things eat each other, things collapse, innocent animals get killed, this gets destroyed, this and that. Is that just a human construct, or is that also within the animal nature? It's like that they grieve over their children that die.
Let's let him
Or
answer.
it's also within, it's not, hold on, let me just finish my point. I don't know why I'm being silent so much.
Sorry, Shine, sorry.
I'm just saying, I'm saying he has backed himself into a corner because it isn't just a human thing. We witness this within animals, that they grieve over their young dying and they're upset by that. So is that bad? Is that good? Like, are you saying there is no negative in this world? There's no sorrow. There's no nothing. The creator didn't create a negative and a positive?
Shines, I did want him to be able to answer my simple question before he needs to answer 2 questions now.
Okay, fine.
Okay, again, I'm trying to be specific here, right? When I look at what he has made to be existent, it is not bad. If there is a negative or positive within that, is a different story. I'm just saying what has come to existence is wonderful. It's perfect. By you inserting something new right now into the whole conversation, I have no problem with it, but I would appreciate if we can do that in the next step of the conversation so no one misunderstands me.
Let me give you my definition of perfect, and you can tell me if you disagree. So, this isn't like a perfect definition, but it's something that I think is pretty inarguable. Like if you disagree with me, then we have identified a disagreement between ourselves. Because one of the things that comes along with perfect, in my opinion, is unchanging. So something that is perfect does not change. Do you think something that is perfect can change?
God doesn't change like shifting shadows.
Well, let me give you an example. Say like a perfect plan, right? If you have a perfect plan to accomplish something, then if you follow that plan, you will get what you're after. But if you start following a perfect plan and then something goes wrong and you have to adjust your plan in order to accomplish your goal, well, it wasn't a perfect plan. It was a good plan that run into some trouble and had to like improve itself, right? But I think the idea of perfection or a perfect plan is that it's a plan that doesn't need to be improved upon. And so a perfect plan, if followed, doesn't need to adapt or adjust or anything like that. It's going to work because it's the perfect plan. And if you run into trouble or obstacles along the perfect plan, then that just means it wasn't as perfect as you thought it was, and it needs improvement. And so like something perfect doesn't need something perfect, in my opinion, won't change.
The word you're looking for is ineffable, right? What's his name? Neil Gaiman made a point of this within his Demons and Angels, Good Omens book. And it's an ineffable plan, right? God has this ineffable plan, and there's no way that anybody, like, it doesn't matter how bad you do, how good you do, it all turns out positive within the end. And that's what I was saying before, like, no good deed goes unpunished, right?
Means to an end.
Yeah, so no good deed goes unpunished. Like, you do good, like all this false love is love stuff is actually creating negative things in the world. So the good is creating the bad. And then the bad stuff is actually rallying people together for good. It is paradoxical, and it's this undulating thing that is constant, right? And you can say that it's this ineffable plan that ultimately turns out that everybody's supposed to be here to be taught something, learn something, and then therefore it is all positive. There is no such thing as negative. We're all here to learn from it. That's
that relies on one thing. That relies on one thing, Shines.
Yeah.
With that, there's a miracle of that line of logic relying on, where everything is going according to God's plan. That necessitates a conclusion, an end of days, an end of the universe, where everything that happened, no matter how much it caused suffering, all results in some perfect conclusion and end of the
It could also
story.
just be upon death. We don't know. It could also be upon death, that everything that you did, like even the little subtle things that you did that you thought you were doing something good, it actually created a trickle effect that created ultimate bad, but it ended up teaching people the lessons they need to learn. Like nobody knows the complete intricacies of this world, and every little freaking thing that we do causes this ripple effect, right? It's not a butterfly effect, but there are these ripple effects. Like if you don't show up one day, then this causes this or this or this. And the negative creates bad and the bad creates good. And it, maybe upon death, we're learning that it is good. We don't know. We'll never know until we die.
Since you have made this wonderful examination of reality, let me ask you this. In a sense, is all this bad?
No, as I've explained myself multiple times, we are in hold on, listen. We are in a paradoxical world where there is negative and there is positive, and it is within everything. And the positive can create negative, and the negative can create positive. Like, look at the Who's and Whoville. Like, a stupid example would be like the Who's and Whoville, right? The Grinch stole everything for Christmas, but yet the Who still came out and sang, and they're like, we're going to overcome this. It created a rally cry. And we see this with all kinds of things, with war, with disease, with people that die. Like, what it actually brings people together, these negatives. Then we actually see people that are actually truly negative, but are pretending to be good, right? They're like, love is love, and this and that, and they're actually creating negative in the world. So the good is creating the bad. I mean, it's everywhere. There is negative and negative creates positive, and positive creates negative. It's paradoxical. It's the balance. And that is what this is created.
I think it's time I just start speaking my true mind and start like backing Shines. I think it's gotten to the point where Shines and I are just going to combine forces to make her overall point. But because I was playing devil's advocate for a while, trying to like pretend to be on the side I'm not really on at heart. But you go ahead.
Can I say something? So just so you understand my point. She said no when I asked her if all this in a sense is bad. That's essentially what I was trying to say the whole time. Since everything has been established into creation to be in the very things that we experience and see, it was never bad. Everything is created is perfect and good.
No. That's not what well, hold up. Listen. I totally get your overarching point of all this, that it's all happening for a reason, and that reason is ultimately good. And that is the out that I gave you in the very beginning of this conversation. Like, you can say that is ultimately good at the very end of all things, that it's all going to come together and it's going to be great. Now, that will be an opinion because we don't actually know what happens when we die. But I do hold that opinion within my heart that, it is all created for some ultimate good. But again, you can't say that the creation has no bad in it, because it does. There is a positive and a negative. There is this ultimate undulating of them bouncing each other back and forth, right? Good creating bad, bad creating good. You can't dismiss that. So if you say like, oh, there's no bad in creation, you have to stipulate that with everything I just said, and then the ultimate end, therefore it is all good, right? Does that make sense? Like, there has to be a stipulation, because there is negatives within the creation.
One second. You just asked me if I think is in creation something bad, and I say no. Creation since the beginning of establishment was always good, and there is no bad about it. There was a reason why he made it the way it is. Now you're complaining about why I have not gone into details.
I'm not
even
complaining.
Though no one, one second. Even though no one has asked me to go into details of.
I did.
Yes,
I did.
Hold on. Hey, Shines. Let's let him finish, and then let's ask him what he says hasn't been asked.
Well, I would appreciate him not lying, because I did ask you, and I did not say that.
Let's just wait till he's done, and then let's ask him.
Or specifically trying to point out why I say that creation since establishment was always good and not bad. I don't know why people
go for
just
it.
can't
Explain
understand
it.
what I'm trying to say.
Then please explain it, because that's what I've been asking since the very beginning. I even gave you these outs. Like, is this what you're actually trying to say? Like, is this what's actually going on? I'm not complaining. I'm really, truly trying to understand. And I've been on your side, like actually giving you stuff like, oh, this might be what you mean. Is this what you mean? Because within this creation, there are negatives. Murder is a negative thing. Abortions are negative things, right? There is a ton of negative things that happen within the world. So you can't say that there's no negative, but if you're saying that the general outcome of what happens once we die and what we learned here, or the end goal of everything, will end up only good, I can understand that. But you have to explain yourself further if you're going to say that there's nothing negative here.
Again, the fundamental question that was fundamentally asked by Fundamental was if there's any bad. I just simply answered it by no and saying it is not bad. Now you're complaining why I have not gone into detail explaining myself, even though he wanted just a simple answer. You came into the conversation that was first of all between two people, and then you made it three. So don't be, annoyed about me if I'm not giving you what you wanted in the first place.
Hey, we're all cool here.
Okay.
We're all cool here, man.
So I didn't do anything wrong by just simply answering the question.
You're being honest. You're being totally honest. Yeah, dude, you're fine, man. I don't think. Listen, me and Shines disagree with you, and I know how me and Shines might be coming across, and I'll apologize for myself. You've kept a real composed tone, and you have done your best to answer all of our questions and address all our concerns and have an honest conversation with it. You're doing great, bro. I think me and Shines could calm down a little bit. What do you say, Shines? I
was about to type something in the chat, and I would say I would ultimately disagree with you. I find it funny that hold on, let me finish. Just let me finish this really quick. I have been on his side since the very beginning. Once he said that negative, I gave him so many multiple options for why he thinks that there is no negative. I gave him multiple outs of why he thinks that way. He never once answered. Hold on. Exactly. I don't have an issue with him. I'm just saying that I disagree. I have given him multiple reasons. I'm like, is this what you mean? Is this what you mean? Is this what you mean? He actually has never once ultimately said what he means, but he has lied when he's coming into the VC and said certain things.
Harsh words.
No, not harsh words. He said that I was complaining. Never once was I complaining. That's a lie. I was never once complaining about what he said. I was actually trying to coach him and help him. No, it's all let go. But I'm not going to sit back and be like, dude, give us your answer. Give us a reason. Like, you should be able to explain yourself.
We have time tonight though. But
sorry if I misinterpret your temper.
We have the time, Shines, to address lies, misunderstandings, any miscommunications. We have the time to address these things. I think as much as he may have taken advantage of loopholes in linguistic, whatever, or even us doing the same, we have the time. I'm in no rush. Are any of you guys in a rush? You got to go in like 10 minutes? Because I got all night.
I just wanted to keep it simple, that's all.
I have until 5 p.m. when we start streaming on the other server.
You're in a rush then, because that's coming up pretty soon.
No, it's in an hour. I have an hour.
You have an hour and 10 minutes. You have an hour and 10 minutes, Shines. Okay.
It's not like a rush.
Well, let's all just keep it in mind that you do have an hour and 10 minutes. So there's no reason to rush any of this. And let's be honest. At the end of this conversation, even if it goes for the next hour and 10 minutes you have available to participate in this conversation, we all know that we aren't going to get each other or convince each other to be in the positions that we want them to be. Because I have so much that I want you to come to my side on, and I'm sure you both feel that you have your sides that you want me to join. And let's be honest, it's not going to happen tonight. Okay, guys, it's not going to happen tonight. But so let's all just take this one step at a time and accept that we're not going to fully convince each other of our sides by the end of this conversation.
I don't have anything against you, Clay. I've never had anything against you. I've never spoken out of turn about anything that you've said. I have been straightforward. I've been blunt. And I don't understand the animosity towards me that you feel like this is anger or anything along those lines.
That's too much. Hey, that's too much. Shines.
That's not too much. He literally just said that. He's been fine. Listen, he literally just said that I had that I was forceful and that I was doing this.
Take it easy, bro.
Dude, Funky, stop talking. You're the one that is fueling this fire. I don't have any animosity towards him. What I am trying to do is have a rational and logical conversation with two people out of all these people on here. It is very simple. He said that there is nothing negative or bad in creation at all. And he needs to explain what he means by that. I have given him a bunch of outs of how that could mean something, and I'm cool with that. But he still has not explained any of it and then wants to act like I'm complaining when I've literally been on his side. I'm not the bad guy here. I have not started any kind of drama other than you guys cutting me off or him saying that I'm complaining or, you know, whatever the word he used was, my fury or my something, that I'm upset about something. Like, I'm not. I just want to hear what he actually means. So if we can give him the floor for him to truly explain what he means, that there is no negativity and no bad in this creation at all, I really want to hear that. I really want to give him the space to say that. So can you do that for me, please, Clay?
Yes, but let me clarify one thing first. So the last sentence I said was, I sincerely apologize for misinterpreting your temper, which is I don't see any bad. Which I don't see any bad within that sentence. I just misinterpreted the way you're acting. So to an extent where I thought you kind of upset or whatnot, that can happen. And again, I'm sorry about that. And the second thing is, now I'm going to address why I say that I actually thought I would have already addressed it, by the way, but maybe I was not specific enough. So maybe let me even try to simplify it more. If we think about someone who is perfect, right? The truth, the way, the life, the one who's the author of all things, he's a perfect being, a righteous being. Everything that would have been made or will be made through him has the essential function at the end of the day to serve whatever he pleases to serve. In a sense, it will fulfill, and there we go even back maybe to your analogy, and I appreciate the things you have brought forward, to fulfill the very things that he is intended to be in that creation. So in fullness, whether if what we experience and say, yes, this is bad, this is good, this is evil, or whatnot, is still in a bigger picture from everything since that was established, because he is that perfect being, is still perfect and not bad, because he had a plan or he had a thought behind every little thing that he spoke into existence. Does that make sense? That's why I cannot call creation bad. It is purely good.
Okay.
Remember, one second.
Wait, what was the last part you just said? What was the last part you just said?
He wants to.
Wait, hold on.
Just shut up. What was the last
Let him
part?
finish.
God fucking damn it. Let me ask a question. Clay.
The people that
Clay.
and
Jesus, hop in, Clay. I'm trying to ask Clay a question. Fuck. What was the last thing you said, Clay?
I'm not going to answer you.
No, please. I like, honestly, for the listeners that are just coming in, just repeat what you just lastly said. This is nothing that is harmful.
But I'm rebuking these filthy words that Noah used.
All he's asking is for you.
Words. I asked you. I tried to ask a question, and 3 other people hopped in. And what filthy words are you talking about? The first thing I came in and said was, "What was the last thing you said?" That ain't filthy. That's a question.
He didn't say anything
clarify.
Buddy. He didn't say anything bad. All he wants is for you to read.
You said the F word and you said the G word.
Okay, look.
I'm not deaf.
This is for the listeners' sake,
and I'm not here to play
Sure,
games.
guys. Sure. I'm gonna have to start modding in a second. Everyone stop before I have to start muting people. All he is asking is for the listeners' sake, if you could just repeat your last little part so that people could understand that are listening. That's it. And then he got talked over, and that's when he was like, dude, like, please just let me ask this question.
Let's do it.
Like, let's just hear you reiterate it. That's all we want.
He did
and we don't need that either, Noah. Like, he's gonna, oh my God. And he left. Oh no, he didn't leave.
Sounds like
let's just reset a little bit. Hold on for a second, Clay. Okay, Shines had asked you to reiterate this thing. You reiterated it, but Noah wanted to hear it again. But it was a response to Shine. So if you could maybe say it again, and then Shines can respond or Noah can respond. So can we just start? Can we go from there?
Okay, but I want to clarify something. I don't like to sit on a table with someone who wants something from me by being very much rude from the way he's saying it.
I
don't
haven't been
appreciate that.
rude.
I'm not talking to you right now. I'm talking to
I know, but I
Noah.
asked
And Noah
first.
knows that I'm
He's
talking to
lecturing. He's lecturing me now.
See, he's doing it again. So you don't even want to
Doing anything again. You were saying a sentence.
Noah, you're
You were
not
saying
helping.
you were talking, giving your diatribe. I missed the last sentence of what you said because it was a little muffled, and I asked you to repeat. And then 15 people hopped in, and you never repeated yourself. You just went off on Noah shouldn't swear.
Like the very last sentence right now, I wasn't finished. You already overtalked me, and the same was with that before.
You're talking shit about me instead of answering the question.
No, that's
You're
not
not
true.
fucking answering the question. You're
doing it
complaining.
again. You're doing it again. Yeah,
This isn't
you're doing
helping.
it
being a
again.
little
I really don't
baby.
want to
Just
start
answer the
muting. I don't want to start muting people.
This has
Please.
become shit at this point.
Please. I don't want to start
He's
muting
doing
people.
it
Can we
again.
please get this under control?
Yeah, instead of answering a question, he's being a baby.
Noah,
Like I'm quietly
Noah,
waiting for him to
please.
answer, and he just keeps being a
We get the
baby.
point, Noah. Noah, we get the point. Like, let's not start muting
He's
people.
doing
Let's not
it.
start going into that whole entire thing. Can we please? All that was asked is, Clay, can you please just reiterate what your last thing was? And
Yes,
and then we can just
I
carry
would
on.
have already
Thank you.
reiterated it.
We don't need to go through
Hurry
it.
up,
We don't,
then.
well, hold on, Noah, stop. We don't need to go through the drama again.
If I wouldn't have been
Clay.
cut off because Noah cut
He's
me
complaining
off.
again. He's not
Okay,
answering.
look.
He's still
Here we
doing
go.
it. It's the 5th time he's doing this.
Okay, so I muted both of you. Honestly, all you need to do, Clay, is just reiterate what you said. Noah, we don't need to go over this past drama of what people said, what happened, this and that, and whatever. It just escalates stuff. Can we please just have you, Clay, reiterate what your main point is, and then we can carry on with the conversation. No hard feelings, nothing. Please, let's just get this under control. I'm unmuting you both right now. Please, Clay, just reiterate it and then let's move on because it's a really cool conversation that I would love to have. Thank you. Then just please go forward with
If I
that.
can finish the
Nothing
last
else.
sentence that I wanted to say in the first place when this
Perfect.
whole thing started, okay? Where I was
Perfect. You have
interrupted by
the
Noah.
floor.
Do
You
I
have
have
the
the
floor.
right to do that? Thank
Yes,
you.
you have the floor. Nobody will talk. Let's go. Noah, please.
Okay, the
let's
last sentence
let it go.
would have
Quiet, I'm waiting.
again. The last sentence would have been regarding the very question that was asked by a fundamental in the beginning: is creation in itself bad? Okay, so now I have said that term. I'm going to go back to the sentence that was before that Noah wanted to hear when you interrupted me. I said, if we look from a perspective of a perfect being that has established all things into existence, regardless of us being within that existence, experiencing good or bad, essentially everything that has been made to come in existence from his point of view will always be perfect and good. And it is not bad because he has made it. Does that make sense to you? Probably not.
No, it does make sense to me. And that is what I said from the very beginning is that, yes, there is a paradoxical world that we're living in. It is balanced. It is good and bad. The good creates bad. The bad creates good. The outcome of all of this, which I hope, which is an ideal, which I do not necessarily know, but I believe in, is that it was all done for a purpose, which is ultimately good. It's a lesson that we're supposed to learn. We're supposed to learn this balance. We're supposed to learn the lessons within all these things. But to actually say that there is no negative within this world, that would be false. There are tons of negatives. There are tons of bads. There are all these things that are truly bad and they can create good. And then there's tons of things that are good that can create bad. So, when we're talking about simply just the creation and not the after effect of what could ever possibly happen after we are here, when we are here in this creation, there is good and there is bad. And the good creates bad and the bad creates good.
When did I say that?
No, that's what I
Here's what I want to say. I would say I just want to say one thing real quick is that I don't consider good and perfect synonymous. I consider the word perfect, like a perfect God, to be above the nature and good and bad. I think good and bad are kind of petty. And I think perfect is above pettiness. And so if God is perfect, I think he's neither good or bad. These are two natures below perfection. I I would never call God just good. And I don't know, a lot of people might take offense to that, but that's just not, it's just not the way I see it. Good and like to me, perfect or God is something that is neither good or bad. Good and bad are both natures below his perfect nature.
Again, essentially what I tried to explain is that everything, including us right now talking, what we're experiencing, what we call certain things, what we specify certain things within this realm of creation, regardless of all these assumptions and our carnal mind trying to understand certain things, the way they work and whatnot, from the perspective, and I'm still talking from a carnal mind because I will never give the justification to the one who should have been given the justification, but I cannot do it by my limited words and my limited being that I am. I'm just saying from his perspective of perfect righteousness and perfect truth, of the perfectness he is as a being, whatever that has been come into existence, which we call creation, is not bad from his perspective. Does that make sense?
Sure.
With
Yeah,
other words, maybe
it makes sense. It makes sense from that perspective. I understand where you're coming from.
With other words, maybe you could also say, no matter what has been created by him that has made all things, is always with a reason. And if it has a reason, I essentially cannot call it bad. Because I do not know his ways. Neither does any one of you in here. So, see, that's why I'm also saying, neither can my words ever justify him regarding what his imagination, if there is even such a word that would justify this to be described as, has thought why things should be created this or that way. I'm not a creator. I cannot create things that have not yet existence. I can only use things within the creation, right?
Yeah, but here's the thing, man.
That's where it just
Go
all
ahead.
goes back to the fundamental, simple question at the beginning that you asked me: is creation bad? And I say no. That's it. Did I make myself clear now? I hope.
Oh yeah, you've made yourself clear, and Shines and I are on it. Yeah, you've made yourself clear. And this is where we started. Shines and I kind of disagree. As the way I would put it is like God isn't something you should ascribe words to, especially words that come in a set, like good and bad, positive or negative, up and down, or anything like that. Like I wouldn't ascribe God, like I wouldn't try to describe God in a sort of either or situation. Like he's this one or he's that one. Like, oh, God is good, or God is perfect, or God is anything that has like an opposite. I think he's above the nature of opposites. I think reality has perfection and imperfections. I think reality has good and bad, both of them to degrees that fluctuate. All that has birth and death. All that, and like where I'm coming from is that I think you want to call God good, and I think you want to call God perfect. But that just seems like you're choosing one or the other, like imperfection versus perfection. Like I don't feel comfortable ascribing one side of a spectrum to God, because the other side exists here in reality, and I don't think anything escapes God's nature. He like as I would describe God as something that contains both imperfection and perfection within him. So I wouldn't call him perfection itself. I would say whatever God is, he must be perfect and imperfect in order
So
to
That's the point.
Go ahead.
And so I want to understand where it was that we disagreed, because I don't think we've ever really disagreed about this, Fundy. But if you can reiterate that after I make my point. But within perfection is having the good and the bad, the good creating bad, the bad creating good, and it ultimately always, no matter what fucking happens with it, no matter how bad things are, there are lessons learned, therefore it creates good. No matter how thank you good you got it, it creates negativity that still teaches people a lesson. And it is this constant flux of this good and bad that is creating the bad and the good that teaches. And if you want to call that perfection and call that good, that is what I've said since the beginning of this conversation, is that yes, you can ultimately say, okay, upon death, like we will see how all these things were interconnected and worked together, and we were taught what we were taught. Now, there are some people that maybe that didn't happen for them. So can we say that it is ultimately good, or that it is like, who knows? Those are the bigger and greater questions that we should be striving after. But we can't say that we're God and say that, yeah, everything is supposed to be good. There's no such thing as bad.
Can I respond to that?
Of course.
Yeah, so I just want 30 seconds real quick just to go through this. So please keep your questions to the end. But Isaiah 45:7, I form the lights and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. So here we see that evil is a creation. It is a part of creation that the Lord created. He created. Look, I make peace and what? Create evil. James 1:17. It says here at the end of the verse, he who does not change. So he does not change. God does not change. He did create evil. All right, Mark 10:18, Jesus said unto him, why callest thou me good? There is none good but one, that is God. So God is the only thing that is wholly good. He created evil, but he does not change. And then here at Romans 11:36, for everything comes from him and exists by his power and is intended for his glory. All glory to him forever. So basically the gist is God is all good and does not change, does not become less or more good. All of good is contained within God. And he is the only thing that is all good. He created evil, and what does he create things for? Oh, he creates things intended for his glory. So evil works for his glory, basically. And that's all I'll be closing my statement. Thank you.
So I'm sorry, I wasn't listening as closely as I could have been, but I caught the end where like that's the whole thing. If God is good, then how can something that's good ever create badness? How can goodness create badness?
By its absence.
So I don't think there's anywhere God isn't, right? And that's just an opinion. I get that as my opinion, but it's like, if I'm a big bowl of vanilla ice cream, you can't like scoop anything from me and create chocolate ice cream. If you take anything from me and put it somewhere else, it's just a smaller portion. It's one scoop out of the whole vat of vanilla. Anything made from me is just going to be a smaller portion of vanilla ice cream. If I'm a gallon of vanilla ice cream and I'm the creator, all I can create is smaller bowls of vanilla ice cream. I don't understand how goodness can ever take a part of itself and create chocolate,
Yeah, God is unchanging. He is all good. Evil is just a creation of him, and all of his creations are made with the intention of glorifying him. And I would say that how does something all good create evil? Well, it creates evil by removing itself from a situation, basically.
I agree with that.
That doesn't make any sense.
No, it does. I totally get that. Like,
it's like light. It's like
absence
darkness
of
being the absence of light.
Yes, I get that. I totally get what you're saying, Noah. And it even goes down to like drugs, right? Like, what is that one song? Like, everything that makes me feel alive is something that's going to kill me, or however that song goes. It's so true. Like, oh my God, take some fucking ecstasy. Oh my, it's so good. It feels so good. It's so amazing. But what does it ultimately do? Bad, right? You do something that is bad, and that thing that is actually bad actually teaches you a lesson and makes you better. if you're willing to be taught these lessons. It is totally paradoxical. It is totally balanced. And within that, you can say it's perfection, but I wouldn't say that that negates the fact that there is bad within the world. Like, perfection incorporates both bad and good, and they intermingle with each other. And so I will stand by the fact that, you know, perfection has bad within it. Like, it is all connected. I don't know how I can make that any more sense of, but it's like, you cannot negate that there is bad within this world with creation. It's there for a reason. It is there to teach us. And the good things are also there to teach us, right? Like, it's paradoxical.
In every other sense, and yeah, just to put it simply, in every other sense besides good and bad, you're gonna see both elements present. So, like, do things only come together in reality, or do things only separate? Well, things come together and things separate. Do things get only hotter in reality, or do things only get colder in reality? Well, things go up and down in temperature. They get hotter and they get colder. Are things born in reality, or do things in reality only die? No, there's both birth and death in reality. You know, like, as far as reality goes, every quality and its opposite are both present. And so I don't know where anyone gets off saying that they think there's a quality that is here, that its opposite isn't also here.
And
is there youth? Is there oldness? Like, both are always present. And so if anyone says, like, this reality is just one versus the other, I'd say no, both are here. There's hot, there's cold, there's birth, there's death, there's suffering, there's pleasure, there's male, there's female. Like, this place is a combination of opposites to a fluctuating degree. And if anyone wants to tell me that, oh, this place is just goodness, there's no badness here, well, I'd say, well, nothing else follows that. Nothing else follows that fucking system.
So,
why would that be the one thing?
So from all the things that you all have said now, and I appreciate that, could we not sum it up again by saying whatever has been created, it works to a point where we cannot call it bad?
Well, yeah, that's what Shines was saying about some sort of ultimate conclusion that it's all leading up to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your sentence. What did you say?
So from all the things we have all now stated about the very thing we all observe, maybe not always the same way, but still in the same place, could we all come to the conclusion to say, in a sense, the whole structure in itself is not bad?
That is what the Fundy was correctly right. Like, that is what I have said. There's nothing bad. I was like, okay, if we take it to the ultimate, like when we die, right? What lessons we're going to learn at the end of all of this, whatever comes to be. I do truly believe that we're here for a reason, and there is this negative and this positive, and we're learning the good and we're learning the bad, and the bad it becomes good and the good becomes bad, and all these different things to ultimately reach a higher state, to like learn something. And so therefore, if you are actually learning something and you're proceeding with it, that can be ultimately good. Like, it is there for you to expand your consciousness, to thrive and learn. And even if it's at a base level, like even people that, you know, are born, they're in a gang, they shoot somebody up, whatever. Maybe when they die, they're like, oh man, they get to watch their life history and whatever. We don't know, right? That's a big question mark, but I would like to believe that that is true. But while we are here, I would say that you cannot escape the negative and the positive. It is in everything. Everything is a negative, positive, and the positives and the negative, and the negatives and the positive, and they breed each other, and they're constantly fluctuating back and forth. It's like an energy. It's really energetic of what it creates, and you can't escape it. So I would ultimately say that no, what this creationist created, where we are right now, there is a negative and positive. The positive is negative, can breed a negative. The negative can breed positive. And through all of those things, if people pay attention to it and learn from it, it will always end up a positive. if you can see through all the bullshit. Those with eyes to see, ears to hear, all of that, you will come out the other side saying, I can see through all of this. I can see that this good is actually a bad. I can see that this bad is actually a good. You know, you'll be able, it's like Neo in the Matrix, like dunking bullets. Like you'll be able to really see it. That it
That's
does
the good
always
hope.
truly come, exactly, that it does always truly come out positive. So I hear you on all those different things. And that's why I was giving you all these outs in the beginning. I wasn't against you. Like I'm saying, like, but we can't get rid of the negative. The negative is there for a reason. It's a balance. It's a
Let's
paradox.
not kid ourselves. Let's not kid ourselves about what we're involved in here. This place isn't sunshine and rainbows only. It's fucking thunderclouds and lightning as well.
For sure.
You
Yeah.
know what the,
Has
you
it
know
been
what
mentioned
the,
yet? Oh.
One second. You know what the funny thing about the whole conversation to this point is? Even though
What
in
is?
the conversation that we had there was bad moments and negative times, still at the end of the conversation, I personally, from my experience of the conversation, can say the conversation was not bad.
Exactly.
I enjoyed
in fact,
it.
It was good.
Exactly. The negative created a positive, and the positive, when I was giving you a positive, it turned out negative, and I'm like, why is this negative happening? And then all
I
of a sudden
love
it
you.
switched back over from a negative into a positive. It is this internet, like it is this flux. Call it AC/DC, like call it whatever this negative positive undulation is, but it's here and it is in this creation. And once you start seeing that, you'll never unsee it. That negative stuff, if you are willing to see, can create good. And you can witness and see that when people are trying to create good, it actually creates bad. Like no good deed goes unpunished, right? You do something good and it's like, what the heck? I didn't mean for that to happen. Why now all of a sudden are these people dying because I gave them hair ties in Africa? And there actually is a story about this. It's crazy. Like there's weird stuff that happens where good things happen and it just creates a ton of negative. And there's a ton of instances where bad things happen and there's a ton of positive. So the more that we can witness this, the more that we can like get one up on it, the more that people see this, I think it'll be better for everyone. If
I have a question for Clay.
Mm-hmm.
It's a series of questions. It shouldn't be more than like 3 or 4. This is a rhetorical one. You don't need to answer. But you understand